Welcome, dear friends, to a realm of imagination and wonder. As the gentle flames dance in our cozy fireplace, let your thoughts drift into whimsical worlds where magic and peace abound. After a beautiful spring day, find comfort in this serene haven. Cozy up, relax, and allow the gentle narration to transport you to enchanting places. Story 1. In the heart of the world, where the moon held more sway than the sun, lay the ancient forest of Eldermist. Here the trees stood so tall they seemed to brush the very stars, and the air hummed with a quiet, ancient magic that sang of ages long past. It was a place where moonlight pooled like liquid silver in the clearings, and the shadows held not fear but secrets. On this particular night, a young fox named Kaelen sat at the edge of a starlit clearing, his russet fur silvered by the moon. He was restless, his heart beating a rhythm that felt out of sync with the forest's gentle pulse. The season of autumn was deepening, and a chill had begun to creep into the air, carrying with it the scent of decaying leaves and distant wood smoke. Kaelen felt a strange unease, a longing for something he could not name. A soft rustle came from above, and a great horned owl settled on a low-hanging branch of an ancient oak. Her feathers were the color of twilight, and her eyes held the depth of countless seasons. This was Lyra, the elder of the woodland, who had watched over Eldermist for longer than any creature could remember. "You are troubled, little one," she said, her voice like the whisper of wind through pine needles. "The forest feels your disquiet." Kaelen looked up, his ears twitching. "I feel as though I am waiting for something, but I do not know what. The trees whisper of change, but their words are like half-remembered dreams." Lyra blinked slowly. "The forest speaks in many tongues. To understand, you must listen not only with your ears, but with your heart. Come, walk with me, and I will show you how to hear." And so, beneath the canopy of 1,000 stars, they began to wander. The forest floor was carpeted with moss so thick and soft it muffled their footsteps, and here and there, bioluminescent fungi glowed with a gentle blue-green light, like fallen constellations. They paused by a babbling brook, its waters dark and shimmering. Lyra gestured with a wing. "Lean close and listen." Kaelen crouched by the water's edge. At first he heard only the pleasant gurgle of the stream over smooth, mossy stones. But as he stilled his breathing, the sound began to resolve into something more, a language of ripples and echoes, telling stories of mountains it had descended from, of fish that danced in its depths, of roots it had nourished. "It speaks of journeys," Kaelen murmured, amazed. "Everything in Eldermist has a voice," Lyra said softly. "The stones remember the touch of every creature that has passed. The trees sing of the sun they have absorbed and the storms they have weathered. You need only learn how to listen." They moved deeper into the wood, where the trees grew so close their branches intertwined like clasped hands. Here the air was filled with the gentle susurrus of leaves, a sound like rainfall even when the sky was clear. Lyra guided Kaelen to place his paw upon the trunk of a great willow. "Feel," she instructed. Kaelen closed his eyes. Beneath his pads he could feel a faint rhythmic thrum, the tree's slow, steady heartbeat. And then, like a whisper rising from the very roots, came a melody, a song of gratitude for the rain, of strength drawn from the earth, of patience through the long, dark winter. "It is singing of resilience," Kaelen said, his voice filled with wonder. Lyra nodded. "The trees teach us that rest is not idleness. It is a time of gathering strength, of dreaming new growth. Just as they shed their leaves to conserve energy for the spring, so too must we sometimes release what we do not need, to make space for what is to come." As they walked on, the forest seemed to come alive with subtle magic. Fireflies drifted like living embers, tracing patterns in the air. In a small clearing, a family of hedgehogs shuffled through the undergrowth, their quills dusted with dew that caught the moonlight like tiny diamonds. A badger paused in its nocturnal foraging to nod respectfully at Lyra, before trundling on its way. They came to a place where the trees opened up to reveal a circle of standing stones, ancient and worn smooth by time. In the center of the circle lay a large, flat rock, etched with patterns that seemed to tell stories of the cosmos. "Sit here," Lyra said, perching on one of the stones, "and watch." Kaelen settled onto the cool stone, and as he did, the bioluminescent fungi around the clearing brightened, casting a soft, ethereal glow. The air itself seemed to shimmer, and from the edges of the clearing nocturnal creatures began to emerge. A doe with her fawn, a family of rabbits, a pair of silent flying moths with wings like stained glass. Then, something extraordinary began to happen. The stones themselves started to hum, a low, resonant vibration that Kaelen could feel in his bones. The sound was joined by the whisper of the wind through the pines, the distant hoot of another owl, the gentle patter of a light rain beginning to fall. The rain was not a storm, but a blessing, each drop a tiny drumbeat on the leaves above, a soothing rhythm that seemed to weave all the forest sounds into one harmonious symphony. Kaelen closed his eyes, letting the sounds wash over him, the drip of water from leaf to leaf, the soft sigh of the wind, the distant murmur of the stream. He realized then that the unease he had felt was not fear, but a resistance to the natural cycle of release and renewal that the forest was entering. Autumn was not an ending, but a preparation, a beautiful, necessary letting go. When he opened his eyes, Lyra was watching him, her gaze gentle. "You understand now?" Kaelen nodded. "The forest is teaching me that it is all right to rest, to be quiet, to release what has been, that in the stillness we hear the deepest truths." "Just so," Lyra said. "The magic of Eldermist is not in grand gestures, but in these quiet moments, in the patience of the trees, the constancy of the stones, the perseverance of the stream. It is in learning that every season has its purpose, and that even in the deepest winter, life is merely sleeping, dreaming of spring." As if in response to her words, the clouds parted and moonlight flooded the clearing, turning the raindrops on every leaf and petal into countless tiny prisms of light. The entire glade sparkled as if studded with diamonds. Kaelen felt a peace settle over him, deep and profound. The restless beating of his heart had stilled, now in rhythm with the forest's ancient pulse. He understood that he was part of something vast and eternal, a cycle of growth and rest, of sound and silence, of light and darkness. Lyra spread her wings. "Remember this night, little one, when the world feels too loud or your heart feels too full, come back to this silence. Listen to the language of the rain, the wisdom of the stones. The forest will always have answers for those who know how to listen." With that, she took flight, her wings making no sound as she disappeared into the tapestry of shadows and silver leaves. Kaelen remained for a while longer, watching the moon travel its slow path across the sky. The rain had ceased, and in its place was a profound, comfortable silence, broken only by the occasional drip of water and the soft rustle of creatures moving through the night. He rose finally, his fur damp and cool, his spirit calm. As he made his way back through the glowing, misty woods, he felt different, lighter, as if he had shed an invisible weight. He paused by the stream once more, listening to its cheerful chatter, and by the great willow, feeling its steady, patient presence. When he reached his den beneath the roots of a friendly oak, he curled up in its embrace, listening to the gentle sounds of the sleeping forest. The trees whispered lullabies of resilience and hope, the stones hummed songs of permanence and peace, the wind sighed contentedly through the branches. And as Kaelen drifted into dreams, he knew that he had learned the greatest magic of all, how to find comfort in the cycles of nature, how to hear the wisdom in the silence, and how to carry the peace of Eldermist within him always. Story 2. In the velvet expanse where stardust gathers like forgotten dreams, there lived a being of crystalline light named Kaelen. His home was a small, wandering moon called Luminara, where the very rocks hummed with gentle energy and the rivers flowed with liquid silver. Kaelen communicated not with words, but with soft pulses of color that danced across his translucent form, a language of emotion made visible. When he was happy, he shimmered in warm golds. When thoughtful, he drifted into deep blues. Not far away, circling a gentle orange star, was the watery world of Aquaria. Here lived Nissa, whose body was composed of ever-shifting iridescent fluid, and who spoke through harmonious vibrations that rippled through the air like music. Her laughter sounded like wind chimes in a soft breeze, and her curiosity manifested as a low, melodic hum. Their meeting came during the great celestial migration, when the solar winds blow pathways between worlds. Kaelen's moon drifted close to Aquaria's system, and through his crystalline observatory, he noticed a glimmering form dancing in the planet's outer atmosphere. Curious, he pulsed a friendly, questioning lavender into the void. To his delight, a ripple of cheerful, chiming notes returned, Nissa's way of saying hello. They began to communicate across the emptiness, Kaelen with his shifting colors, Nissa with her resonant harmonies. Though they had no common language, they found they could share feelings, the warmth of greeting, the spark of curiosity, the gentle nudge of invitation. One day Kaelen crafted a small, delicate vessel from moon rock and starlight and sailed it toward Aquaria. Nissa in turn wove a bubble of protective energy from sea foam and song to carry her upward. They met in the quiet space between their worlds, where silence is deepest and the stars burn brightest. It was there they decided to build a place together, a sanctuary where beings of light and liquid could share moments of peace. They chose a forgotten orbital garden, long abandoned by star travelers, where flora from 100 worlds had grown wild and wondrous. With great care and tenderness, they began to restore it. Kaelen, with his gentle light touch, encouraged the bioluminescent plants to glow more brightly, arranging them in soft constellations along the pathways. Nissa, with her fluid grace, coaxed moisture from the air to form glistening dewdrops on leaves and petals, and she hummed to the vines until they curled into comfortable resting nooks. They called their shared shelter the Starlight Haven. Of course, there were misunderstandings. Once, Nissa noticed Kaelen had turned a troubled shade of murky green. Thinking to cheer him, she gathered droplets of perfumed rain and showered them over him in a playful, misty spray. But to a crystalline being, liquid was uncomfortable. It blurred his light and made him feel heavy. He pulsed a startled, sharp crimson. Nissa recoiled, her form rippling with confusion and a note of sorrow. For a moment they hovered in silence, Kaelen dripping and dim, Nissa still as still water. Then Kaelen remembered something his own elders had taught him. Differences are not walls, but windows. Slowly, carefully, he allowed the moisture to evaporate, and then he pulsed a soft, forgiving pink. Nissa, understanding, responded with a gentle, rising chord of apology. They had learned she would not shower him again, and he would not startle so quickly. Another time, Kaelen arranged a surprise, a pathway of glowing stones leading to a viewing dome where a nebula bloomed like a watercolor rose in the dark. He pulsed excited golds and oranges, eager to show Nissa. But when she arrived, she didn't make a sound. Her form stilled, and she hovered silently. Kaelen pulsed a worried blue. Had he done something wrong? Then he saw it, from the corner of the dome. A small, thorny plant from a desert world was wilting in the artificial light. Nissa, a creature of water and empathy, felt its quiet suffering. Without a word, she drifted to it and began to hum a low, nurturing frequency. Slowly the plant perked up, its thorns softening, its leaves turning toward her. Kaelen understood. He adjusted the lights, and together they moved the plant to a shadier, quieter corner. That night they sat side by side, Kaelen glowing a soft approval, Nissa humming contentment, and watched the nebula bloom in silence together. Their greatest moment of connection came during a meteor shower. They had settled into their favorite nook in the Starlight Haven, a cushioned bench woven from moon vines and woven seagrass, and above them the clear dome showed the sky alive with falling stars. Kaelen pulsed a deep, peaceful indigo. Nyssa answered with a slow, drifting lullaby. There were no words between them, no shared history or common customs, and yet in that moment they understood one another perfectly. They were both small beings in a vast, beautiful universe, and they had found a friend. As the shower reached its peak, Kaelen did something he had never done before. He reached out a slender, crystalline hand. Nyssa, without hesitation, let a tendril of her liquid form brush against it. There was no discomfort, only warmth. Light played within fluid, music vibrated through crystal. They sat that way for a long time, two creatures from different worlds, held together by the simple, universal language of kindness. When at last the meteor shower faded and the sky returned to its quiet sparkle, they parted for the night. Kaelen to his corner of the garden where the stones retained the day's warmth, Nyssa to her pool of collected starlight dew. But something had changed. They had built more than a shelter. They had built a friendship that needed no translation. And as they drifted into rest, Kaelen dreaming in soft color, Nyssa in gentle song, they knew that across the darkness they were not alone. For kindness, like starlight, travels far, and friendship, like the universe itself, goes on and on. Story 3. In a small house nestled between two whispering pines, there lived a quiet child named Leo, whose favorite place in all the world was the attic. Not because it held treasures of gold or jewels, but because it smelled of cinnamon and memories, and because the light that filtered through its round window made dust motes dance like tiny fairies. One rainy afternoon, when the world outside dripped and drummed upon the roof, Leo climbed the creaking stairs to this sanctuary. The air was still and warm, filled with the gentle tick-tock of an old grandfather clock in the corner, and the soft rustle-whisper of pine boughs brushing against the eaves. While exploring a cobwebbed corner behind a stack of quilts, Leo's fingers brushed against something cool and smooth. It was a small wooden box, no larger than a loaf of bread, carved with patterns of twisting vines and sleeping birds. There was no lock, but the lid seemed sealed by time itself until, with a patient creak sigh, it opened. Inside, nestled on velvet the color of midnight, lay a perfect silver compass. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle quivered and spun as if stirred by invisible breezes. Around its edge were inscribed the words, "Follow where the heart leads, not where the road ends." Just then, a soft purr rumble sounded from a nearby stack of blankets. A plump ginger cat named Marmalade emerged, blinking amber eyes. "That," she said in a voice like warm cream, "is the compass of quiet courage. It doesn't show directions to places, but to possibilities." Leo's eyes widened, but somehow, in the cozy attic with rain pattering gently on the roof, talking cats seemed perfectly natural. "What kind of possibilities?" Leo asked. "The kind that need finding," Marmalade replied, curling her tail neatly around her paws. "The compass points toward what is lost, hidden, or forgotten, not things but feelings. Courage that has slipped away like a forgotten dream. Confidence that has curled up like a dried leaf. Tonight it seems to be pointing downward." Indeed, the silver needle now trembled insistently toward the floorboards. With Marmalade padding softly beside them, Leo carefully carried the compass down to the living room, where a fire crackled cheerfully in the hearth. The needle shifted, pointing toward the bookshelf crowded with well-loved stories. There, perched atop a volume of fairy tales, was a small ceramic owl with wise, round glasses. "Hoo-hoo," it said, not like an owl at all, but like someone clearing their throat. "I see you found the compass. It's been restless lately." Its voice was like the turning of pages, soft and precise. "The compass is pointing at you," Leo observed. "Not at me," corrected the owl, adjusting its glasses. "At what I guard." It hopped aside to reveal a tiny door hidden behind the books, no taller than Leo's thumb. The compass needle now glowed with a soft blue light, pointing directly at the miniature door. How do we open it? Leo wondered aloud. With a key of curiosity, said the owl, and a whisper of patience. So Leo leaned close and whispered, "Please," and the little door swung inward without a sound. Inside was not a space but a scene, a vast star-dusted sky over a rolling hill where a small, dim light flickered weakly, like a tired firefly. A faint, sad sigh seemed to drift from it. "The starlight of bravery," Marmalade murmured. "It has grown dim. No wonder the compass led us here. But how do we reach it?" Leo asked, for the tiny world was too small to enter. "Sometimes," said the ceramic owl wisely, "we help not by going to places, but by sending gifts. What does bravery need most?" Leo thought, watching the faint light flutter. Company, they guessed. So Leo began to tell a story, a gentle tale of a small seed that grew into a great tree despite the wind and snow. As the words unfolded, woven with the fire's crackle pop and the distant hush of rain, something wonderful happened. The little starlight flickered, then glowed brighter. Next, Marmalade offered a rumbling purr, a sound that promised safety and warmth. The light grew steadier, pulsing in time with the comforting rhythm. Then the owl hummed a few notes of an old, sweet melody, like bells heard far away. The starlight brightened until it shone like a tiny moonbeam. But still, it seemed hesitant to rise into its full place in the miniature sky. Leo understood then. Bravery wasn't about being loud or fierce. It was about being seen and heard, yes, but also about being believed in. So, leaning close again, Leo whispered, "You are enough. However small you feel, you are exactly enough." And with that, the starlight of bravery soared upward, settling among the other stars in the tiny firmament, shining with a clear, steady light. The compass needle, which had been glowing blue, now turned a contented gold and went still. "You see," murmured Marmalade, "the greatest journeys aren't measured in miles, but in moments of kindness. You traveled far tonight without taking a single step." The ceramic owl nodded, its glasses glinting in the firelight. "And you've learned that courage isn't about not being afraid. It's about listening, learning, and lending your heart even when your hands cannot reach." Leo placed the compass back in its box, but left the tiny door open so the starlight could watch over the room. As the fire burned low and the rain softened to a drizzle, a deep sense of peace settled over everything. That night Leo slept with a new understanding, that attics and compasses and talking animals were wonderful, but the truest magic lay in quiet acts of love, in listening to small sounds and quieter hearts, and in remembering that even on gray days, bravery shines when someone believes in it. And in the gentle silence that followed, if one listened very closely, they might have heard the soft tinkle chime of starlight dancing just beyond the bookshelf, and the contented sigh of a house that knew it was loved. Story 4. The air in the glimmering peaks always smelled of cinnamon and starlight, a combination that never failed to make a young dreamer named Kaelen feel both wonderfully small and impossibly expansive all at once. He lived in a city woven from clouds, where streets were soft as silk beneath bare feet and homes were shaped from billowing vapor that held the warmth of the sun long after dusk. Each evening, as the last rays of daylight faded, the citizens of Etheria would gather on their balconies to watch the sky sparks dance, tiny motes of light that rose from the central plaza like glowing seeds scattered by some invisible hand. Kaelen loved the sparks, but lately he had noticed something troubling. They were growing fewer, their light dimmer, as if the very heart of their world was growing weary. The elders spoke in hushed tones of the fading, a slow dimming that had begun seasons ago. No one knew the cause, but Kaelen, with his curious heart and gentle hands, felt a pull to understand. Tucked safely in his pocket was a smooth, moon-pale stone his grandmother had given him, a piece of the first cloud home their family had ever dwelled in. It was always warm to the touch and hummed softly, a steady reminder of where he belonged. One evening, as the sparks rose thin and pale, Kaelen made a decision. He would follow the sparks to their source, down to the world below the clouds that few in Etheria ever visited. With his cloud-woven satchel holding a few honeycakes and his grandmother's stone, he stepped onto the silver strand, a bridge of light that cascaded from the edge of their city down into the unknown. The descent was like sliding on a ribbon of moonlight. The air grew cooler, carrying new scents of damp earth, blooming night flowers, and the crispness of deep shadows. When his feet finally touched solid ground, he found himself in a forest where trees wore bark that shimmered like a balloon shell and leaves chimed softly in the breeze. This was the Whisperwood, a place he had only heard of in tales. Here the sparks drifted like sleepy fireflies, guiding him along a path carpeted with moss that felt like velvet underfoot. As he walked, he heard music, not with his ears, but with his very bones. It was a melody of deep resonance, felt rather than heard, that seemed to emanate from the trees themselves. Curious, he placed his hand on the trunk of the nearest tree. Immediately a wave of warmth and understanding flowed through him, images of roots drinking starlight, of leaves composing symphonies with the wind, of a deep and ancient sadness. A creature emerged from behind the tree, no taller than Kaelen's knee, with fur the color of twilight and eyes that held swirling galaxies. It did not speak, but reached out a delicate paw, touching Kaelen's hand. In that instant, he understood. This was a Lumini, a keeper of the forest song, and it was grieving. The music of the woods was fading, just as the sparks were dimming above. Through touch, the Lumini shared its worry. The heart of the forest, the crystal caves where the northern lights were born, was growing silent. Without the song from below, the sparks above could not shine brightly. Kaelen felt the creature's sorrow as if it were his own, a hollow, echoing ache. He knew then that his journey was not just about curiosity. It was about healing. With the Lumini guiding him, its soft fur occasionally brushing against his leg in reassurance, they ventured deeper into the woods. The path began to slope downward, leading into a vast network of caverns whose entrance was draped with glowing vines that smelled of vanilla and rain. This was the threshold of the crystal caves. Inside, the world transformed. Walls of amethyst, topaz, and emerald refracted light into dancing rainbows that swept across the cavern like gentle brushes of color. The air hummed with energy, and the ground was cool and smooth beneath his feet. But the magnificent auroras that should have been swirling overhead were faint, mere whispers of their former glory. In the center of the largest cavern stood the starlit spire, a crystalline formation that pulsed with a slow, weary light. This was the source, the wellspring of music and light for both the forest and the clouds. Kaelen approached the spire, his grandmother's stone warm in his hand. As he drew nearer, he saw that the base of the spire was tangled with creeping shadows, thorny vines that seemed to drink the light from the crystals. They emitted a cold, silent emptiness that made the air feel thin and brittle. The Lumini trilled a soft, worried chime and nudged Kaelen's pocket where the stone lay. Understanding dawned. His stone was not just a memory of home. It was a piece of living cloud infused with the same starlight that fed the spire. It was a fragment of hope. He placed the stone against the base of the spire where the shadows were thickest. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a soft glow began to spread from the stone, warm and golden, like dawn breaking over the cloud city. The shadows recoiled, shrinking away from the light. The spire responded, pulsing brighter, and a low, sweet note resonated through the cave, the first clear tone in what must have been a very long time. Encouraged, Kaelen began to hum, matching the note of the spire. The Lumini joined him, its own light blending with his. Together, their combined warmth and song pushed back the shadows, until they dissolved like mist in morning sun. The spire flared brilliantly, and above them the auroras burst into life, ribbons of green, purple, and blue that swirled and danced in a silent, breathtaking symphony. The music returned, flowing through the crystals, up through the earth, and into the forest above. Kaelen could feel it in the soles of his feet, a vibration of joy and renewal. The lumini nuzzled his hand, its gratitude flowing into him like sunlight. He knew without words that the sparks above would now burn bright again. As he made his way back through the crystal caves and the whisper wood, the world felt different. The leaves chimed more brightly, the air smelled sweeter, and the path seemed to glow with its own inner light. When he reached the silver strand, he turned back to see the lumini watching him, its galaxy eyes shining with farewell. The ascent was like rising on a sunbeam. When he stepped back onto the cloud streets of Etheria, he found the city alive with celebration. The sky was filled with sparks, brighter and more numerous than anyone could remember, a cascade of light that reflected in the joyful faces below. That night, as Kaelen lay in his cloud-soft bed, he held his grandmother's stone once more. It was still warm, still humming, but now it pulsed in time with the distant music from below. He realized that home wasn't just a place, it was a connection, a harmony between all things. And sometimes understanding oneself meant listening to the world's song and adding your own note to its melody. Outside his window, the sparks rose like promises into the night, each one a tiny beacon of light, music, and gentle touch, a reminder that every ending is just a new beginning waiting to be discovered. And as sleep wrapped around him like a warm blanket, Kaelen smiled, knowing that both he and his world were whole once more. Story 5. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a sleepy village, there lived a young boy named Leo, who often felt the world was just a little too large and overwhelming. His sanctuary was the musty, cobweb-draped attic, where the soft hush of forgotten things whispered stories of quieter times. It was there, one rain-pattering afternoon, that he discovered the compass. Not an ordinary compass, mind you. This one had a face of tarnished silver, etched with phases of the moon rather than directions, and its needle didn't point north. Instead, it trembled and spun as if stirred by some secret longing. Leo found it tucked inside an old wooden box that smelled of cedar and memories, wrapped in a velvet cloth the color of midnight. That evening, as firelight danced across the walls of his room, Leo held the compass in his palm. Its needle quivered, then settled, pointing not toward the window or the door, but directly at his own heart. A soft chime, like a distant bell, echoed in the stillness. And then a whisper, not in his ears, but in his thoughts, spoke. True courage is not found in far-off lands, but in the landscape of one's own heart. Puzzled but curious, Leo decided to follow where the compass led. He didn't pack a bag or put on boots. This was a journey that required no walking. He simply sat on his rug by the hearth, the compass warm in his hand, and closed his eyes. At once he found himself in a forest made not of trees, but of towering worries and tangled doubts. Shadows loomed where fears took shape, and the path ahead seemed lost in mist. But the compass glowed softly, its needle steady, guiding him forward. It wasn't long before he heard a rustling nearby, a sound like pages turning. From behind a thicket of anxiety stepped a small, ginger cat wearing round spectacles and carrying a lantern. "You look a bit lost," the cat observed, its voice a soft, rumbling purr. "I am Bartholomew, keeper of forgotten calm. Might I offer some light?" Leo nodded gratefully. "I'm trying to find my way," he confessed. "But everything feels so big." Bartholomew blinked slowly. "Big things are just small things piled up. Here, hold the lantern, you'll see." With the lantern in hand, Leo noticed how the shadows seemed to shrink, how the path grew clearer. They walked together through groves of what-ifs and thickets of not-good-enoughs, and though the forest was strange, Bartholomew's presence was a steady, purring comfort. After a time they reached a wide river where the water swirled with echoes of past mistakes and missed opportunities. Leo hesitated at the bank, unsure how to cross. A smooth, low voice spoke from the reeds. "Trouble passing." It was a badger, stout and sturdy, with a stripe of silver running down her back. She introduced herself as Matilda, the bridge tender. "The river looks deep," Leo said nervously. Matilda nodded. "It is, but you needn't cross it all at once. Every river is crossed one step at a time." She placed a paw on a stone barely visible beneath the surface. "Watch." With immense patience, Matilda began placing stones, one by one, across the rushing water. Some were small, some large, but each held firm. "Kindness to yourself," she explained, "is the first stone. Patience is the second, understanding the third." Leo, inspired, began placing stones of his own. He thought of times he had been brave, however small the moment, and each memory became a stepping stone. Slowly, surely, they built a path across the river. On the other side, the forest opened into a wide meadow under a starlit sky. But between Leo and the meadow's peace stood a tall, silent figure made of shifting shadows, the guardian of doubt. It did not speak, but its presence whispered of all the reasons to turn back. Leo's heart beat quickly. He glanced at the compass. It glowed brighter than ever, its needle pointing straight at the guardian. Bartholomew nudged his leg. "Remember the light," the cat murmured. Matilda placed a firm paw on his other side. "Remember the stones." Leo took a deep breath. He didn't shout or run, he simply stood still and looked at the shadowy figure. "I'm not afraid of you," he said, though his voice trembled. "Well, maybe a little, but I won't let you stop me." He took a step forward, then another. And with each step the guardian grew smaller, its shadows thinning like mist under morning sun. By the time Leo stood where it had been, only a faint, cool breeze remained. The meadow was bathed in soft, silver light. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, under which sat a woman with kind eyes and a basket of woven moonlight. She smiled as Leo approached. "You've journeyed well," she said. Her voice was like the rustle of leaves and the chime of bells blended together. "The compass brought you where you needed to go." "What is this place?" Leo asked. "The heart of your own courage," she replied. "It's always been here, you just needed to find your way back to it." She handed him a small, smooth stone from her basket. "Keep this, when the world feels large again, hold it and remember this meadow." Leo closed his fingers around the stone. It was warm like a sun-soaked pebble and seemed to hum with quiet assurance. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room, the fire crackling softly, the compass resting peacefully in his lap. Outside an owl hooted gently, and the wind sighed through the pine trees. Everything was just as he had left it, and yet nothing was the same. He placed the compass back in its cedar box, but kept the smooth stone in his pocket. From that night on, whenever doubts whispered or fears stirred, he would curl up by the fire, hold the stone, and remember the purr of a lantern-carrying cat, the patience of a bridge-tending badger, and the quiet strength he had found within himself. And in those moments, wrapped in the cozy certainty of his own courage, Leo knew that no journey was too great when measured not in miles, but in heart. Story 6. Deep within the heart of the world, where the soil remembers the footsteps of forgotten ages, there lay an ancient forest. This was no ordinary woodland, but a place where moonlight pooled like liquid silver between the gnarled roots of elder trees, and where the very air hummed with a quiet, ancient magic. It was a realm of whispers and wonders, where the boundaries between dreaming and waking grew beautifully thin. On this particular night, when the moon hung like a luminous pearl in a velvet sky, a small hedgehog named Thistle found herself unable to sleep. Restlessness prickled along her spine, sharper than her own quills. She had felt it for days, a subtle unease, a quiet sorrow she could not name. The vibrant greens of summer were fading, and a crispness had crept into the air, carrying with it the melancholy promise of endings. Driven by a longing she did not understand, Thistle ventured from her cozy burrow lined with dried ferns and into the slumbering forest. The world was awash in monochrome beauty, painted in shades of silver, charcoal, and deepest blue. Her small paws made no sound on the carpet of moss, a moss that glowed with a soft, ethereal green light wherever the moonlight touched it. Bioluminescent fungi clung to fallen logs like scattered constellations, and will-o'-the-wisps danced lazily above a nearby stream, their light reflecting in the dark, watching eyes of nocturnal creatures. She followed the gentle sound of water, a soft, bubbling murmur that seemed to call her name. The stream was speaking, as all streams do, if one knows how to listen. It spoke not in words but in sensations, a coolness that promised clarity, a persistence that spoke of patience, a journey that whispered of constant renewal. Thistle dipped her paw into its chilly flow, and for a moment her restlessness stilled. But the feeling soon returned. She looked up at the towering trees, their leaves beginning to blush with the first hints of amber and crimson. They too had a language, a slow, deep rumble felt more through the soles of the feet than heard by the ears. It was the sound of roots drinking deeply, of sap slowing its flow, of memories being stored away in concentric rings. It was a language of letting go. A soft rustle above made her start. A single perfect orange leaf detached from a great oak and spiraled down, 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 landing directly on her nose. She sneezed, a tiny curtshew that echoed in the immense quiet. A low, gentle chuckle sounded from a branch overhead. "A blessing from the tree," said a voice, weathered and warm like sun-baked stone. "It means you are ready to listen." Thistle looked up into the wise, ancient face of a great horned owl. His feathers were the color of tree bark in twilight, and his eyes held the soft, luminous glow of the full moon itself. This was Corvus, who had watched over the forest's turning seasons for more years than the oldest stone could remember. "I don't feel ready," Thistle confessed, her voice small. "I feel sad, the world is getting colder and the light is leaving. Everything is going to sleep, and it feels like a goodbye." Corvus blinked slowly, a gesture of infinite patience. "Come," he said, his voice a soft feather against the silence. "Walk with me." He swooped down from his perch, his flight utterly silent, and landed on a moss-covered stone beside her. The stone, warmed by the day's sun and now cooled by the night air, emitted a faint, soothing hum, a stone's song of stability and time. They walked together along the path, the owl taking slow, deliberate hops alongside the hedgehog's scurrying steps. He led her to a starlit clearing where the canopy opened to the sky. Thousands of stars glittered like ice crystals, and the air was filled with the gentle, almost inaudible patter-patter of night dew beginning to condense on leaves. "You hear an ending," Corvus said, his voice blending with the sound of a gentle wind weaving through the pine needles, a soft, sighing shhhhhh that was the very sound of peace. "But the forest hears a different song. Listen." Thistle closed her eyes. She let the sounds wash over her. The babble-brook chatter of the stream, the creak-and groan of ancient wood, the rustle-whisper of creatures in the undergrowth, the distant plink-plonk of water droplets falling from a leaf into a still pool. "Every ending is woven into a beginning," Corvus murmured. "The stream is not saying goodbye to the water that passes, it is singing a welcome to the water that is to come. The tree is not mourning the loss of its leaf, it is whispering a promise to the bud that sleeps within its bark. They are speaking the language of trust." As if on cue, a soft rain began to fall. It was not a storm, but a blessing, a gentle pitter-patter on the broad leaves above them, a soothing rhythm on the forest floor. The bioluminescent moss brightened, drinking in the moisture, and the air filled with the sweet, petrichor scent of rain on dry earth. "The world is not dying, little one," Corvus said, his form a dark, comforting shape against the glittering rain. "It is turning inwards. This is the season of dreaming, the time when the deepest magic is worked not in doing, but in being still. In rest there is renewal, in silence there is wisdom, in letting go there is making room." Thistle looked around. The rain made everything shimmer. The worries that had felt so large in her heart began to shrink, soothed by the rhythm of the water and the wisdom of her friend. She saw not a forest going to sleep, but a forest preparing for a beautiful dream. "Will it come back?" she asked, her voice full of wonder. "The warmth, the light." Corvus turned his moon-bright eyes to the eastern horizon, where the first faint hint of gray was beginning to dilute the darkness. As surely as the stream flows to the sea and returns as rain, as surely as the moon waxes and wanes. The magic of this world is a circle, little hedgehog, not a line. It always comes back, different perhaps, but always back. He nudged a large, flat mushroom with his beak. Beneath its cap, the underside glowed with a soft blue light, creating a tiny, dry sanctuary. "Rest here until the rain passes. Listen to the dream songs of the forest. They will comfort you." With a final, soft rustle of feathers, Corvus took to the air, disappearing into the gloom of the trees, leaving Thistle alone, but not lonely. She curled up in the cozy glow of the mushroom, the gentle drip-drop of the rain a lullaby all around her. She listened, truly listened, to the secret languages surrounding her. The deep, steady hum of the stone beneath her, promising permanence. The cheerful, persistent babble of the stream, promising journey. The slow, resonant creak of the trees, promising cycles. And the soft, sighing wind, promising peace. Her restlessness had melted away, replaced by a profound sense of belonging. She was a part of this great, turning wheel of magic. Her time of quiet and rest was not something to fear, but a gift to be cherished, a time to dream the forest's dreams and gather strength for the renewal to come. As the rain softened to a mist and the first true rays of dawn painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, Thistle felt her eyes grow heavy. The forest symphony of gentle sounds, the final drips from the leaves, the morning chirp of a waking sparrow, the distant, fading call of Corvus bidding the night farewell, wrapped around her like a warm blanket. She understood now. There were no true goodbyes, only see you laters whispered on the wind. There was no ending that did not contain the seed of a new beginning. And with that comforting knowledge held close to her heart, the little hedgehog drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, cradled by the ancient, ever-dreaming forest, perfectly content to wait for the world to turn and for the light to return. Story 7. The little village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the stars seemed to hang just a little lower than anywhere else, and the air always carried the gentle scent of rain-kissed moss and honeysuckle. Each evening, as the great clock tower chimed 7 times, the villagers would light their lanterns, and the cobblestone streets would glow like pathways of fallen constellations. But lately, something peculiar had begun to happen. It started with the flowers. Old Man Hemlock's prized midnight blue petunias, which usually bloomed only under moonlight, began changing colors at odd hours, shifting to lavender at dawn, then butter yellow by midday. Then came the whispers about the stars. Young Finn, who loved stargazing from his attic window, was the first to notice. Each night, one more star seemed to be missing from the sky, as if plucked gently from the heavens like a berry from a bush. But the oddest happening of all was the way time seemed to flow backwards in small, harmless ways. Mrs. Gadberry's freshly baked apple pies would sometimes cool and return, unbaked, to their doughy state. Raindrops would occasionally pause mid-fall and drift upwards. No one was frightened, only deeply curious. In the heart of Willowbrook lived a quiet, observant young girl named Lyra. She noticed things others often overlooked, the way the morning dew clung to spiderwebs like tiny pearls, the particular rhythm of the wind chimes outside the bakery, and the hidden meanings in the nursery rhymes the elders sang. It was Lyra who first connected the strange events to an old verse sung by the village children. When petals dance in daylight hue, and stars forget the paths they knew, when clocks unwind and pies unbake, the forest's heart begins to wake. Find the map the moon has drawn, before the final star is gone. Lyra decided to investigate. With a small satchel of ginger biscuits and a warm woolen cloak, she set out just as the first drops of a gentle rain began to patter against the cobblestones. The sound was soothing, like 1,000 tiny fingertips tapping lullabies. Her first clue led her to the village library, where ancient maps hung faded and forgotten. The librarian, a kind woman with spectacles perched on her nose, showed Lyra a map of the valley drawn on what looked like moth-wing parchment. This map, the librarian whispered, is said to change with the phases of the moon. And indeed, as Lyra looked closely, she saw that the illustration of the forest seemed to shift ever so slightly, as if breathing. Following a trail of silver moss that only appeared under rain-soaked moonlight, Lyra ventured into the whispering woods. The trees here grew close together, their leaves forming a canopy that shimmered with trapped starlight. Wind chimes made of seashells and copper hung from low branches, tinkling softly in the breeze. Deep in the woods, she met a badger wearing a tiny waistcoat, who was muttering to himself as he tried to remember where he'd buried his favorite teacup. This, Lyra thought, must be a red herring, a distraction. But being empathetic, she helped the badger search, and together they found not only the teacup, but a hidden grove where the flowers grew in perfect spirals, each petal holding a dewdrop that reflected a missing star. "Thank you, dear child," said the badger, sipping tea from his recovered cup. "You know the stars aren't missing, they're hiding, they're afraid." "Afraid of what?" asked Lyra softly. But the badger only shook his head and offered her a lavender biscuit before shuffling away. Lyra continued her journey, now following a path of glowing mushrooms that pulsed in time with the distant clock tower chimes. She met other creatures along the way, a family of squirrels knitting scarves from dandelion fluff, an owl reading a book of poetry upside down, each offering small clues that seemed like distractions but instead revealed wonderful secrets about the forest. Finally, she reached the Heartwood Glade, where the oldest tree in Willowbrook stood. Its bark was etched with markings that mirrored the constellations. And there, curled at the base of the tree, was a small, shimmering creature no bigger than a hare, with fur like melted starlight and eyes that held the deep blue of twilight. It was trembling. Lyra approached slowly, her steps silent on the velvety moss. "Hello," she whispered. "I'm Lyra. Are you the one who's been borrowing our stars?" The creature looked up, its eyes wide. "I am," it said in a voice like wind through pine needles. "I am a starling. My family lives in the constellations, but our youngest sibling fell to Earth weeks ago. I've been trying to find them, and I thought if I took stars from the sky one by one, I could build a ladder back up. But I grew lonely and afraid, and my magic began to unravel. That's why time flows strangely and the flowers change color. My sorrow affects the world around me." Lyra sat beside the starling. "We can't help you look," she said gently. "You don't have to do this alone." That night, Lyra returned to Willowbrook with the starling hidden in her cloak hood. She gathered the villagers in the town square, where lanterns swung gently in the drizzling rain. She explained everything, and the community decided to help. Using the old nursery rhyme as a guide, they deciphered the moon-drawn map together and realized the fallen star was not lost at all. It had been sleeping in the clock tower, nestled among the gears, lending its light to make the chimes sound sweeter. With the help of the badger's teacup, which turned out to be a magnifying glass, the squirrel's dandelion scarves, which could catch starlight, and the owl's upside-down poetry, which contained a forgotten constellation chart, they reunited the starling with its sibling. As the two stars embraced, their light swelled, filling the sky with a brilliance that returned every missing star to its rightful place, and added one more, shining even brighter than the rest. The strange happenings ceased. The flowers bloomed in their proper colors, time flowed forward once more, and Mrs. Gadberry's pies stayed perfectly baked. But Willowbrook was changed in the best of ways. The villagers now took time to gaze at the stars together, to share stories, and to help one another with even the smallest of tasks. And Lyra. She became the village's gentle guardian of mysteries, always ready to listen, to observe, and to remind everyone that even the most peculiar problems can be solved with empathy and friendship. Now, as the clock tower chimes echo softly through the valley, and the wind whispers through the chimes, the stars above Willowbrook shine just a little brighter, knowing the village below is full of kind hearts ready to welcome wonder in each other. Story 8. The evening air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of wood smoke and distant rain, as the last sparks from the campfire danced upward like fireflies seeking the stars. A boy named Leo watched them rise, his breath making soft clouds in the moonlight, his fingers tracing the carved wooden music box he always kept in his pocket. Its surface was worn smooth from years of touch, and when he opened it just a crack, a single silver note hung in the air, a tiny, perfect sound that seemed to pull at the very fabric of the night. That note grew not in volume, but in presence, until it wrapped around Leo like a gentle breeze, lifting him from the grassy hill where he'd been sitting. Up he drifted through layers of mist and starlight until the earth below was no more than a memory painted in shadow. He wasn't afraid. There was a rightness to it, as though he'd been called home to a place he'd never known. He landed softly on something that felt like warm, woven velvet, yet gave gently under his feet. All around him towers spiraled into the sky, not of stone or metal, but of cloud stuff spun into intricate shapes, glowing with a soft, pearlescent light. This was Nimbus, the city built among the clouds, where pathways were made of condensed starlight and buildings hummed with a low, harmonious vibration. Leo could taste the air, clean and sweet, like rain-washed mint and something else, something musical. He wasn't alone. Drifting toward him came creatures shaped like softly glowing orbs, trailing strands of light like living comets. They didn't speak with words. Instead, they moved in patterns, and as they did, the air filled with chimes, gentle, questioning notes that rose and fell like questions. One orb, slightly larger and glowing a warm gold, hovered before him. It pulsed, and a cascade of soft bell-like sounds brushed against Leo's mind, carrying meaning without language. Welcome, traveler. You have come at the turning. Leo found he could answer, not with his voice, but with his music box. He opened it fully, and the familiar lullaby his grandmother had taught him spilled into the air. The golden orb shimmered brightly, and the other orbs gathered close, their light brushing against his hands. Where they touched, warmth spread, and he understood. They were the Lumina, keepers of the sky's song, and their world was fading. The great crystal spire, which stood at the city's heart and conducted the music of the spheres, had grown quiet. Without its resonance, the pathways between worlds were dimming, the colors of the sky softening toward gray. The Lumina could not repair it alone, for the spire responded not to force but to memory, to the essence of home carried in a willing heart. And so Leo's journey began. The golden Lumina, he thought of it as Sola's, guided him along the starlight strand, a road that glimmered underfoot like a river of frozen light. It led them downward through layers of cloud and mist into a place where the air grew still and carried the scent of old paper and ozone. They entered the archive of echoes, a library that existed between moments, where shelves stretched into impossible distances and books hummed with stories yet unwritten. Here, knowledge was felt more than read. Leo brushed his fingers along a spine made of woven light, and a scent filled the air, vanilla and dried lavender, as a memory not his own unfolded behind his eyes. A girl laughing under a foreign sun, the taste of sea salt on her lips. Sola's pulsed gently, pulling him back. They were seeking the tome of resonance, which held the song that could awaken the crystal spire. The library's guardian, a being made of shifting, swirling ink and light, emerged before them. It had no true form, but in its center glowed a kind heart, and it communicated not with sound, but with temperature, warmth for approval, coolness for caution. It sensed the music box at Leo's side and drifted closer. Leo played his grandmother's melody once more, and the Inkai form rippled with pleasure, radiating a cozy heat like a hearth in winter. It led them to a book that felt like living velvet and smelled of thunderstorms and damp earth. This was what they needed. But the book was silent. Its pages, when touched, offered only a faint vibration, like a forgotten dream. Sola's dimmed slightly, its light flickering with sorrow. It was then that Leo understood. The tome needed not just a song, but his song, the one he carried from home. He sat on the floor that felt like cool, smooth marble and placed the music box before him. As its melody began, he didn't just let it play. He poured into it every memory of home, the smell of baking bread on winter mornings, the feel of his wool blanket, the sound of his grandmother's voice singing him to sleep, the taste of wild strawberries in summer, the sight of sparks rising from a campfire into a starry sky. The tome began to glow. The ink on its pages swirled and lifted, forming shapes in the air, a spinning galaxy, a blooming flower, a rising phoenix, each emitting a unique chord that wove into the melody from the music box. The guardian hummed with contentment, and Sola's brightened until the entire archive was filled with a brilliant, joyful light. They returned to the crystal spire, which rose like a mountain of frozen music, its facets dull and silent. Leo placed his hand upon it, the tome's newly awakened song swirling around him like a visible breeze of shimmering notes. He closed his eyes and thought of home, not just the place, but the feeling. Safety, love, belonging. A deep, resonant tone began in the base of the spire, vibrating up through Leo's bones. It climbed clear and strong, and as it reached the top, the spire erupted into a symphony of light and sound. Colors cascaded down its length, auroras of emerald, sapphire, and gold, and the very air thrummed with renewed life. The pathways of Nimbus brightened, the cloud towers glowed with fierce joy, and the lumina danced in the air, their chiming laughter a celestial choir. Sola's hovered before Leo, its light so warm and bright it felt like a hug. It brushed against his cheek, and in that touch, Leo felt a profound gratitude and a promise that the door between his world and theirs would always be open to him. The journey back was a gentle drift downward, carried on a melody that was now part of the sky itself. Leo landed softly on the dewy grass of his hill, the first hints of dawn painting the horizon in pastel shades. The music box in his pocket was warm, and when he opened it, the tune that spilled out was the same, yet richer, as if it now held the echo of cloud chimes and starlight. He knew, as he walked toward home, that he carried more than memories. He carried a connection, a thread of light and music tying his world to one of wonder, a reminder that even the smallest heart, filled with the essence of home, can restore harmony to the universe. And that night, as he slept, his dreams were filled with the gentle glow of friends made of light, and the soft, endless music of the spheres, singing him into a deep and peaceful rest. Story 9. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between two gentle hills, lay the village of Glimmerbrook. It was a place where the cobblestones shimmered with morning dew, where wind chimes made of crystal and silver sang soft melodies in the breeze, and where the clock tower at the village square kept time not with harsh bells, but with the gentle, rhythmic chime of raindrops falling into a copper basin. Each hour was marked by a single clear plink, and the villagers set their days by this watery music. But one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars usually began to twinkle awake, young Finn noticed something peculiar. The sky remained a deep, unbroken indigo. Not a single star shone overhead. The moon, usually bright and cheerful, seemed lonely and dim without its sparkling companions. Finn, a quiet child with thoughtful eyes and a habit of noticing things others overlooked, sat on his windowsill, his chin resting in his hands. The usual night sounds were different. The wind chimes in the garden played a slower, sadder tune, and the plink from the clock tower's water clock seemed to hesitate, as if unsure of itself. The next morning the village awoke to more strangeness. Old Mrs. Higgins, who ran the apothecary, found that her sunflowers had turned a soft, sleepy blue overnight. Mr. Barley the baker discovered that his freshly baked cinnamon buns had lost their swirls. They were now perfectly smooth, though just as delicious. And young Finn, walking to the town square, noticed that the puddles from last night's gentle rain reflected not the sky above, but a sky full of stars that were no longer there. A soft murmur of curiosity rustled through Brook. The villagers gathered under the clock tower, their faces lit by the warm, golden light of lanterns, for the sun seemed hesitant to fully rise. "Perhaps it's the work of the shadow spinners," whispered one villager, though everyone knew the shadow spinners were gentle weavers of dreams and not prone to mischief. "Or maybe the stars are simply tired and need a rest," suggested another. But Finn noticed something else. As the water clock plinked the hour, he saw that the ripples in the copper basin moved not outward, but inward, as if time itself were flowing backwards. That afternoon, Finn visited the village library, a cozy building that smelled of old paper and lavender. The librarian, a kind woman with spectacles perched on her nose, helped him find a book of ancient nursery rhymes, said to be written by the founders of Brook. One rhyme in particular caught Finn's eye. "When stars do hide and colors slide, and time forgets its way, seek the map the moon has made, at the closing of the day. Follow where the reflections lead, to find what's gone astray." Finn's heart beat a little faster. A map made by the moon. He thought of the starry puddles. That evening, as the sky darkened into a starless navy blue, he took a small lantern and went to the village square. He knelt by a rain puddle near the clock tower and gazed into its depths. There, shimmering on the water's surface, was a perfect map of constellations, but not as they usually were. The stars were connected by lines that formed a path leading toward the oldest oak tree in the Whispering Woods. Just then Mr. Barley came by, carrying a basket of his smooth but still warm cinnamon buns. "Looking for stars in puddles, Finn?" he asked with a warm smile. "I was looking for the swirls in my buns this morning. Found none, but little Lily from next door said they taste better this way. Easier to share, she says, since there's no swirl to argue over." He offered Finn a bun and wandered off, humming. Finn smiled, munching on the sweet bun. A red herring, but a delightful one. The missing swirls weren't part of the mystery. They were just a change, and one that brought a small joy. The next clue came from the wind chimes. As Finn stood under the old oak tree, the crystal chimes hanging from its branches played a series of notes that sounded almost like a tune. Finn recognized it, an old lullaby his grandmother used to sing, about the moon weaving a blanket of light for the stars. He noticed that one of the chimes, shaped like a crescent moon, had a tiny inscription, "Only the patient ear hears the true hour." Patient. Finn sat down under the tree, closed his eyes, and listened. Beyond the rustle of leaves, beyond the distant plink of the water clock, he heard it, a faint, rhythmic sound like a heartbeat. It was coming from the base of the tree. Gently he brushed away the layer of moss and fallen leaves. There, nestled among the roots, was a small, silver pocket watch. But its hands were moving counterclockwise. Finn picked it up carefully. As he held it, he felt a strange sensation, a memory of sitting with his grandmother, listening to her stories, feeling completely safe and loved. The watch was warm to the touch. He realized then that this wasn't a thing of mischief, but of sadness. The watch belonged to someone who missed the past, who wanted to turn back time. Just then, a soft sound made him look up. Old Mr. Hemlock, the clockmaker, stood there, his eyes kind but filled with tears. "I made that watch for my wife," he said softly. "She loved the stars. She used to say that each one was a memory, shining down on us. When she passed, the stars felt too far away. I tried to make time slow down, even reverse, just a little. I adjusted the water clock, hoping to delay the nights without her. I never meant to hide the stars themselves." Finn understood. Mr. Hemlock's loneliness had subtly affected the magic of Glimmerbrook, for the village was woven with the emotions of its people. The backwards flowing time had caused the stars to hide. They weren't gone, but waiting. The color-changing flowers and the missing swirls were just echoes of time's confusion. "The stars aren't lost, Mr. Hemlock," Finn said gently. "They're waiting for you to remember them with joy, not sadness." Together, they returned to the village square. Mr. Hemlock, with Finn's help, readjusted the water clock. As he did, the plinks grew clearer and more confident. The wind chimes picked up a hopeful melody. And then, one by one, the stars emerged overhead, brighter than ever, as if they had been polished by the night itself. The blue sunflowers gradually returned to their golden hue, though many villagers decided they rather liked the blue and asked Mrs. Higgins if she could grow more that color next season. The next evening, the entire village gathered under the starry sky with blankets and lanterns. Mr. Barley brought cinnamon buns, some with swirls, some without, and everyone shared stories of loved ones they missed and memories that made them smile. The stars seemed to twinkle in agreement, and the moon beamed down, full and warm. Mr. Hemlock sat among them, a peaceful smile on his face. He had brought a telescope, and he showed the children how to find the constellations, telling them the stories behind each one. Finn lay on his back, listening to the comfortable murmur of the villagers, the gentle plink of the water clock, and the soft song of the wind chimes. The mystery was solved not through fear or urgency, but through patience, observation, and empathy. And the community of Glimmerbrook, wrapped in the soft blanket of night and shared understanding, felt closer than ever before. As the clock tower chimed the final hour with a clear, soothing plink, Finn felt his eyes grow heavy. The stars above seemed to whisper a lullaby of their own, a promise that some things, like kindness and connection, never fade, they only shine brighter with time. And with that comforting thought, the village of Glimmerbrook drifted into peaceful dreams, under a sky once again filled with gentle, watchful light. Story 10. The rain tapped gently against the window pane, a soft rhythm like tiny fingertips asking to come in. In the quiet of the old house, the only other sounds were the whisper of the fire in the hearth and the occasional creak of the floorboards settling into the evening. It was in this hush that a young girl named Cora found herself exploring the attic, the scent of cedar and memories filling the air like invisible smoke. Cora had always loved the attic. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, where generations of her family had left little pieces of their lives behind. There were trunks filled with yellowed lace and faded photographs, shelves crowded with porcelain figurines and forgotten books, and boxes that held the gentle ghosts of Christmas past. Tonight her fingers brushed against something cold and smooth tucked beneath a stack of quilts. It was a pocket watch, its silver case tarnished with age, but still solid and weighty in her palm. When she opened it, instead of numbers, the face was etched with delicate symbols, a feather, a teardrop, a leaf, and a flame. And where the hands should have been, there was only a single shimmering crystal that seemed to hold a tiny, swirling galaxy within it. Tick-tock, whisper clock, came a voice so soft it might have been the house itself sighing. Cora started, nearly dropping the watch. But there was no one there, only shadows and dust motes dancing in the lamplight. "Hello," she whispered. "Time to listen, not to speak," the voice murmured again, and this time she realized it was coming from the watch itself. The crystal pulsed with a soft, silvery light. Just then, a plump tabby cat named Barnaby leaped gracefully onto an old rocking chair, his tail twitching with interest. "Curious thing that," he purred, his voice like gravel wrapped in velvet. "Haven't seen that watch since your great-grandmother's day. They called it the heartbeat watch. Doesn't measure hours, measures moments." A small, bright-eyed mouse peeked out from behind a wooden spool of thread. "Oh yes, it listens to the heart of things," she squeaked, her voice quick and light as a dandelion seed on the breeze. "My great-great-great-grandmother told me about it. It shows you what truly matters when time feels lost." Cora looked from the cat to the mouse, then down at the watch in her hand. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Barnaby stretched lazily. "It shows you the way when you feel stuck, but the journey isn't outside, it's in here." He tapped a paw gently against his chest. As if in answer, the watch began to glow more brightly, and the crystal spun slowly, casting shifting patterns of light across the attic walls. The symbols around the face seemed to shimmer, and Cora felt a strange pulling sensation, not in her feet but deep in her heart. "The first memory is waiting," the watch whispered. "Follow the feather." And so began Cora's extraordinary journey, a journey that would not take her beyond the walls of the house, but rather deeper into its soul and into her own. The feather symbol glowed brightest, and without quite knowing how, Cora found herself standing not in the attic, but in a sunlit garden that existed somewhere between memory and dream. The air smelled of lavender and freshly turned earth. There, kneeling among the flowers, was a young woman with kind eyes and dirt-smudged cheeks, Cora's great-grandmother as a girl. "Hello, little one," she said, though she couldn't quite see Cora. "I've been waiting for you." In her hands she held a wounded sparrow, its wing bent at an awkward angle. "Sometimes," she murmured, smoothing the bird's feathers with infinite patience, "the bravest thing we can do is be still, to wait, to trust that healing comes in its own time." Cora watched, her own breathing slowing to match the gentle rhythm of her great-grandmother's hands. She saw how the bird, initially trembling, gradually grew calm under that steady, compassionate touch. After what felt like both a moment and an eternity, the sparrow stirred, tested its wings, and flew away, a little wobbly but full of hope. "Courage is not always loud," the watch whispered softly. "Sometimes it is a quiet song sung in the dark." The garden faded, and Cora found herself back in the attic, though the scent of lavender lingered for just a heartbeat. Barnaby was washing his paws with an air of satisfaction, and the mouse was nibbling on a crumb of shortbread she'd produced from somewhere. "Next is the teardrop," squeaked the mouse helpfully. "That one's tender, you'll need a soft heart." Indeed, the teardrop on the watch face had begun to shine with a gentle, blue light. This time the pull was softer, sadder. Cora closed her eyes, and when she opened them, she was in a cozy parlor where a fire crackled merrily. A younger version of her own mother sat on the rug, looking small and forlorn, holding a porcelain doll with a cracked face. "It was an accident," her mother whispered to the empty room, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. "I didn't mean to drop her." From the hallway, Cora's grandmother entered, her footsteps quiet on the Persian rug. She didn't scold or fuss. Instead, she sat down beside her daughter and put an arm around her. "Oh, my dear," she said softly. "Some things break, and that's all right. We can mend what we can, and we can love what remains." She produced a small pot of glue, and together, they carefully pieced the doll back together. The cracks remained visible, thin white lines across the porcelain cheeks, but the doll was whole again, changed but not ruined. "Kindness begins with understanding," the watch murmured, its voice like a distant bell. To forgive others, we must first forgive ourselves. Back in the attic, Cora found her own cheeks were wet. Barnaby nudged her hand with his head, a rumbling purr vibrating through her. "Heavy stuff, the past," he said, "but necessary, like a good stretch after a nap." The leaf symbol was next to awaken, glowing with a fresh, green light. This journey felt different, lighter, full of rustling whispers and dappled sunlight. Cora found herself standing at the edge of a forest within a forgotten painting that hung in the hallway downstairs. The leaves on the trees shimmered with 1,000 shades of green, and the air hummed with life. There, sitting on a mossy log, was her older brother, looking younger and more uncertain than she'd ever seen him. He was trying to whittle a piece of wood into a whistle, but his hands were clumsy, and frustration was etched on his face. "Patience, young craftsman," came a warm, earthy voice. An old badger emerged from the ferns, his spectacles perched on his nose. "A tree does not grow in a day. It drinks the rain, basks in the sun, and endures the wind. Each ring tells a story of patience." He showed her brother how to hold the knife, not with force, but with guidance. How to let the wood reveal its shape, rather than trying to impose one. Slowly, shaving by tiny shaving, a form began to emerge. It wasn't perfect, but it was honest. And when her brother finally blew into it, the sound was clear and sweet, echoing through the memory forest. "Cleverness is not haste," the watch chimed gently. "It is the wisdom to move with the rhythm of the world, not against it." The final symbol, the flame, began to burn with a warm, golden light. This pull was the strongest yet, not fearful, but fervent. It led Cora down into the very heart of the house, to the kitchen where the real fire in the hearth was still crackling. But in this memory, the kitchen was filled with the smell of baking bread and cinnamon, and her entire family, past and present, were gathered around the table, laughing and talking over one another. In the center of it all was her father, trying to light the candles on a birthday cake, but the matches kept sputtering out. Everyone was offering advice, suggesting different angles, holding up napkins to block drafts. The more they fussed, the more the matches failed. Then her father did something simple. He stopped. He took a deep breath, smiled, and struck one last match. He cupped his hand around it gently, creating a tiny, sheltered space. The flame caught and held, steady and bright. One by one he lit the candles, and the room filled with a warm, golden glow. The greatest challenges are overcome not by force, but by creating a space for hope to grow, the watch whispered, its voice now as familiar and comforting as the fire itself. Cora blinked and she was back in the attic, the silver watch warm in her hand. The symbols had faded and the crystal was still once more. But she felt different. Lighter, fuller, as if she'd traveled 1,000 miles and yet never left the room. Barnaby stretched and yawned. "Well, now you've collected them all, feather, teardrop, leaf, and flame, courage, kindness, patience, and hope. The watch isn't a map for outside journeys, it's a mirror for the heart." The little mouse nodded vigorously. "And now you know, the secrets were never in the watch, they were always in you, in your family, in this house." Cora closed the watch, holding it gently. She understood now. The magical item wasn't the watch itself, but the memories it guarded. The extraordinary secret was that ordinary life, with all its quiet moments of love and learning, was the greatest magic of all. She carried the watch downstairs and placed it on the mantelpiece, where the firelight could dance across its silver case. Then she curled up in her favorite armchair, pulling a soft blanket around her shoulders. Barnaby leaped into her lap, purring like a little engine, and the mouse found a cozy spot in the pocket of her cardigan. Outside, the rain had softened to a gentle patter. The fire crackled inside, painting the room in warm, shifting hues. Cora closed her eyes, not to sleep, but to simply be, to feel the weight of the moments she had witnessed and the lightness of the wisdom they had left behind. She had journeyed far, measured in heartbeats and understanding. And she had returned home, safe and certain, wrapped in the cozy knowledge that the greatest adventures are the ones that teach us how to love, how to heal, and how to be brave in the smallest, most important ways. And the watch on the mantel, now just a silent silver thing, held its secrets close, waiting for the next curious heart ready to listen. Story 11. Deep within the heart of the world, where the sun's last rays had long since faded into memory, lay the ancient forest of Whisperwood. Here the night did not bring darkness, but a different kind of light, a soft, silver glow that dripped from the moon like honey and pooled in the clearings, illuminating the secret life of the woods. The air itself hummed with a gentle magic, older than the oldest stone, wiser than the wisest root. In this realm of moonbeams and moss lived a small, curious hedgehog named Thistle. While other creatures of the day had long since tucked themselves into burrows and hollow logs, Thistle was just beginning his evening. His quills were dusted with silver pollen, and his bright, black eyes missed nothing. Tonight, however, he felt a peculiar stirring, a soft pull in his chest, like the faintest tug of a spider's thread. It drew him away from his usual path along the fern-lined trails and deeper into parts of the forest, even he seldom explored. He soon found himself in a starlit clearing he had never seen before. At its center stood the grandfather oak, so ancient his bark was like carved silver, and his leaves whispered secrets even the wind had forgotten. Perched on a low-hanging bough was Orlin, the great horned owl, whose feathers were the color of twilight and whose eyes held the patience of the moon itself. "You feel it too, little one," Orlin said, his voice a soft, low rumble like distant thunder. It was not a question. Thistle nodded, his nose twitching. "The forest feels restless, as if it's holding its breath." Orlin blinked slowly. The season of dreaming approaches, the time when the woods must settle into deep slumber to gather strength for the spring. But the heart of the forest, the Lumina glade, has not yet been prepared. Its guardian has grown weary and forgetful. Thistle's ears perked. "The Lumina glade, I've only heard stories." "It is where the first moonlight touched the earth," Orlin explained. "Where the trees speak in rustles, the streams in murmurs, and the stones in vibrations too deep for most ears to hear. Its bioluminescent moss must be awakened by the first winter rainfall, or the magic will fade, and the forest's dreams will grow thin and troubled." Just then a gentle rain began to fall, not a storm, but a soft, sighing shower that kissed the leaves with a sound like 1,000 tiny bells. Thistle knew this was the signal. The first winter rain had come, and the glade must be prepared before it ended. "How do I find it?" Thistle asked, determination firming his small voice. Orlin inclined his head toward a path barely visible between two towering firs. "Follow the weeping willow's song, listen for the stream that babbles in reverse, trust what the stones tell your feet." And so Thistle set off, the rain a soothing whisper on the leaves above him. The forest seemed to lean in, guiding him. He soon reached a graceful willow, its long tendrils swaying gently, producing a melodic hum as the rain slid down its leaves. Thistle paused, closing his eyes. The sound was like a mother's lullaby, reassuring and warm. He pressed on until he came to a stream. But instead of flowing downward, it seemed to chuckle upward, its water catching the moonlight and throwing it back in glittering arcs. Thistle dipped a paw in and felt the vibration, a joyful, bubbling language that told him he was on the right path. The way grew steeper, lined with smooth, moss-covered stones. As Thistle walked, he paid attention to the feeling under his feet. Some stones felt warm and inviting, others cool and reserved. He stepped only on the warm ones, and as he did, they glowed faintly, lighting his way forward. At last the trees parted, and Thistle entered the Lumina glade. It was more beautiful than any story had described. The entire clearing was carpeted in moss that pulsed with a soft, blue-green light. Giant mushrooms glowed like lanterns, and fireflies drifted lazily, their light blending with the stars peeking through the canopy. But at the center of the glade lay the guardian, an ancient, weary badger, curled in a fitful sleep. Around him, the bioluminescent moss was dim, flickering uncertainly. Thistle approached softly. "Guardian," he whispered, "the rain is here. The glade needs you." The badger stirred, his eyes opening slowly. They were clouded with exhaustion. I dreamed I had already done it," he murmured. "The seasons blend together when one is as old as I." Thistle nuzzled the old badger's shoulder. "You don't have to do it alone. Tell me what to do." With great effort, the badger raised his head. "The moss must drink the starlight-infused rain, but it cannot pool or flood. It must be guided." He gestured with his nose toward a stone basin carved with ancient runes. "The water must be caught and sprinkled gently, like dew." Thistle looked around. The rain was still falling, gentle but persistent. He knew he had to work quickly. Using his paws and his sturdy little body, he began to gather rainwater in large leaves, carrying them to the basin. But it was slow, and the rain was already beginning to lessen. Just then a family of raccoons emerged from the shadows, their eyes bright and helpful. Without a word, they joined him, using their deft hands to shape larger leaves into funnels. A nearby stream frog began to sing, and the sound seemed to draw the rainwater into delicate, controllable droplets. From the trees, Orlin watched, his presence a calm anchor. He did not interfere, only observed, his faith as steady as the ancient oak he called home. Working together, they guided the rainwater into the basin until it was full. Then, following the badger's whispered instructions, Thistle dipped a fern frond into the water and shook it gently over the moss. Where the droplets fell, the moss brightened immediately, glowing with renewed vigor. The raccoons followed his example, and soon the entire glade was awash in pulsing, gentle light. The badger sighed, a sound of deep relief and gratitude. "The forest may dream in peace now," he said. "Thank you, little one. You have reminded me that even guardians need friends." As the last of the rain faded, the Lumina glade shone brighter than ever before. The stones hummed contentedly, the trees rustled their approval, and the stream, now flowing normally, sang a clear, sweet song of thanks. Thistle made his way back to the starlit clearing where Orlin waited. "You listened," the owl said softly. "Not just with your ears, but with your heart. The forest spoke, and you understood its language." Thistle looked up at the sky, where the moon now shone clear and bright. "Will the forest dream well now?" Orlin's feathers ruffled in a silent laugh. "Thanks to you, its dreams will be deep and nourishing, and when spring comes, the magic will bloom stronger than ever." With a contented sigh, Thistle curled up at the base of the grandfather oak. The wind moved through the leaves above like a gentle breath, and the distant hoot of owls blended with the rustle of the trees. He felt the forest settling around him, sinking into a restful, magical slumber. And as he drifted to sleep himself, he knew that even in the deepest silence, the woods were always speaking, in the language of rain, the poetry of stones, and the gentle, glowing light of friendship. And that was a story worth dreaming on. Story 12. In a quiet valley nestled between sleepy hills, there lived a young boy named Leo, who often felt as though he were made of the same stuff as shadows, quiet, unnoticed, and a little bit lonely. His home was a small cottage at the edge of a whispering pine forest, where the wind hummed lullabies through the branches, and the stars seemed to dip low enough to brush the treetops. But on this particular evening, as autumn laid its chilly fingers upon the world, Leo sat by the hearth, watching the fire crackle and dance, feeling a familiar emptiness in his heart. His grandmother had once told him that every flame held a story, and if you listened closely enough, you could hear it whispering secrets from long ago. Leo leaned in, his breath still, and for a moment he thought he heard something, a soft, melodic hum, like a distant song carried on the wind. Then from deep within the glowing embers something caught his eye, a small, smooth stone, no larger than his thumb, pulsing with a gentle, amber light. It seemed to breathe in rhythm with the fire, glowing brighter with each pop and hiss of the burning wood. Curiosity stirred within him, warm and insistent. Carefully he reached into the hearth with the iron poker and nudged the stone onto the cool stone floor. It was warm to the touch but not hot, and as he picked it up, the light within it swirled like liquid honey. He closed his fingers around it, and a soft, reassuring warmth spread through his palm, seeping into his very bones. For the first time in a long while, he did not feel alone. That night, Leo dreamed of a forest path lined with silver moss and trees that leaned in as if sharing secrets. In his dream, the stone glowed brighter, guiding him forward until he stood before an ancient oak, its trunk wide enough to hide a dozen children. A door, nearly invisible among the grooves and knots of the bark, swung inward, and from within spilled a light so soft and inviting that Leo stepped through without hesitation. When he awoke, the stone was still nestled in his hand, its light now a steady, gentle thrum. And though the rational part of him whispered that it had only been a dream, something deeper, something woven into the very fabric of his spirit, urged him to return to the forest. So, as the first rays of dawn painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, Leo pulled on his warmest coat, tucked the glowing stone into his pocket, and stepped out into the crisp morning air. The forest welcomed him with the scent of damp earth and pine, and the path from his dream lay before him, real and unmistakable. With each step the stone pulsed softly, as if in encouragement. He walked for what felt like both moments and eternities, the world around him shifting in subtle ways. The sunlight filtering through the canopy seemed to glow with a richer gold, and the bird song held melodies he had never heard before. And then, just as in his dream, he found himself standing before the great oak. This time there was no doubt, the door was there, carved with symbols that shimmered like starlight. He pushed it open and stepped into a world unlike any he had ever seen. It was a hidden glen bathed in perpetual twilight, where fireflies drifted like floating embers and the air hummed with soft, musical notes. Flowers glowed with their own inner light, casting pools of blue and silver upon the mossy ground. At the center of the glen stood a tree made entirely of light, its branches swaying gently though there was no wind. And curled at the base of that tree was a creature Leo had only ever read about in forgotten storybooks, a small, fox-like being with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the wisdom of ancient forests. The creature lifted its head, and a voice, soft as rustling leaves, spoke in Leo's mind. "You have come." Leo knelt, his heart beating a little faster. "Who are you?" he asked, his own voice barely a whisper. "I am Ember," the creature replied, "guardian of the Glen of Whispers. And you, child of the outer world, carry a piece of our heart with you." Leo withdrew the stone from his pocket. It glowed brighter here, pulsing in time with the light of the tree. "This," Ember nodded, "it is a heartstone. It finds its way only to those who need it most. Tell me what brings you here." And so, sitting there in that soft, glowing twilight, Leo found himself speaking of things he had never voiced aloud. His loneliness, his quiet days, the way he sometimes felt invisible, like a shadow among light. Ember listened, its eyes kind and understanding. "You are not alone in feeling alone," Ember said gently. "Even here, in a place woven from magic and memory, there are moments of stillness that feel too vast to fill. But you have come seeking something, and that is the first ember of courage." For 3 days and 3 nights, Leo visited the Glen of Whispers. With each visit he learned more from Ember, how to listen to the stories carried on the wind, how to understand the language of the trees, and how to see the light within himself. Ember showed him hidden springs where the water shone like liquid silver, and meadows where the flowers sang soft lullabies as they bloomed. Leo's heart, once so quiet, began to hum with a new kind of music. But on the third night, as they sat beneath the light tree, Ember grew solemn. "The glen is fading," it confessed, its voice tinged with sorrow. "The heartstone you carry is one of 3. The others have been lost to time, and without them the glen cannot endure. The light you see is sustained by balance, and without all 3 stones, Ember did not need to finish." The faint tremble in the air said enough. "Where are the others?" Leo asked, his determination kindling like a newborn flame. "One rests in the Cave of Echoes, deep beneath the roots of the oldest mountain. The other sleeps in the Chamber of Stillness, behind the waterfall that never ends." "Both journeys are long and filled with challenges," Ember warned. "But you do not have to go alone." And so their true journey began. With Ember trotting gracefully at his side and the heartstone glowing warmly in his pocket, Leo ventured deeper into the hidden world. The path to the Cave of Echoes led them through tunnels glittering with crystal formations, where their footsteps echoed into countless whispers. At first the whispers were gentle, repeating fragments of happy memories, his grandmother's laughter, the crackle of the hearth, the scent of rain on dry earth. But soon the echoes turned darker, reflecting fears and doubts Leo had long buried. "You are not enough," the cave whispered in his own voice. "You are alone. You will always be alone." Leo faltered, his steps slowing as the words wound around his heart. But then he felt Ember's presence beside him, steady and calm. "Listen to the truth," Ember murmured in his mind. "Not the fear." Leo closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and focused on the warmth of the heartstone in his pocket. He remembered the kindness in Ember's eyes, the way the glen had welcomed him, the newfound courage unfolding within him. When he opened his eyes, the fearful echoes had softened, replaced by a new whisper, "You are not alone." There, nestled in a cradle of amethyst crystals, was the second heartstone. It glowed with a gentle violet light, and as Leo lifted it, the 2 stones pulsed in harmony, their light weaving together like twin melodies. Their next journey took them to the waterfall that never ended, a cascade of liquid light pouring silently from a cliff that seemed to touch the sky. Behind the waterfall lay the Chamber of Stillness, a place where time itself seemed to pause. To enter, they had to cross a bridge woven from moonbeams, fragile and shimmering. But as Leo stepped onto the bridge, it began to fade beneath his feet. Panic gripped him. Below was nothing but endless, star-dusted darkness. Ember, light as a breath, stepped onto the bridge beside him. "Trust the light within you," it urged. "Trust the friendship that guides you." Leo looked into Ember's steady gaze, then at the 2 stones glowing in his hand. He thought of how far he had come, not in steps, but in heart. And as he did, the bridge solidified beneath his feet, glowing brighter with each confident step. They crossed safely into the chamber. Inside, the air was so still it felt like a held breath. In the center of the room, floating above a pedestal of woven light, was the 3rd heartstone, radiating a calm, blue glow. But as Leo reached for it, a figure emerged from the shadows, a mirror image of himself, but with eyes full of doubt and shoulders slumped in sorrow. "Why do you seek this?" the reflection asked, its voice hollow. "You will only return to your lonely world. Nothing will change." For a moment, Leo hesitated. The words struck a chord deep within him. But then he felt Ember's soft fur brush against his leg, a silent reminder of the friendship that had grown between them. He thought of the glen, the whispers, the journey, how he had faced his fears and found strength he never knew he had. "I seek it," Leo said, his voice clear and sure, "because I have learned that light is meant to be shared, and I am no longer alone." The reflection smiled, a real, genuine smile, and faded like mist in sunlight. The 3rd heartstone drifted into Leo's waiting hand. With all 3 stones gathered, they returned to the Glen of Whispers. The light tree, which had begun to dim, now blazed with renewed brilliance, its branches stretching wide as if in gratitude. The glen itself seemed to sigh in relief, the colors growing richer, the music fuller, the air warmer. Ember turned to Lyra, its eyes glowing with pride and affection. "You have done more than restore balance," it said. "You have remembered how to shine." But Leo knew deep down that it was time to return home. The journey had changed him. He could feel it in the steadiness of his heart, the lightness of his spirit. He knelt and hugged Ember tightly, feeling the warmth of the creature's fur, the gentle beat of its heart. "Will I see you again?" he asked silently. Ember nuzzled his cheek. "Whenever you listen closely to the fire, or the wind, or the silence between heartbeats, I will be there. And remember, you carry a piece of the glen with you always." With the 3 heartstones now united and pulsing softly in his palm, Leo stepped back through the oak door and into his own world. Dawn was just breaking, painting the sky in soft pastels. He returned to his cottage, where the hearth had grown cold, and placed the 3 stones gently among the ashes. Immediately they glowed and a new fire kindled, a fire that burned with colors he had only seen in dreams, and a warmth that felt like friendship. That night, as Leo curled up beneath his blankets, he listened to the fire crackle and hum. And if he listened very closely, he could hear a familiar, rustling soft voice whispering stories of hidden glens and steadfast friends. He smiled, closed his eyes, and drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, knowing that he was, and always would be, part of something greater than himself. And in his dreams, he walked once more through the Glen of Whispers, hand in paw with a friend who had taught him that even the quietest heart can learn to sing. Story 13. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like golden fairies at play. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, wrapped in this cozy blanket of warmth and light, all was safe and still. Come closer, dear listener, and let me tell you a tale of a quiet soul who discovered that even the smallest light can guide us through the deepest dark. In a little cottage at the edge of a great whispering forest lived a young girl named Anya. She was a quiet child, with eyes the color of moss after rain and hair that fell in gentle waves like polished river stones. Anya loved the world, but she often felt she was watching it from a slight distance, as if through a pane of old glass. While other children raced through the village square chasing fireflies, Anya preferred to sit beneath the ancient oak tree, tracing the patterns of leaves against the sky. Her greatest comfort came from her grandmother's stories, tales of the forest that stretched behind their cottage, stories of gentle spirits and hidden wonders. But as much as she loved these stories, Anya never ventured beyond the first line of trees. The forest seemed too vast, too unknown, and she feared she might lose her way in its deep green shadows. One evening, as the autumn air grew crisp and the last light faded from the sky, Anya sat by her window watching the forest edge. The moon was but a sliver of silver, and the darkness between the trees looked deeper than ever before. Just as she was about to turn away, something caught her eye, a soft, pulsing light like a wandering ember drifting just beyond the first trees. It glowed with a warmth that seemed to push back the shadows, floating gently as if carried by an unseen breeze. Anya felt her breath catch. This was no firefly, its light was too steady, too purposeful. Without thinking, she found herself pulling on her warmest cloak and stepping out into the cooling evening. The light drifted deeper into the forest, and Anya followed, her footsteps soft on the carpet of fallen leaves. The air smelled of damp earth and pine resin, and the only sounds were her own breathing and the occasional rustle of some small creature in the underbrush. She expected to feel afraid, but the gentle glow ahead seemed to create a sphere of safety around her, pushing back both the darkness and her fears. After walking for what felt like both moments and hours, Anya found herself in a small clearing where the light hovered, pulsing softly. As she drew closer, she saw it was no ember, but a tiny creature, a wisp of light with delicate, shimmering wings that fanned the air like whispered secrets. It had no distinct form, merely a core of warm light that shifted between gold and amber, with trails of soft radiance flowing behind it like a comet's tail. "Hello," Anya whispered, her voice barely disturbing the silence. The light creature pulsed brighter for a moment, then began to move again, drifting toward the base of an enormous willow tree whose branches swept the forest floor like a green curtain. There, nearly hidden by the trailing leaves, was an opening, a doorway into the earth, framed by twisted roots that glowed with the same soft light as the creature. The light being hesitated at the entrance, pulsing gently as if waiting. Anya knelt, peering into the passage. Instead of darkness, she saw steps carved from smooth stone, illuminated by clusters of glowing mushrooms that dotted the walls like tiny lanterns. A warm, earthy scent drifted up, carrying the promise of safety and wonder. Taking a deep breath, Anya followed the glowing creature down into the earth. The air grew warmer as they descended, filled with the soft sound of distant water and the gentle hum of something she couldn't identify. The passage opened into a vast cavern, and Anya gasped. Before her stretched an underground world, with crystal formations that refracted the soft light into rainbows that danced across the cavern walls. Tiny bioluminescent plants carpeted the ground, pulsing with soft light in rhythm with some unheard music. Streams of warm water flowed between smooth stones, steaming gently in the cool air. And everywhere creatures of light moved gracefully, some like her guide, others shaped like floating leaves or drifting seeds of light. This was Glimmerdeep, a hidden realm where light took form and warmth was woven into the very fabric of existence. Her guide, who she learned was called a Glimmerwing, floated beside her, pulsing with what felt like pride and welcome. Over what might have been days or merely hours, time moved differently in Glimmerdeep. Anya explored this wondrous world. She met Lumina, a creature shaped like a floating maple seed, who communicated through patterns of light. She encountered gentle, slow-moving beings made of crystalline light, who sang in harmonies that vibrated through the stone. And everywhere she went, her original Glimmerwing guide stayed with her, its presence a constant comfort. But Anya noticed something troubling. The light of Glimmerdeep was fading. The crystals dimmed slightly each time she looked at them, the bioluminescent plants pulsed more slowly, and even the Glimmerwings seemed to move with less energy. When she asked her friend about this, the Glimmerwing led her to the heart of the cavern, to a magnificent crystal formation that pulsed with a slow, weary rhythm. At its center was a core of darkness, a shadow that seemed to be growing, leeching the light from the crystal. The oldest of the light beings, a venerable creature who took the form of a slowly rotating sphere of golden light, explained in images that flashed in Anya's mind. Glimmerdeep drew its energy from the connection between the world above and below. But fear had grown in the hearts of those above, fear of the dark, fear of the unknown, and this fear was starving their world of the warmth and light it needed to thrive. Anya understood then why she had been brought here. Her quiet nature, her willingness to see beyond surface appearances, her capacity to find wonder instead of fear, these were what Glimmerdeep needed. But knowing this and knowing what to do were different matters entirely. That night, or what passed for night in the eternal twilight of Glimmerdeep, as Anya rested on a bed of soft moss that glowed with its own gentle light, she thought of her grandmother's stories. She remembered tales of how light and shadow needed each other, how fear could be transformed through understanding. And she realized that the problem wasn't the darkness itself, but the fear of it. The next morning, she asked the Glimmerwing to take her to the fading heart crystal. Standing before it, she placed her hands gently on its cool surface and did something simple yet profound. She began to tell it stories. Stories of the world above, of children laughing in the sun, of families gathering around hearths, of the moon's gentle light on fresh snow. As she spoke, the crystal began to glow a little brighter. Encouraged, Anya spent what felt like days moving throughout Glimmerdeep, sharing stories with every being she met. She described the warmth of the sun on skin, the sound of rain on leaves, the way morning mist rose from the river near her home. And as she shared these memories, the light beings began to glow more brightly, their energy returning. But the shadow at the heart crystal remained. Anya realized that sharing light wasn't enough. She had to understand the darkness too. So she sat before the crystal and did something she had never done before. She welcomed the shadow. Instead of fearing it, she acknowledged its presence, recognized its right to exist. She understood that shadows weren't absence of light, but proof of it. As this understanding settled in her heart, something remarkable happened. The shadow at the crystal center began to shift, to transform. Instead of leeching light, it began to reflect it, becoming a dark mirror that multiplied the crystal's radiance. The heart crystal pulsed with new energy, and that energy spread throughout Glimmerdeep like a wave of warmth. The transformation was beautiful to behold. The cavern glowed with renewed brilliance, the light beings danced with joyful energy, and even the air seemed to hum with contentment. Anya had helped them not by fighting the darkness, but by understanding it. When the time came for Anya to return to her world, the beings of Glimmerdeep gathered to say farewell. Her Glimmerwing friend presented her with a gift, a small, smooth stone that pulsed with a soft, warm light. It was a piece of the heart crystal, transformed and filled with the essence of Glimmerdeep's gratitude. As Anya climbed back up to the forest, emerging into the cool night air, she found that the stone's light illuminated her path perfectly, showing her the way home without blinding her to the beauty of the night around her. When she reached her cottage, the first hints of dawn were coloring the sky. She placed the glowing stone on her windowsill, where it pulsed gently, filling her room with soft light and warmth. And Anya herself was changed. She still loved quiet moments, but now she understood that her quiet nature wasn't a barrier between her and the world. It was a bridge to deeper understanding. The next evening, as children gathered in the village square, Anya joined them. And when the younger children expressed fear of the growing darkness, she didn't dismiss their fears. Instead, she told them about Glimmerdeep, about how darkness isn't something to fear, but something that makes light more precious. She showed them her glowing stone and taught them how to appreciate the beauty of twilight, the comfort of shadows, the way moonlight made familiar paths magical. And so the village children learned to see the night not as something frightening, but as a time of gentle magic. They began leaving small offerings at the forest's edge, not out of fear, but out of respect for the hidden wonders that might exist just beyond sight. Anya visited Glimmerdeep many times after that, always welcomed as a dear friend. And each time she returned, she brought new stories to share, new understanding to strengthen the connection between the worlds above and below. Years later, when Anya had children of her own, she would tell them stories by the light of the glowing stone on their windowsill. She taught them that light and shadow need each other, that understanding is warmer than fear, and that sometimes the quietest among us have the most important things to say. And if you walk through that forest on certain evenings, when the light is just right and the world holds its breath between day and night, you might catch a glimpse of a soft light drifting between the trees. But you needn't fear it, dear listener. It's merely the Glimmerwings checking that the connection between our world and theirs remains strong, ensuring that light and understanding continue to flow between all who dwell in both darkness and light. The fire has burned low now, its embers glowing with the same warm light as Anya's stone. The night is deep and soft outside, full of gentle mysteries and quiet wonders. May your dreams be filled with soft light and understanding, and may you always remember that even the smallest glow can light the way home. Sleep well, dear listener, and know that you are safe and loved. The stories will wait for you until tomorrow. Story 14. Deep within the heart of the world, cradled by ancient hills and guarded by silent stars, lay the forest of whispering pines. This was no ordinary woodland. Here the moonlight did not merely shine, it pooled in silver puddles between the roots of trees, it dripped from leaves like liquid mercury, and it danced upon the forest floor in patterns only the night could read. The air itself hummed with a soft old magic, a lullaby composed by the earth for those who knew how to listen. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy as a pearl in the velvet sky, a young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His name was Rowan, and though his paws were still small, his heart was vast with curiosity. All around him the forest whispered. The trees spoke in creaks and groans, the language of growth and time. The stream babbled over smooth, dark stones, telling stories of distant mountains and hidden springs. Even the moss-covered rocks murmured secrets of rains long past and suns yet to rise. But tonight the whispers felt different. A tension threaded through the usual nightly chorus. The stream's babble was softer, hesitant. The leaves rustled with a note of concern. Rowan twitched his ears, trying to understand. A soft glow caught his eye. Clusters of tiny mushrooms spiraling up an old birch trunk pulsed with a gentle, blue-green light. Fireflies, like living embers, drifted lazily through the air, tracing glowing paths that only they could follow. Yet even their light seemed dimmer than usual, their dance a little slower. Something is sleeping when it should be waking, a voice, deep and calm as the forest floor, spoke from above. Rowan looked up. Perched on a low-hanging branch of the great oak, the oldest tree in the forest, its bark etched with the memories of centuries, was Orin, the elder owl. His feathers were the color of twilight, and his eyes held the patience of the moon itself. He was not stern but kind, not distant but present. He watched over the forest not as a ruler, but as a guardian. "What do you mean, Orin?" Rowan asked, his voice small in the vast quiet. Orin blinked slowly. The stream of whispers has grown quiet. Its song usually carries the dreams of the forest from root to canopy, from stone to star. But tonight its voice is faint. Without its music, the seasonal magic cannot turn. The time of renewal approaches, yet the stream slumbers. Rowan's whiskers trembled. The stream of whispers was the lifeblood of the forest's magic. Its gentle flow ensured that the cycles of rest and rebirth continued, that flowers knew when to bloom, that trees knew when to shed their leaves, that creatures knew when to wake and when to dream. "What can be done?" he asked. Orin shifted on his branch, the sound like soft velvet brushing against bark. "The stream has forgotten its own song. It needs to remember. Sometimes memory returns not by being told, but by being shown. You must follow the stream to its source, the moonlit spring, high in the mossy rocks where the starlight drinks. There you may help it remember." And so, with a heart both nervous and brave, Rowan set off. The path was faint, woven between ferns that glistened with dew and under arches of willow that trailed their fingers in the quiet water. As he walked, he listened. He heard the gentle pitter-patter of a light rainfall beginning, each drop kissing leaves with a sound like tiny bells. He felt the wind sigh through the pine needles, a soothing rush that carried the scent of damp earth and night-blooming flowers. He came upon a family of hedgehogs curled in a hollow, their soft snoring harmonizing with the rustle of their nest. A badger paused in its digging to nod solemnly at him, its eyes knowing. They did not speak in words, but in presence, a shared understanding that the forest was a living, breathing being, and each creature played a part in its song. The stream guided him, its waters dark and silent, but for the soft gurgle where it curled around stones. Rowan walked until his paws ached, until the trees grew taller and the air thinner. At last he reached a place where the rocks rose high and glistened with moisture, and where the moonlight fell in a pure, unbroken column. There, in a basin of smooth stone veined with silver, lay the moonlit spring. It was perfectly still, its surface like dark glass. No bubbles rose. No current stirred. It was as if the water itself was holding its breath. Rowan sat beside it, unsure. How does one help water remember? He thought of Oren's words, not by being told, but by being shown. So he began to hum. It was a soft, uncertain sound at first, but then he remembered the songs of the forest. He hummed the melody of the wind through the pines. He hummed the rhythm of the rainfall on broad leaves. He hummed the deep, grounding murmur of the stones beneath his paws. Still, the spring did not stir. Then, from the corner of his eye, he saw movement. A glowworm had inched its way onto a nearby fern, pulsing softly. A moth with wings like powdered silver alighted on the water's edge. Fireflies gathered, drifting like floating stars. They began to pulse in time with his humming, their lights reflecting in the dark mirror of the spring. And then something wonderful happened. As the light danced upon the water, the spring began to glow from within. Faint at first, then brighter, a soft, ethereal blue that rose from the depths like waking dreams. The surface of the water shivered. A single bubble rose and popped with a sound like a tiny chime. Then another, and another. The spring was remembering. It began to murmur, then to babble, then to sing, a clear, bright melody that echoed the very music Rowan had hummed. The water stirred, flowing once more, spilling over the edge of the stone basin and trickling down the mossy rocks, gathering strength as it went. Rowan watched, his heart swelling. The stream was waking up. He followed the renewed water back down the path, and as he went, he saw the change. Where the stream touched, the bioluminescent fungi brightened, pulsing in joyful rhythm. The fireflies dipped and swirled in exuberant loops. The leaves rustled with relief, and the stones hummed with contentment. By the time he returned to the starlit clearing, the stream of whispers was full and musical once more, its song weaving through the trees, carrying with it the promise of renewal. The air felt lighter, sweeter, brimming with the magic of the turning season. Oren was waiting, his eyes warm with approval. "You did not tell the water to flow," he said softly. "You reminded it what it means to be alive. Sometimes we all need a gentle nudge to remember our own song." Rowan curled up at the base of the great oak, tired but deeply content. The rainfall had softened to a mist, each droplet a tiny prism in the moonlight. The wind whispered through the leaves like a loving sigh. The stream murmured its endless story, now bright and clear once more. And as Rowan drifted into sleep, he knew that the forest was safe, not because it was without challenge, but because it was full of friends who listened, who cared, and who helped each other remember the music within. The moon dipped lower, painting everything in silver. Somewhere an owl hooted softly. Somewhere a frog croaked in rhythm with the water. And the ancient forest of whispering pines settled into a deep, peaceful rest, cradled by the night, loved by the stars, and forever humming its gentle, magical song. Story 15. The air tasted of honey and starlight as Lena drifted upward, carried by a current of warm wind that smelled like freshly baked bread and distant rain. Below her, the world had shrunk to a tapestry of twinkling lights and shadowy forests, but above, oh above, lay the floating islands of Etheria, where cities were woven from clouds and rivers of liquid light flowed gently between them. Lena had always been a dreamer, her pockets filled with smooth river stones and her heart with questions. Tonight she hadn't meant to journey so far, but a trail of golden sparks had risen from her fireplace, swirling like fireflies beckoning her onward. Clutched in her palm was a small, worn locket, a gift from her grandmother, that hummed softly with a familiar warmth and carried the scent of old books and lavender. It was her tether to home, a reminder of where she began even as she ventured into the unknown. Her first steps onto the nearest cloud island felt like walking on velvet moss. It yielded gently under her feet, springing back with each step as if the very ground were breathing. Pillars of crystallized mist rose around her, catching the moonlight and scattering it into soft rainbows that danced across her skin. In the distance she could hear a faint, melodic chiming, like wind brushing through countless glass chimes. Following the sound, Lena soon found herself at the edge of a grove, where trees of silver and pearl swayed without wind. Their leaves, delicate as lace, shimmered with inner light, and from their branches hung fruits that glowed like captured stars. And there, moving among them, were creatures unlike any she had ever seen. They were slender and graceful, with bodies that seemed formed from swirling nebula and stardust. They had no mouths, but their long, slender fingers trailed light as they moved, and when they noticed Lena, they didn't startle. Instead, they turned toward her, and the air around them began to vibrate with soft, harmonic tones, a language of resonance rather than words. One of them drifted closer, and Lena felt not fear, but a deep and calming curiosity. It extended a hand, and though it didn't touch her, a warmth spread through Lena's chest, accompanied by a feeling, an understanding, that these beings were the starlight weavers, guardians of the celestial melodies that held the Cloud Islands aloft. But something was wrong. The music felt frayed at the edges, trembling where it should have been steady. A sadness lingered in the vibrations that brushed against her skin. The tallest of the weavers gestured for Lena to follow. They led her to the heart of the grove, where a great tree of echoes stood, its bark like mother of pearl and its roots sunk deep into the cloud below. But instead of radiating steady, pulsing light, it flickered weakly. One of its major branches was dim, and the music there was faint and faltering. Lena didn't need words to understand. The tree was ill, and without its full strength, the islands would slowly drift apart, the music fade, and the light that sustained this world would gutter out. She opened her locket. Inside was not a picture, but a small, luminous seed her grandmother had called a heartstone. For when you feel lost, she'd said, it remembers the way home. Lena had always thought it was just a pretty trinket, but now, in this place of light and music, the stone glowed brighter than ever before. Hesitantly, she reached out and placed the locket against the tree's faltering branch. At once the heartstone flared, its light merging with that of the tree. A wave of warmth passed through Lena's fingertips, and the air filled with the rich scent of blooming night flowers and morning dew. The branch began to pulse anew, softly at first, then stronger, its light flowing back into the tree like a returning tide. But it wasn't enough. The tree needed more, not just light, but connection, memory, feeling. Lena closed her eyes and let her mind drift. She thought of home, the crackle of the hearth, the weight of her quilt, the sound of her grandmother humming softly as she knitted. She remembered the smell of cinnamon and apples, the texture of worn wooden floors under bare feet, the comfort of a shared silence. She poured all of it into the tree, through the heartstone, through her touch. And the tree responded. Light burst forth in gentle waves, flowing down through the roots and out along the branches. The starlight weavers gathered close, their bodies humming with restored harmony, their light touch brushing against Lena's arms like a grateful embrace. The music that filled the air was no longer sad. It was triumphant, layered with gratitude and joy, a symphony that resonated in Lena's bones and made her heart swell. When she finally stepped back, the tree of echoes stood radiant, its light steady and strong, its music clear and true. The islands around them seemed to draw closer, tethered once more by the restored song. The weavers led her to the edge of the island, where a bridge of woven moonbeams arched toward the world below. One of them pressed something into her hand, a small, smooth stone that glowed with a soft inner light and pulsed in time with her heartbeat. It smelled of night-blooming jasmine and fresh rain. As Lena crossed the bridge, the world slowly solidified around her. She found herself standing once more in her own room, the last of the golden sparks settling like dust in the moonlight. Outside her window, the stars seemed to shine a little brighter, and the air carried a faint, sweet melody on the breeze. She curled up beneath her blankets, the weaver's gift still warm in her hand, her grandmother's locket resting once more against her chest. She had gone seeking wonder, and she had found it, not just in floating cities and creatures of light, but in the understanding that home isn't a place you leave behind. It's something you carry within you, a light that can heal, a memory that can restore, a love that can bridge even the whitest skies. And as she drifted into dreams, Lena knew she would always hear the music of the starlight weavers, a gentle, humming lullaby reminding her that she was never alone, and that every world, no matter how enchanted, is knitted together by kindness. Story 16. The night was a deep velvet blanket, pricked with silver stars, when a single spark rose from the campfire and danced upward on a warm current of air. It twirled and spun, and as it did, it seemed to pull the very edges of reality with it, weaving a doorway of shimmering light. Through that doorway stepped a young dreamer, clutching a small, smooth pine cone from the forest near their home, a tiny piece of earth to remind them where they'd begun. They found themselves standing on a pathway of soft, luminous moss that wound through a wood unlike any they had ever seen. The trees were not of bark and leaf, but of spun sugar and starlight, their branches heavy with blossoms that chimed like silver bells in the gentle breeze. The air itself carried the scent of rain-kissed petals and distant honey, cool and sweet against the skin. This was the Glimmerwood, a place between waking and dream. As they walked, small creatures began to emerge from the undergrowth, will-o'-the-wisps with wings like stained glass, who did not speak in words, but in pulses of colored light. One, the color of a summer sky, drifted close and touched their hand. A feeling of gentle curiosity washed over them, followed by an image of a path leading upward, toward floating islands draped in cloud. Guided by these luminous friends, the dreamer soon arrived at the base of a colossal, spiraling staircase made of intertwined roots and morning mist. Each step was as soft as a cloud and as solid as ancient stone. With the pine cone held tightly, they began to climb, higher and higher, until the forest below became a sea of emerald and gold. At the top lay the cloud cities, clusters of crystalline structures that floated serenely, connected by bridges of rainbow light. The cities hummed with a music that was felt more than heard, a vibration that resonated in the bones and soothed the spirit. Here the inhabitants were beings of air and melody, their forms shifting like northern lights, communicating through harmonic tones that wove into complex, beautiful songs. But the dreamer noticed something amiss. The music, though still lovely, carried a note of sorrow, a faint, trembling discord. One of the air beings drifted near, its form shimmering with soft blues and grays. It sang a questioning tone, and though there were no words, the dreamer understood, the heart of their music, the great resonance that echoed from the Aurora caverns deep below, was fading. Without it, their songs would lose their magic, and the cloud cities would slowly drift apart, lonely and silent. Touched by this silent plea, the dreamer nodded. They would help. A path downward soon revealed itself, not a staircase this time, but a flowing river of liquid moonlight that carried them gently from the sky and into the embrace of the earth. The air grew cool and carried the scent of damp stone and ozone, like the moment after a thunderstorm. The river deposited them at the entrance of a vast cavern, its ceiling alive with cascading ribbons of light, purple, green, and gold, that danced without sound. This was the Aurora Cavern, and its silence was profound. In the center of the cavern stood a great, crystalline tree, its branches reaching toward the shifting lights. But the tree was dim, its light faltering. Around its base lay creatures of stone and gem, motionless, their usual language of gentle touch and vibrational hum stilled by the growing silence. The dreamer approached slowly, the pine cone warm in their hand. They remembered the stories told beside crackling fires, how every living thing holds a song inside, and how sometimes all a silent heart needs is a reminder. Kneeling, they placed the pine cone at the base of the crystal tree. It was a small thing from a familiar world, but it held the memory of wind through pines, of rustling leaves, and of sturdy, enduring growth. As if in response, a soft pulse of light traveled from the pine cone into the roots of the tree. Then another. The tree began to glow, faintly at first, then brighter, its light climbing the branches like awakening fireflies. The aurora overhead brightened, its colors deepening, and a low, beautiful hum began to resonate through the cavern, a tone so pure it felt like a heartbeat returned to the world. The stone creatures stirred, lifting their heads, touching one another with gentle taps that created a rhythmic, joyful percussion. The air itself seemed to sigh in relief, filling with the scent of fresh dew and blooming night flowers. The dreamer felt a soft touch on their shoulder. One of the sky beings from the cloud cities had descended, its form now brilliant with gold and rose. It sang a grateful, soaring melody that wrapped around them like a warm embrace, and in that song they understood the deepest lesson of all, that every world, every heart is connected by small acts of kindness, and that even the simplest thing carried from home can help heal a universe. Guided back to the mossy path of the Glimmerwood, the dreamer took one last look at the enchanted realm, now thrumming with restored music and light. The doorway of sparks reappeared, and they stepped through, back into the familiar night, the campfire still crackling softly. They kept the pine cone, now faintly glowing with a gentle inner light, and knew that whenever they held it, they would remember the silent language of light and touch, the joy of a harmony restored, and the truth that we are never too small to help, and never too far from home to find our way back. And with that warmth in their heart, they drifted into a peaceful, dream-filled sleep. Story 17. In a little house at the edge of a sleepy village, where the roof tiles were warmed by the afternoon sun, and the windowsills were just wide enough for a cat to curl upon, there lived a quiet child named Leo. Leo had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that noticed things others often overlooked. The way dust motes danced in sunbeams, the particular pattern of frost on a window pane, and the secret language of creaks the old house spoke after dark. One rainy afternoon, when the world outside was painted in shades of gray, and the gentle pitter-patter of raindrops played a soothing rhythm on the roof, Leo found himself with nothing to do. His mother suggested he might explore the attic, a place he'd always been a little nervous to visit alone. With a deep breath that smelled of old wood and lavender sachets, Leo climbed the narrow staircase, each step groaning softly under his weight like a sleepy giant stirring from a long nap. The attic was a treasure chest of forgotten things. Trunks with brass clasps stood like loyal soldiers along the walls, and old furniture draped in white sheets looked like kindly ghosts resting after a long life of service. Dust floated in the slanted light from the round window, swirling like tiny galaxies. It was there, tucked behind a basket of yellowed letters and a porcelain doll with one chipped smile, that Leo found it, a small wooden music box. It was unassuming at first glance, carved from dark cherry wood, with a pattern of vines and flowers winding around its sides. But when Leo lifted the lid, instead of a ballerina popping up to twirl, there was a tiny, intricate map painted on the inside of the lid, depicting a forest Leo had never seen, with silver streams and golden paths. And where the metal cylinder should have been for the music mechanism, there was instead a small, velvety hollow, empty, waiting. Just then a soft rustle came from a nearby stack of books. Out scurried a plump mouse with whiskers that twitched with curiosity. "That," said the mouse in a voice like the crinkling of tissue paper, "is not for playing tunes. That is for finding your way when you are lost." Leo, though startled, felt more wonder than fear. "Are you talking?" he whispered. "Only to those who listen," replied the mouse, cleaning his whiskers with tiny paws. "My name is Barnaby, and that music box is a compass of courage. It doesn't point north, it points toward what you need most to find within yourself, but it needs a heartstone to work. Without it, it's just a pretty box." "Where is the heartstone?" asked Leo, his fingers tracing the velvety hollow. Barnaby's nose wiggled. Lost long ago, it rolled away during a great sadness and was never found. But the story goes that it hides wherever courage is quietly growing, often in plain sight. Just then, a large, fluffy ginger cat leaped soundlessly onto an old chest, her tail swaying like a feather duster. She purred, a sound like a tiny, contented thunderstorm. "Barnaby, must you always be so dramatic?" she said, her voice a low, warm hum. "You'll frighten the child." "I am not dramatic, I am informative," huffed Barnaby. The cat blinked slowly at Leo. "I am Juniper, and what our nervous friend says is true. The Heartstone is missing, but I have always believed it is not truly lost, only waiting, perhaps for you." Leo held the music box carefully. "How will I know it?" "It will feel like a heartbeat when you touch it," Juniper purred. "And it will glow with a soft, golden light, like captured sunlight." And so began Leo's journey, not one of miles through dangerous lands, but one of quiet attention and gentle bravery. He decided he would search the house, room by room, for the missing Heartstone. His first stop was the garden shed, where his grandfather's old gardening tools rested. The shed smelled of damp earth, sweet peas, and memories. As Leo stepped inside, the door creaked shut behind him with a soft thud. For a moment he felt a flutter of panic in his chest. It was dark, and the shapes of rakes and shovels looked like long-limbed shadows. But then he heard a faint, rhythmic tink-tink-tink. There in a corner hung a wind chime made of sea glass and shells, gently knocking together in the breeze slipping through the cracked window. Leo remembered his grandfather telling him that each piece of glass had been smoothed by the ocean's patience. Patience, Leo thought. That was a kind of courage, too. He looked carefully among the flower pots and seed packets, but found no stone that pulsed like a heartbeat. Next, he tiptoed into the kitchen, where his mother was humming and rolling out dough for apple pies. The room was warm and fragrant with cinnamon and love. On the windowsill sat a row of smooth stones his little sister had collected from the creek, each one gray and ordinary. Leo picked each up, holding it in his palm, waiting for a glow. None came, but his mother smiled at him. "Looking for something special, my dear?" she asked. He nodded, and she kissed his forehead. "You'll find it," she said softly. "You have a seeker's heart." His search continued through the cozy living room, where the fire crackled and popped in the hearth, and the clock on the mantel tick-tocked like a steady, reassuring heartbeat. He checked under cushions, behind books, near the basket of knitting wool, but still no Heartstone. As evening drew near, painting the sky in hues of lavender and peach, Leo began to feel discouraged. He sat on the bottom step of the staircase, the music box on his lap. Maybe Barnaby and Juniper were wrong. Maybe the stone was gone forever. Just then he heard a small, worried sound, a faint whimper coming from under the staircase. Leo knew that sound. It was Pip, the family's old terrier, who sometimes hid there during thunderstorms. Carefully, Leo crouched down and peered into the dark space. Two nervous eyes glinted back at him. "It's all right, Pip," Leo whispered. "The storm is over." But Pip whined again, shuffling backward. Leo realized Pip wasn't afraid of the weather anymore. He was stuck. A tangle of old scarves and leashes had wrapped around his back paw, and he couldn't free himself. Without a second thought, Leo crawled into the cramped, dusty space. It was dark and smelled of dog and mothballs. Pip licked his hand gratefully but trembled. "SHHH, it's okay," Leo murmured, his voice steady even though his heart was beating quickly. His fingers worked nimbly, patiently untangling the knotted fabrics. He didn't pull or rush. He gently loosened each loop, talking softly to Pip all the while. As the last knot gave way, Pip sprang free and wagged his tail so hard it thumped against the wall. Thump, 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 thump. And there, where Pip's paw had been trapped, something glinted in the dim light. It was a small, smooth stone, no bigger than a marble, with a warm golden glow. As Leo reached for it, he felt a soft, pulsing warmth, like a tiny heartbeat against his palm. He had found the heartstone. With the stone held carefully in one hand and the music box in the other, Leo returned to the attic. Barnaby and Juniper were there waiting, the mouse nibbling on a crumb and the cat washing her paw with great dignity. "You found it," squeaked Barnaby. Juniper purred louder. "We never doubted you." Leo placed the heartstone into the velvety hollow of the music box. It fit perfectly. At once the map on the lid began to shimmer, the silver stream seeming to flow and the golden paths to brighten. Then the most beautiful music began to play, a melody that sounded like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, like a mother's lullaby, like the purr of a contented cat, and like the steady, brave beat of a heart that had faced its fears. And Leo understood. The journey hadn't been about the stone at all. It had been about the courage to look, to listen, to care. The music box hadn't guided him to the stone, it had guided him to himself. That night, as Leo lay in bed, the music box on his bedside table played its soft, soothing tune. Outside, the leaves rustled a gentle accompaniment, and far in the distance, the village bells tolled the hour with a deep, peaceful bong bong bong. Juniper curled at the foot of his bed, purring like a little engine of comfort, and even Barnaby had found a spare sock to make a nest in nearby. Leo closed his eyes, breathing in the safe, cozy scent of home. He had gone on a great adventure without ever leaving the house, and he had returned with the greatest treasure of all, the quiet knowledge that courage was not about being unafraid, but about being kind and steady even when you are. And as the music box played its lullaby, Leo drifted into dreams filled with golden paths and gentle friends, knowing that some journeys are measured not in miles, but in heartbeats. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. In the sleepy valley of Willow Brook, where chimney smoke curled into plum-colored sunsets and cobblestone paths glistened with morning dew, a peculiar mystery began to unfold. It started with old Mrs. Thimblewick's prize-winning roses. Overnight, their vibrant petals turned as clear as raindrops, though they still smelled sweeter than honeycake. Then came the floating teacups in Mr. Bramble's bakery, drifting lazily above the scone trays without spilling a drop of chamomile brew. Finally, the village children discovered their knitted mittens humming soft lullabies whenever worn. Whispers fluttered through the maple groves like autumn leaves. What magic is this? Young Clara, with eyes like moss agates and a curiosity as deep as the wishing well, decided to unravel the riddle. She tucked her notebook into her apron pocket, filled her pockets with sugar-dusted biscuits, and set out beneath a sky streaked with dove-gray clouds. Her first clue came near the brook, where she found dewdrops hovering midair like tiny crystal bells. "Something's dancing where it shouldn't," she murmured, sketching the phenomenon with a charcoal pencil. Seeking wisdom, Clara climbed the hill to the cottage of Elder Rowan, whose beard held more stories than the village library. His home smelled of dried lavender and slow-brewed wisdom tea. Ah, he chuckled, stroking his silver beard as Clara described the floating dewdrops. Nature's shyest children are stirring, but mischief without malice needs gentle eyes to see it. He gifted her a spyglass carved from moonstone, a lens that revealed invisible footprints glittering like crushed starlight on the mossy banks. Following the trail, Clara wandered into the whisperwood, where ancient trees murmured secrets to the wind. There she met Flicker, a squirrel with fur like spun copper and a tail that shimmered when excited. Troubles brewing by the Glimmer Pond, he chattered, nibbling Clara's offered biscuit. The pond sprites are restless, their queen's crown has gone missing. Flicker led her through fern-choked paths to the pond, where water lilies glowed like submerged lanterns. Sure enough, tiny, translucent sprites darted frantically beneath the surface, their usual joyful bubbles replaced by worried sighs. Clara observed quietly. The sprite's magic, usually confined to polishing pebbles and guiding tadpoles, was spilling into Willow Brook, unintended ripples of their distress. Using Elder Rowan's spyglass, she spotted faint scorch marks near a hawthorn bush. Fireflies don't burn leaves, she mused. Flicker scampered up the tree, returning with a clue, a single thread of iridescent silk, finer than spider web. Moon moth silk, he declared. Only night gardeners weave it. Under a buttermilk moon, Clara and Flicker crept to the night garden, a hidden meadow where lunar moths tended blossoms that bloomed only in starlight. There, perched on a foxglove trumpet, sat Seraphina, a moth woman with wings like stained glass. Her antennae drooped guiltily. I borrowed the crown, she confessed, voice like rustling petals. The queen's crown holds starlight to help our midnight blooms, but when I returned it, it vanished from the pond's edge. Her wings fluttered anxiously, scattering prism dust. Clara pieced it together. The scorch marks were from Seraphina's hurried flight, the silk thread a snag from the crown. But who took it? Back at Glimmer Pond, Clara studied the muddy shore. Among the sprite footprints, she spotted larger, webbed impressions. Frogs don't wear crowns, giggled Flicker. Then, a glint beneath a willow root. There lay the crown, tangled in fishing line beside a dented tin pail. Old Finn, the nearsighted fisherman, often mended nets here at dawn. At daybreak, Clara found Finn by his boat. He admitted, scratching his head. Thought it were a fancy bobber. Took it home for me tackle box. Finn's cottage overflowed with useful finds, bottle cap medals, button brooches, and there, gleaming among fish hooks, the Sprite Queen's crown, a delicate circle of water reeds and captive starlight. The resolution bloomed like dawn. Clara returned the crown to the tearful queen, who rewarded Willowbrook with a promise. Henceforth, sprites would borrow magic openly. Each morning they'd weave dewdrop chimes in misses, Thimblewick's garden, float teacups as Bramble's bakery alarms, and stitch humming tunes into mittens to warm small fingers. Seraphina gifted Finn firefly lanterns for night fishing, while Elder Rowan displayed the moonstone spyglass in the village hall, a reminder that mysteries unravel sweetest with kindness and watchful eyes. That evening, as Clara curled by her hearth, the mittens on her hands hummed a soft, contented melody. Outside, the clear roses caught the moonlight like living stained glass, and the air shimmered with the gentle magic of secrets understood. In Willowbrook, even the quietest puzzles nestled into place, cradled by friendship and the soft, sure rhythm of a world where every mystery ended with a lullaby. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Silas tended his moonpetal garden with trembling fingers. Each morning he checked the exact height of the silvery blooms, the precise angle of their glowing faces towards the east, the moisture level of the deep violet soil. Change was Silas's quiet dread. It whispered in the shifting wind and lurked in unexpected clouds. He preferred the gentle predictability of his walled garden, where everything stayed exactly as he nurtured it to be. Beyond the weathered stone walls, the whispering woods pulsed with wild magic and untamed growth, a thought that tightened Silas's chest. One crisp autumn morning, Silas found his prized moonpetals drooping. Their usual radiant silver glow had dimmed to a dull pewter, and the soft chime they made at dawn was silent. Panic fluttered in his throat like a trapped moth. He checked the soil, the sunlight, the alignment of the protective crystals. Everything was exactly as it should be. Yet the plants were fading, their magic waning. The fear of losing them, the fear of this unwanted change, felt like a cold stone in his stomach. His friend Bryn, whose cottage nestled at the very edge of the whispering woods, found him staring helplessly at the wilting flowers. Bryn's hair was perpetually tangled with leaves, and her eyes held the deep green wisdom of the forest. "They feel your fear, Silas," she said softly, her voice like rustling parchment. "Moonpetals thrive on gentle acceptance, not rigid control. They sense the storm inside you." "But I haven't changed anything," Silas protested, his voice tight. "Everything is perfect." Bryn knelt, brushing a fingertip against a drooping petal. It shivered faintly. "Perhaps perfect isn't what they need anymore. Perhaps they need to change, and you need to let them. The woods might hold an answer. The Heartstone Glade is stirring." The Heartstone Glade. Silas had heard whispers of it, a place deep within the whispering woods, where the oldest magic pooled, reflecting the inner state of those who entered. Legend said it could show your true self in its crystalline waters. The thought of venturing so deep into the unknown, where paths shifted and shadows danced, filled him with icy dread. Yet the sight of his beloved moonpetals, their light flickering like a dying candle, pushed him. He couldn't lose them. With a deep, shuddering breath, he agreed. Bryn led the way, her steps sure and silent on the mossy path. Silas followed, his heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird. The air in the woods smelled rich and ancient damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet tang of unseen berries. Sunlight dappled through the canopy in shifting patterns, illuminating vibrant emerald ferns and clusters of luminous blue mushrooms. Every rustle, every creak of a branch felt amplified. Silas flinched when a squirrel chattered overhead, scattering acorns. "Breathe, Silas," Bryn murmured, pausing by a stream where water chuckled over smooth, gray stones. The woods sense tension, they respond to openness. She dipped her hand into the cool water, and tiny, phosphorescent fish darted around her fingers, leaving trails of soft light. See, no harm, only curiosity. As they walked deeper, the path became less defined. Silas stumbled over a hidden root, catching himself on the rough bark of an ancient oak. He felt a gentle thrum beneath his palm, a slow, steady pulse that echoed the beat of his own heart, calming him slightly. He looked up. High in the branches, a figure made of woven twigs and autumn leaves watched him with eyes like polished amber. Kaelen, the forest guardian, rarely seen but always present. "You carry winter in your spring," Kaelen's voice whispered, not from the figure but from the rustling leaves all around. "The garden fears the wild, yet the wild nourishes the garden. Let the walls down, little caretaker. Let the light find its new shape." Silas shivered, the words resonating deep within his fear. Was his own rigidity, his terror of change, what was truly harming the moonpetals? Was he the wall stifling their light? Finally, they reached the Heartstone Glade. It was a small clearing bathed in ethereal light that seemed to emanate from the very air. In its center lay a pool of water so clear it was almost invisible, reflecting the vibrant canopy above like a perfect mirror. Ringing the pool were smooth, milky white stones that pulsed with a soft, internal light. The air hummed with a deep, resonant energy, peaceful yet profoundly alive. "Look into the waters, Silas," Bryn said, her voice barely a breath. "See what the Heartstone shows you." Trembling, Silas stepped to the edge of the pool. He saw his own reflection first, pale face etched with worry lines, eyes wide with apprehension. But as he focused, the image shimmered. He saw his walled garden, but the walls were impossibly high, thick with thorns, casting deep shadows over the moon petals within. He saw himself frantically measuring, pruning, trying to force the plants into unchanging forms, while their light dimmed under his anxious touch. The reflection shifted again, showing the whispering woods vibrant, chaotic, teeming with life in constant, beautiful flux. Vines embraced trees, flowers bloomed in unexpected bursts of color, streams changed course, and everything felt interconnected, pulsing with healthy, dynamic magic. He saw the fear in his own mirrored eyes, fear of the wildness, fear of losing control, fear of becoming something different. Tears welled in Silas's eyes, blurring the vision. The truth was undeniable. His fear wasn't protecting the garden, it was suffocating it. He had built walls not just of stone, but of rigid expectation, shutting out the very elements of growth and renewal. He sank to his knees beside the pool, the cool moss soft beneath him. "I'm afraid," he whispered, the admission carried away by the glade's gentle hum. "I'm afraid of what happens when things change, when I might need to change." As he spoke his fear aloud, something remarkable happened. A single tear fell from his cheek into the crystalline water. Where it landed, a tiny, perfect silver flower bloomed instantly on the surface, a miniature moon petal, glowing with pure, soft light. It floated for a moment, then dissolved into shimmering motes that drifted upwards like fireflies. The water rippled. Silas's reflection shimmered once more. This time he saw the garden walls crumble gently, not into ruin, but into low, moss-covered borders. Sunlight streamed freely onto the moon petals. He saw himself not rigidly measuring, but sitting peacefully among the plants, observing them with wonder as they stretched towards the light, their shapes slightly different, uniquely beautiful. He saw vines from the whispering woods curling over the low walls, bearing unfamiliar, star-shaped blossoms that complemented the moon petals' silver glow. He saw himself smiling, a quiet joy replacing the anxious lines on his face. He saw Bryn and Kaelen nearby, their presence a steady, supportive warmth. The reflection radiated peace and acceptance. A profound sense of calm washed over Silas, deeper than any he had ever known. It wasn't the absence of fear, but the understanding that change wasn't an enemy. It was the rhythm of life itself, the very force that allowed growth and beauty. He felt the rigid knot inside his chest loosen and dissolve, replaced by a gentle warmth, like the first rays of dawn after a long night. He looked up at Bryn, his eyes clear. "They need to grow," he said, his voice steady now, filled with a quiet wonder. "And so do I." Bryn smiled, a sunrise spreading across her face. "Then let's go home." The journey back felt different. The shifting shadows no longer seemed threatening, but playful. The rustling leaves sounded like welcoming whispers. Silas noticed details he'd missed before: the intricate pattern of frost on a spiderweb, the vibrant red flash of a cardinal's wing, the sweet scent of decaying wood nurturing new fungi. He felt connected, part of the vast, changing tapestry, not separate from it. Kaelen's twig and leaf figure watched them pass from a high branch, its amber eyes gleaming with quiet approval. When they reached the walled garden, Silas didn't rush to the moon petals. He stood before the heavy wooden gate, placing his palm flat against the weathered wood. He closed his eyes, remembering the vision in the Heartstone glade. He thought not of control but of trust, not of rigidity but of flow, not of fear but of possibility. He pushed the gate open. The change was immediate, magical. As Silas stepped inside, a gentle wave of silver light pulsed from the center of the garden, washing over the drooping moon petals. They shuddered, then slowly, gracefully, lifted their faces. Their glow intensified, not back to its old state, but into a richer, deeper silver, shimmering with hints of blue and violet. New buds swelled on stems that had seemed barren, unfurling into larger, more intricate blooms that chimed softly, a melody more complex and beautiful than before. The air hummed with their renewed magic, smelling like cool moonlight and fresh rain. Silas didn't measure. He walked slowly among them, feeling the cool, velvety petals brush his fingertips, listening to their gentle song. He saw that some stems leaned slightly, others curved uniquely, each bloom a distinct expression of moon-petal beauty. He noticed tendrils of Bryn's wild honeysuckle, which she'd planted long ago outside the wall, now finding tiny cracks in the stone and curling inward, their golden flowers adding warm counterpoints to the silver light. It wasn't the sterile perfection he'd clung to. It was vibrant, diverse, harmonious chaos. It was alive. He spent the afternoon simply being with his garden. He watered with a light touch, not a strict measure. He hummed along with the moon petals' chime. He welcomed the buzzing bees drawn to the honeysuckle. He felt a profound sense of peace settle over him, deeper than the quiet of routine. It was the peace of acceptance, of trusting the process of growth, both in his garden and within himself. That evening Bryn joined him, carrying 2 steaming mugs of spiced cider that smelled of cinnamon and cloves. They sat on a low stone bench Silas hadn't used in years, watching as the moon petals' glow intensified under the twilight sky, casting dancing silver shadows on the mossy ground. The low walls, now softened by vines and moss, felt welcoming, not confining. "They're more beautiful than ever," Bryn observed, her voice warm. Silas sipped the sweet, warm cider, feeling its comforting heat spread through him. "They needed to change," he said softly, watching a particularly large bloom slowly rotate to follow the rising moon. "And I needed to learn that change isn't loss, it's transformation. It's how we grow into who we're meant to be. Like the garden needed the wildness, I needed to let go of the walls I built." He looked at Bryn, his eyes reflecting the moon petals' gentle light. "Thank you for showing me the way." Bryn simply smiled and nudged his shoulder gently. Above them, in the branches of the old oak just outside the garden, Kaelen's amber eyes glowed softly, a silent guardian witnessing the quiet, magical bloom of courage and acceptance. The air was filled with the soft chime of moon petals, the hum of night insects, the comforting crackle of Bryn's small fire pit nearby, and the deep, peaceful sigh of the forest beyond the walls. Silas leaned back, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, no longer afraid of the changing seasons, the shifting winds, or the wild magic that flowed through everything. He had discovered the greatest magic of all, the courage to grow, held safe in the gentle embrace of friendship and the enduring beauty of a world forever renewing itself. The moon rose higher, bathing the transformed garden and the quiet watchers in its serene, silver light, a perfect lullaby for a heart finally at peace. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Milo had always wondered about the old oak tree at the edge of Willowbrook Meadow. Its branches twisted like silver ribbons under moonlight, and his grandmother once whispered that on midsummer nights, its hollow trunk shimmered with doorways to hidden realms. Tonight, as fireflies painted the air with golden speckles, young Milo noticed an unusual glow pulsing from the oak's roots, soft as a heartbeat, warm as fresh bread. Taking a deep breath of honeysuckle-scented air, he stepped through the shimmering archway into a place called the Glimmer Grove. Instantly, the world transformed. Trees towered like cathedral spires, their bark etched with glowing runes that shifted like liquid starlight. Instead of leaves, their canopies dripped with crystal dewdrops that chimed when breezes passed, filling the air with a lullaby of tiny bells. Mossy paths unfurled before Milo, carpeted in velvet-soft lichen that glowed emerald beneath his feet. The very air tasted of rain-kissed mint and melted honey, and warmth radiated from glowing stones nestled among ferns. His first friend appeared near a brook where water flowed upward in spirals, defying gravity. A creature no taller than his knee hopped forward, a mossling with fur like spun moss and eyes like polished acorns. It chirruped, offering Milo a luminous blue berry that burst with flavors of cloudberries and stardust. "Thank you," Milo whispered, and the mossling trilled happily, guiding him along a path lined with whispering lilies whose petals hummed gentle advice. Brave steps find bright paths. Deeper in the grove, Milo encountered the sky whale, a creature woven from twilight mist and constellations. It drifted soundlessly above a meadow of floating islands, its belly glowing with captured auroras. When Milo hesitated before a chasm spanned only by stepping stones of light, the sky whale exhaled a ribbon of shimmering fog that solidified into a bridge. "Courage builds its own road," rumbled the sky whale's voice, like distant thunder softened by velvet. Crossing it, Milo felt his own fears dissolve like sugar in tea. But the grove held gentle tests. In the valley of echo flowers, blossoms repeated every sound with mischievous twists. Milo's nervous gulp became a lion's roar, making him jump. Yet when he laughed at the absurdity, the flowers echoed joyous bells. Nearby, he found a starlight fox tangled in vines of glowing thorns, its silver fur dimming with distress. Remembering his grandmother's knitting lessons, Milo patiently untwined the vines, whispering kindness. Freed, the fox nuzzled his hand, and its tail scattered light like fallen stars, illuminating hidden footholds up a quartz cliff. At the grove's heart stood the lumina tree, its trunk swirling with every color ever dreamed. Here, the mossling, sky whale, and starlight fox gathered. "You helped without being asked," chimed the lumina's leaves. "Now let wonder reward you." The tree parted its roots, revealing a pool where liquid moonlight swirled. As Milo gazed in, he saw not just his reflection, but all the kindness he'd offered, the shared berry, the fearless crossing, the careful rescue, glowing brighter than the grove itself. He understood then, exploration wasn't about conquering the unknown, but befriending it with an open heart. When Milo stepped back through the oak's archway at dawn, Willowbrook Meadow seemed unchanged. Yet in his pocket nestled a single dewdrop from the lumina tree, cool and radiant against his skin. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the dewdrop glowed softly on his windowsill, a reminder that courage blooms in curious steps, that every kindness returns as light, and that the world holds enchanted corners for those brave enough to look. And in his dreams, crystal bells chimed him back to the Glimmer Grove, where friends awaited his next adventure. Story 81. Leo always believed the woods behind his cottage held secrets. Not the ordinary kind, like where squirrels hid their acorns, but deeper, older mysteries. Every evening he'd sit by his window, watching fireflies blink like fallen stars above the ferns. But lately the lights had dimmed, leaving the forest cloaked in an unsettling gloom. On his 10th birthday, Leo's grandmother pressed a smooth, milky white stone into his palm. "This," she whispered, her eyes crinkling like dried apple peels, "is a moonstone. It belonged to your great-great-grandmother, who could see what others couldn't. Keep it close when the world feels too dark." That night, unable to sleep, Leo crept into the woods, the moonstone warm against his skin. As moonlight filtered through the oaks, the stone began to glow, softly at first, then brighter, painting silver veins across the moss. Suddenly a path shimmered into view, woven from cobwebs and starlight, winding toward the ancient willow-heart tree. Its trunk, wider than Leo's cottage, pulsed with a faint, golden light. Heart pounding, Leo touched the bark. It rippled like water, and he tumbled through into a world drenched in twilight hues. Here, the air smelled of crushed mint and damp earth. Giant mushrooms glowed violet, and rivers of liquid amber flowed between roots. But the fireflies, now enormous, with wings like stained glass, drifted listlessly, their light sputtering. A small creature darted from behind a toadstool. No taller than Leo's knee, it had velvety fur the color of moss, ears like fern fronds, and anxious, lantern-yellow eyes. "You're human," it gasped, voice like rustling leaves. "I'm Pip, and you shouldn't be here. The glimmer is fading." Pip explained that this realm, the Valewood, thrived on light, especially the firefly's glow, which fueled the magic keeping the Valewood hidden. But a creeping chill was devouring the light, withering flowers and silencing the crystal crickets. "It started when the Shadowkin arrived," Pip murmured, pointing to Inkai smudges staining the tree trunks. "They're not evil, just lost, and terribly cold." Leo held up the moonstone. Its light flared, pushing back the nearest shadow. Pip's eyes widened. "The Heartstone, legends say it can mend broken light." Together they devised a plan: follow the Amber River to the Crystal Peaks, where the oldest fireflies nested. Perhaps there they'd find answers. Their journey was a tapestry of wonders and perils. They crossed the Bridge of Whispers, made of singing reeds that hummed warnings when shadows neared. In the moss grove they met elderly tortoises whose shells glittered with embedded quartz, who spoke in riddles. "To warm what's cold, seek not the blaze, but the spark within the haze." Deeper in the Valewood they faced the Shiverwind, a gust that stole warmth from bones. Leo shared his woolen scarf with Pip, wrapping them both tight, while the moonstone glowed like a tiny hearth. "Friendship," Pip chirped through chattering teeth, "is a good shield against the cold." One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow log, Leo noticed Pip shivering, wings drooping. "Your light's dimming too," Leo realized, horrified. Pip nodded. "The Shadowkin drain warmth just by being near. They're lonely, I think. Loneliness can make you cold." Leo remembered winters by his grandmother's fire, how stories and hot cocoa thawed his own solitude. An idea sparked. What if we helped them? At the Crystal Peaks they found the firefly nests, great geodes pulsing with frail light. But curled beside them was a Shadowkin. Unlike the smudges in the trees, this one had a shape, a wispy, wolf-like creature made of swirling smoke, with eyes like frozen ponds. It whimpered, reaching toward the fireflies, but recoiling as their light guttered. "It's hurting them by accident," Leo breathed. Stepping forward, Leo raised the moonstone. Instead of driving the Shadowkin away, he focused on the warmth Pip had kindled in his chest, the warmth of trust, of shared laughs under glowing mushrooms, of Pip braiding starflowers into his hair. The stone blazed, not with harsh light, but with a gentle, golden radiance. The Shadowkin flinched, then stilled as the glow washed over it. Slowly its smoky form softened, revealing fur as white as birch bark, and eyes thawing into warm amber. "You see me," it rasped. Its name was Frost, and it had wandered into the Valewood through a crack in the mountains, drawn by the firefly's glow but cursed with a chill that extinguished light. "I only wanted to be near something warm," Frost whispered. "But my touch brings frost." Leo understood then. Frost wasn't a thief, but a prisoner of its own nature. The trio huddled together, Leo's arms around Pip and Frost. Frost trembled. "I'm so tired of being cold." Pip placed a tiny paw on Frost's muzzle. "Let's share our warmth." Leo pressed the moonstone to Frost's chest. He poured every memory of kindness into it, Grandmother's stories, Pip's laughter, the tortoise's wisdom. The stone pulsed, and Frost's fur began to shimmer. Not with borrowed light, but with a soft internal glow, like dawn breaking through mist. As Frost's new warmth spread, the fireflies stirred. One by one their wings brightened, casting prismatic rays across the peaks. The shadowkin smudges on the trees dissolved, revealing woodpeckers with emerald feathers and squirrels that glowed like coals. The valewood itself sighed, roots uncurling, rivers running clear and bright. You mended the glimmer, Pip breathed. But the moonstone's light was fading. Leo knew his time here was ending. At the willowheart tree, Frost nuzzled his hand. "Thank you for seeing me." Pip pressed a luminous flower into Leo's palm. "Whenever you feel lost, this will glow, so you remember." Leo stepped through the rippling bark, emerging into his own woods just as dawn pinked the sky. Back home, the fireflies danced brighter than ever. Leo kept the moonstone on his windowsill. Some nights when the moon was full, he'd glimpse a moss-eared silhouette waving from the ferns, or feel a warm breeze that smelled of amber and mint. He'd smile, touching the now dull stone. It had taught him that light wasn't just to banish darkness, it was to welcome what lingered there, to offer warmth instead of fear. And in the quiet moments before sleep, Leo would whisper stories into the dark, knowing somewhere in the valewood, a creature with birch bark fur and gentle amber eyes was listening, finally warm at last. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where the mountains cupped it like gentle hands. Every cottage had smoke curling from its chimney, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke hung in the crisp autumn air. Young Felix, with eyes as bright as polished acorns, loved Bramble Hollow's quiet rhythms, until the morning the mysteries began. First, it was the pies. Mrs. Thistlewick's famous blackberry pie, cooling on her windowsill, vanished overnight, save for one perfectly triangular slice left on a porcelain plate. The next day, Mr. Oakenshaw found his prize-winning pumpkin missing a single, seedless wedge. Then the village sundial's shadow began tracing nonsensical patterns, pointing toward the whispering pines at noon and the duck pond at sunset. Soft, silvery giggles echoed down the lanes after twilight, leaving no footprints in the dew-kissed grass. Felix, wrapped in his patchwork scarf, decided to investigate. He carried a notebook and a pocketful of hazelnuts, useful for bribing woodland informants. His first stop was the mossy cottage of Old Fern, a gardener whose braided hair smelled of rosemary and rain. "Hum," Fern murmured, tending her moon petals that glowed faintly in the shade. "Magic's like a shy hedgehog, Felix. Poke too hard and it rolls up tight. Watch instead." She gifted him spectacles made of dandelion fluff and spider silk. These see what wishes to stay hidden. With the spectacles perched on his nose, Felix noticed shimmering trails, like heat ripples, leading from the missing pies toward the enchanted glade. There, beneath a grandfather oak, sat a family of luminous squirrels. Their fur sparkled like crushed stars, and they nibbled acorns with tiny, polite bites. "Oh, the slices," chirped the eldest, her tail twitching anxiously. "We only take what's offered to the wind. The crumb caller sings at midnight, and the treats appear on toadstool platters. We thought it was a gift." Felix's mind whirred. If not the squirrels, who? That night he hid behind a barrel near the sundial, Fern's spectacles gleaming. As the clock tower chimed 12, the giggles returned. The sundial's shadow quivered, then a small, translucent creature materialized. It resembled a cross between a dragonfly and a cloud, with wings like spun sugar and eyes like molten honey. It held a crumb of pie in its tiny hands, humming as it placed it precisely where the shadow pointed due east. "Hello," Felix whispered. The creature zipped behind a holly bush, vibrating with fear. "I won't hurt you. Are you the crumb caller?" Slowly it emerged, a crumble sprite, Fern explained later, drawn to forgotten treats and lost time. "I'm Pip," it peeped. "I tidy up crumbs so ants don't quarrel over them. But the sundial, it looked so lonely, stuck in one place forever. I thought if I fed it crumbs at happy moments, it might dance." Pip's wings drooped. "Instead, I broke it." The pieces clicked. Pip's crumb offerings were meant as sundial snacks, but each crumb absorbed a moment. Mrs. Thistlewick's sigh of contentment as she baked, Mr. Oakenshaw's chuckle when he harvested his pumpkin. When Pip placed them on the sundial, it replayed those emotions, spinning its shadow in joy. The giggles. Pip's flustered apologies when crumbs tumbled. Felix smiled. "You didn't break it, you made it feel." Together, they devised a plan. At the next village feast, everyone left a crumb on a windowsill for Pip. The sundial, now fed with shared laughter, settled peacefully. Pip became Bramble Hollow's keeper of small delights, polishing dewdrops and arranging fallen leaves into cozy beds for beetles. And every full moon, the villagers leave a triangular slice of pie on a toadstool, where Pip and the luminous squirrels share stories under the grandfather oak, their laughter blending with the wind. The mysteries ended, but Bramble Hollow glowed warmer, its quiet rhythms now woven with the soft hum of a sprite's wings and the contentment of things lovingly mended. Felix drifted to sleep each night to the sound of the sundial's gentle shadow sweeping across the stars like a lullaby. The air in Oliver's small attic bedroom held the crisp, clean scent of laundered sheets mingled with the faint, comforting aroma of old paper from the books stacked precariously on his shelves. Rain tapped a gentle rhythm against the window pane, blurring the view of the sleepy village below, its lanterns glowing like captured fireflies in the damp twilight. Oliver, a boy with thoughtful eyes the color of storm clouds and hair perpetually escaping its neat combing, traced the raindrops with his finger. He felt a familiar restlessness, a yearning for something beyond the quiet predictability of his days. He turned from the window, his gaze falling upon the forgotten corner of his room, where a dusty wooden chest sat beneath a worn tapestry depicting a swirling nebula. His grandmother, a woman whose laughter had sounded like wind chimes and whose stories had painted galaxies on the ceiling, had left him the chest. "For when your heart seeks a different kind of map, Oliver," she'd whispered on her last visit. He hadn't opened it since her passing, the memory too tender. But tonight the rain's whisper and the quiet ache in his chest nudged him forward. Kneeling, he brushed away the dust. The chest opened with a soft sigh, releasing a scent of cedarwood and dried lavender. Inside, nestled in folds of faded velvet, lay an object that made his breath catch. It was a compass, but unlike any he'd ever seen. Its casing was crafted from a deep, warm wood, polished smooth by time, inlaid with swirling patterns of mother-of-pearl that seemed to shift in the dim light. The glass covering the face was thick, slightly convex, and beneath it lay not a simple north-seeking needle, but a complex arrangement of delicate, interlocking golden rings. At its very center, instead of a pivot, rested a single, perfect pearl that glowed with a soft, internal light, like captured moonlight. The cardinal points were marked not with letters, but with tiny, intricate symbols: a budding leaf, a snowflake, a sunburst, and a crescent moon. And around the edge, etched in a flowing script, were the words, "Seek the heartwood, find the light." Oliver's fingers trembled as he lifted it. The compass felt warm, alive almost, humming with a subtle vibration against his palm. As he held it, the central pearl pulsed brighter, and the golden rings began a slow, graceful dance, independent of each other, aligning and realigning in complex patterns. It wasn't pointing north, it seemed to be pointing inward towards the dense, ancient whisperwood forest that bordered the village, a place adults spoke of with hushed tones and warnings. A thrill, part fear and part irresistible excitement, shot through him. The restlessness coalesced into a single, clear impulse. He needed to follow it. Quietly he pulled on his sturdiest boots, a thick, knitted jumper the color of moss, and a waterproof cloak. He slipped the compass into his deepest pocket, its warmth a constant, reassuring presence against his leg. Creeping past the slumbering forms of his parents, he eased open the back door, stepping into the rain-kissed night. The whisperwood at night was a different world. Raindrops pattered on the canopy high above, creating a constant, soothing murmur. The air was cool and damp, thick with the scent of wet earth, decaying leaves, and the sharp, clean tang of pine. Moonlight, fractured by the dense foliage, painted shifting silver patterns on the forest floor. Guided solely by the warm pulse in his pocket and the soft, guiding glow he saw when he occasionally checked the compass, Oliver moved deeper than he ever had. The golden rings spun and settled, pointing unerringly towards a massive, ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots forming arches like the entrance to a cathedral. The compass pulsed strongly now, the pearl blazing like a tiny star. As Oliver approached the oak, he noticed something strange. Between two enormous roots where the earth should have been dark, there shimmered a faint, silvery light, like water reflecting moonlight, but it wasn't water. It was an opening, a tear in the very fabric of the forest. The compass hummed, urging him forward. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped through the shimmering veil. The sensation was like walking through a curtain of cool silk. On the other side, the world changed utterly. The rain stopped. The air was warm and still, filled with a fragrance that was both floral and deeply earthy, unlike anything Oliver had ever smelled. He stood in a valley bathed in perpetual twilight, but a twilight alive with its own luminescence. Giant mushrooms taller than him glowed with soft blues, greens, and purples. Flowers with petals like spun glass shimmered, casting prismatic light. Trees with bark that looked like polished silver and leaves, like beaten copper, rustled gently. Overhead, instead of stars, thousands of tiny bioluminescent insects drifted like living constellations, their light a soft, continuous pulse. This was the Heartwood Vale, the place the compass had named. He stood mesmerized, the compass warm and quiet in his hand now, its journey seemingly complete. But his wonder was short-lived. A sharp, irritated voice shattered the serene silence. "Oi, what's this then, trampling my night-blooming moon moss, clumsy great oaf?" Oliver jumped, nearly dropping the compass. From beneath a cluster of luminous blue ferns, a creature emerged. It was about the size of a large cat, covered in spines that shimmered like polished obsidian. It had bright, intelligent eyes like chips of amber, and walked upright on surprisingly delicate hind legs. Its tiny front paws were planted firmly on its hips in a posture of profound indignation. A small woven reed satchel was slung over one shoulder. I'm sorry," Oliver stammered, instinctively stepping back. "I didn't see any moss." "Didn't see." The creature huffed, puffing out its chest, which made its spines rattle faintly. "Too busy gawping at the scenery, I suppose, typical outsider. No respect for the delicate ecosystems of the Vale. That moss takes decades to cultivate. Do you know how many phases of the glow moths it takes just for one patch?" It gestured dramatically with a tiny paw at the patch of ground Oliver had stepped on, where velvety moss emitted a faint, pearly light. "I truly didn't mean to," Oliver said earnestly, kneeling down to get closer to the creature's level. "My name's Oliver. I followed this compass." He held out the strange device. The creature's eyes widened, its bristling stance softening slightly as it peered at the compass. "The Heartwood Seeker," it breathed, its voice losing some of its sharpness. "Haven't seen one of those in, well, longer than your little legs have walked. Name's Quill." It gave a small, grudging nod. "Keeper of the moon moss and, apparently, reluctant guide to clumsy outsiders." It sighed dramatically, but Oliver saw a flicker of curiosity in its amber eyes. Quill proved to be prickly, pessimistic, and obsessed with the precise care of the Vale's luminous flora. Yet beneath the spines and grumbling, Oliver sensed a deep love for his home and a surprising loneliness. He learned that Quill was a Thornkin, one of the few guardians of the Heartwood Vale, a hidden sanctuary sustained by the natural magic of the world, a magic anchored in the legendary Heartwood tree deep within the valley. The Vale was a refuge for gentle, often overlooked creatures, glowing moths the size of butterflies, shy rock sprites that hummed melodies, and silent, moss-covered guardians that watched over ancient groves. "But things aren't right," Quill confided later, as they sat sharing a meal of sweet, glowing berries Oliver had found under Quill's strict supervision. "The glow moths are dimming, the starlight lilies aren't blooming as brightly, even the silverwood leaves are losing their shine. It's as if the Vale's light is draining away." Quill's small face was etched with worry. The Heartwood tree must be weakening if it fails. He shuddered, unable to finish the thought. The living constellations above seemed to dim momentarily, as if echoing his fear. Oliver felt a pang of deep concern. This place, so wondrous and fragile, was in peril. He pulled out the compass. It felt warm, but the pearl's light was steady, not pulsing. The intricate rings were still. "Their inscription says, 'Seek the Heartwood, find the light,'" he said slowly. Maybe it brought me here to help." Quill snorted, but it lacked its usual bite. "Help? What can an outsider do against a fading of ancient magic? The Heartwood is deep within the crystal caves, dangerous place, full of echo wraiths that feed on doubt and lost memories. Even Thornkin avoid it." But Oliver remembered his grandmother's words, for when your heart seeks a different kind of map, he looked at Quill, small and spiny, burdened with worry for his home. He looked at the fading light of the Vale. His own restlessness had found purpose. "I have to try, Quill," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "The compass led me here for a reason. Will you show me the way?" Quill stared at him for a long moment, his amber eyes searching Oliver's storm-gray ones. He saw not just clumsy feet, but a determined heart. He sighed again, a softer sound this time. "Oh, botheration, fine, but step lightly, and for the love of luminescence, watch where you put those oversized feet." Their journey deeper into the Vale was a revelation. Quill, despite his grumbling, was a knowledgeable guide. He showed Oliver how to listen to the whispering stones that told of ancient paths, how to avoid the patches of dreamvine whose scent induced deep sleep, and how to navigate the luminous canals where boats made of solidified light ferried silent, glowing fish. Oliver learned the delicate art of tending the moon moss under constant critique, and even managed to soothe a frightened rock sprite with a gentle hum, mimicking the sounds Quill taught him. He discovered a quiet courage within himself, facing the strange beauty and subtle dangers of the Vale without flinching, his initial fear replaced by a profound respect and a growing desire to protect it. The crystal caves loomed ahead, their entrance a jagged maw in the side of a shimmering quartz mountain. As they approached, the air grew colder, and the comforting glow of the Vale dimmed. An unnerving silence fell, broken only by the faint, discordant echo of dripping water. The compass in Oliver's pocket grew cold, then abruptly hot, the ring spinning wildly before locking, pointing straight into the darkness. The pearl pulsed erratically. "Echo wraiths," Quill whispered, his spines rattling nervously. "They sense strong emotions, fear, sadness, doubt. They'll try to amplify it, feed on it until you're lost in your own shadows. Stay calm, Oliver. Focus on the compass. Focus on why you're here." Stepping into the caves was like entering a frozen geode. Walls, floor, and ceiling were encrusted with crystals in every conceivable color, but their light was weak, flickering erratically. Strange, distorted reflections moved in the facets. The air hummed with a low, unsettling vibration that seemed to seep into Oliver's bones. Shapes flitted at the edge of his vision, insubstantial, smoky figures that whispered fragments of thought directly into his mind. Lost, always lost, hissed one voice, echoing his childhood fear of getting separated in the market. Pointless, you can't help, murmured another, mirroring Quill's initial doubt. Cold, so cold, alone, a third voice sighed, touching the deep loneliness he'd felt since his grandmother died. Oliver faltered. The voices felt true, scratching at old wounds. Doubt, cold and heavy, began to coil around his heart. He saw fleeting images in the crystals, himself wandering lost in the dark, Quill turning away in disappointment, the veil fading into utter blackness. The compass grew icy in his hand. Quill nudged his leg. Don't listen, Oliver, they're lies, thieves of light. Remember the veil, remember the glow moths, remember the heartwood. Oliver squeezed his eyes shut, gripping the freezing compass. He focused not on the fear, but on the warmth he'd felt holding it the first time. He thought of the wonder in Quill's eyes when he saw the seeker, the gentle hum of the rock sprite, the sweet taste of the glowing berries, the breathtaking beauty of the living constellations. He thought of his grandmother's kind eyes and her belief in magic. He thought of his own determination to help. Seek the heartwood, find the light, he repeated silently, like a mantra. I am here to help. The warmth began to seep back into the compass. Its light strengthened, pushing back the oppressive gloom immediately around them. The whispering voices receded, becoming faint, frustrated hisses. That's it. Quill encouraged, his own voice stronger. Your light drives them back, keep going. Pressing forward, guided by the compass's steady glow and Quill's sharp directions, left, no, your other left, you great lump, they navigated the treacherous, echoing caverns. The compass led them through narrow fissures, across bridges of pure crystal spanning fathomless dark chasms, and finally into a vast, central chamber that took Oliver's breath away. In the center stood the heartwood tree. It wasn't a tree of wood and leaves, but a magnificent, intricate structure woven from pure, solidified light roots of deep gold, a trunk of swirling silver and emerald energy, branches like frozen lightning reaching towards the cavern roof, where points of light mimicked stars. But its radiance was sickly, flickering. Great sections seemed dim, almost translucent. Tendrils of thick, viscous shadow snaked up from cracks in the crystal floor, clinging to the trunk and branches, draining its light. The source of the veil's fading magic was painfully clear. As they approached, the shadows writhed, coalescing into larger, more defined forms, not just echo wraiths, but something stronger, darker. They pulsed with cold malice, sensing the intruders. The air crackled with hostile energy. What do we do? Oliver whispered, awed and terrified by the corrupted majesty before them. The compass in his hand blazed. The pearl shone like a tiny sun, and the golden rings spun faster than ever before, aligning with the symbols, the leaf, the snowflake, the sunburst, the moon. It grew almost too hot to hold. Oliver understood. The seeker wasn't just for finding, it was for mending. Its magic resonated with the heartwood, but it needed a conduit, a focus for its power to push back the shadows. But the dark forms were detaching from the tree, gliding towards them with chilling speed. Oliver's courage wavered. He was just a boy. How could he fight this? Oliver. Quill's voice was sharp, urgent, but not afraid. The compass, it needs your light, your heart's light. Remember why you came. Remember the veil. Quill's words cut through the fear. Oliver thought not of the darkness, but of the luminous moss, the shimmering fish, the worried thornkin beside him, the fading constellations. He thought of the kindness he'd found here, the friendship forged with the prickly guardian. He poured all his hope, his determination, his newfound love for this hidden world into the compass. He held it aloft towards the ailing heartwood tree. "Find the light," he cried out, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. The compass erupted, not with destructive force, but with pure, brilliant, life-giving radiance. A beam of warm, golden-white light shot from the pearl, striking the heartwood tree. Where the light touched, the clinging shadows hissed and recoiled, dissolving like smoke in a strong wind. The beam intensified, fed by Oliver's unwavering focus and the compass's ancient magic. It washed over the heartwood, seeping into the dim areas, reigniting the silver and emerald energy within the trunk, making the branches blaze like captured sunbeams. The dark forms shrieked, a sound of pure negation, as the light consumed them, banishing them back to the cracks from which they'd oozed. The oppressive cold lifted. The erratic flickering of the crystals in the chamber walls steadied into a soft, harmonious glow. The heartwood tree pulsed once, powerfully, sending a wave of warm energy radiating outwards through the stone, through the veil, unseen but deeply felt. The beam from the compass softened, then faded. The pearl still glowed, but softly, steadily. The golden rings settled into a peaceful alignment. The heartwood tree stood restored, its light strong, pure, and vital, bathing the chamber in serene luminescence. The tendrils of shadow were gone. Only peace remained. Oliver lowered the compass, trembling with exhaustion and awe. It was warm again, humming contentedly. Quill stared, his amber eyes wide with disbelief and burgeoning joy. You did it," he breathed, his voice thick with emotion. "The heartwood, it's singing again, can you feel it?" Oliver could. It was a gentle thrum in the air, a vibration in the stone beneath his feet, a sense of profound well-being washing over him. The veil was saved. Their journey back through the crystal caves was different. The echo wraiths were silent, the path illuminated by the heartwood's renewed energy reflecting brilliantly in the crystals. When they emerged into the veil, the change was immediate and breathtaking. The glow moths blazed with renewed vigor, their light painting vibrant patterns in the air. The starlight lilies had unfurled enormous, luminous blooms, filling the air with their sweet, heady perfume. The silverwood trees shimmered like molten metal. The very air seemed brighter, warmer, humming with restored magic. Creatures emerged, blinking in the renewed light. Rock sprites hummed joyous melodies, luminous fish leaped higher in the canals, and the moss-covered guardians seemed to stand taller. News of the outsider who had reignited the heartwood spread through the veil like wildfire. Oliver and Quill were welcomed as heroes. Shy creatures Oliver had only glimpsed before approached, offering gifts of glowing nectar, polished river stones that held captured light, and woven garlands of luminous flowers. A celebration, quiet and profound, unfolded under the newly vibrant constellations. Sitting beside Quill on a bed of radiant moon moss, carefully chosen, Quill assured him, sharing sweet fruits, Oliver felt a deep sense of peace and belonging he'd never known. "You know," Quill said, uncharacteristically quiet, poking at a glowing berry, "I thought all outsiders were clumsy oafs with big feet. Turns out, some have rather large hearts to match." He offered Oliver a berry with a gruff gesture that couldn't hide his affection. Oliver smiled, the compass warm and quiet in his pocket. He knew his place was not permanently in the veil, wonderful as it was. His family, his world, awaited him. But he also knew he carried the veil within him now, and a friend in the most unexpected form. "Will you be okay, Quill, now that the light is back?" Quill puffed out his chest. "Of course, the moon moss needs vigilant tending, the starlight lilies require precise pruning schedules, and someone has to keep an eye on those frivolous glow moths. Busy, but he hesitated, then added softly, the seeker found its purpose, and perhaps you could visit through the old oak if you promise not to step on the moss. Oliver grinned. I promise. When it was time to leave, the Vale creatures gathered near the ancient oak. The heartwood seeker, its purpose fulfilled for now, glowed softly in Oliver's hand. He knew it would guide him back. Quill stood beside him, trying to look stern but failing miserably. Remember, Quill instructed, tapping Oliver's boot, left at the whispering stone that sounds like a sigh, right at the twin glow fungi, and watch your step. I will, Quill, Oliver said, crouching down. Thank you for everything. Quill shuffled his feet. Yes, well. Just don't be a stranger, clumsy oaf. And take this. He pulled a small, perfectly round stone from his satchel. It was cool and smooth, and within its depths tiny points of light pulsed gently, a piece of the Vale's starlight. To remind you. Oliver clasped the stone, feeling its gentle pulse. I'll treasure it. He pocketed the stone beside the warm compass. With a final wave to the gathered creatures, their lights blinking like friendly fireflies, Oliver stepped back through the shimmering veil in the oak roots. He emerged into the whisperwood just as dawn was breaking. The rain had stopped. Birdsong filled the air, and the rising sun painted the sky in streaks of pink and gold. The forest looked ordinary, beautiful, but no longer holding a hidden secret he was excluded from. He knew the secret now. He touched the smooth stone in his pocket and felt the compass, now dormant but still warm, resting beside it. Walking home, the scent of damp earth and pine was familiar, yet infused with a new layer of meaning. He felt different. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a quiet confidence and a heart full of wonder. He had faced darkness, not with force, but with the light of kindness and courage. He had found a friend in the unlikeliest of places, and saved a world of fragile, beautiful magic. He slipped back into his house as quietly as he'd left. Up in his attic room, he placed the heartwood seeker back in its velvet nest within the cedarwood chest. He set the glowing stone on his windowsill, where it caught the first rays of the morning sun, pulsing softly. It was a beacon, a promise. As he crawled back into bed, the familiar scent of clean sheets and old books wrapped around him. The village below was waking up, the ordinary world beginning its day. Oliver closed his eyes, the images of the luminous valley, the brave little thornkin, and the radiant heartwood tree filling his mind. He had journeyed to a hidden world, faced a mystery, forged an unexpected friendship, and found his own light. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle pulse of the Vale's starlight on his sill, and the quiet hum of the compass in its chest promised that magic was never truly far away. It lived just beyond the Vale, in the kindness of friends, and most of all within his own, newly discovered brave heart. Sleep, deep and peaceful and filled with shimmering dreams, claimed him as the sun rose fully, bathing his room in golden light. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind, and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. The embers in the hearth glowed like captured sunsets, casting long, dancing shadows across the worn rug. Outside, a gentle rain whispered secrets to the thirsty earth, a soothing lullaby for the night. Tonight's story begins not with a bang, but with the soft plink of a single dewdrop falling onto a velvety moss cushion, deep within the whispering woods. Here lived a young dew-keeper named Rowan. Rowan's world was small, measured in mossy glades, sun-dappled clearings, and the intricate dance of dawn light on spiderwebs. His task, passed down through generations, was sacred, to tend the morning jewels. These weren't ordinary dewdrops. They were condensed moonlight, starlight, and the purest dreams of sleeping creatures, gathered on the petals of moonflowers that bloomed only in the deepest, quietest hours. Each dewdrop held a tiny spark of magic, essential for the wood's delicate balance. They nourished the shyest flowers, guided lost fireflies, and painted the first light with shimmering rainbows. Rowan, slight and quiet as a falling leaf, moved with silent grace. His fingers, nimble as a spider's legs, would gently coax the precious jewels into tiny, hollowed acorn cups before the sun grew too bold and drank them away. He wore a cloak woven from cobwebs and twilight, shimmering faintly, and carried his most precious tool, the dew lens. Crafted from a single, flawless drop of ancient amber, It allowed him to see the intricate patterns of magic within each jewel, ensuring its purity. His only companions were Lumina, a firefly whose light pulsed with gentle curiosity, and the rustling gossip of the ferns. He was content, finding profound peace in his small, vital role. But one mist-laden morning, Rowan noticed something unsettling. The moonflowers, usually vibrant silver, seemed dull. The jewels they bore felt thin. Holding the dew lens to one, he gasped. Instead of the usual swirling constellations of light, the magic inside was faint, flickering weakly, like a dying candle flame. A cold prickle, entirely unfamiliar, traced its way down his spine. This had never happened before. The next morning was worse. Whole patches of moonflowers bore no jewels at all. Where they should have been, Rowan found only a faint, greasy residue that smelled faintly of burnt sugar and sorrow. Fear, cold and heavy, settled in Rowan's chest. The whispering woods felt different. The rustle of leaves held an anxious edge. The birdsong was muted. The lifeblood of his world was draining away. That night, unable to sleep, Rowan sat beneath the oldest oak, its gnarled roots forming a protective cradle. He held the dew lens, not to examine a jewel, but to gaze into the amber depths, seeking an answer. As the moon climbed high, painting the world in silver, the lens grew warm in his hand. Images flickered within the amber, not reflections, but visions. He saw a path he'd never taken, winding deep into the heart of the woods, where the trees grew so close their branches knitted a perpetual twilight canopy. He saw a shimmering, almost invisible barrier, like heat haze over stone. And he felt a pull, an undeniable summons. The lens was showing him the way to the source of the blight. Terror warred with duty within Rowan. His world was the open glades, the familiar paths. The heart of the woods was a place of rumor and shadow, spoken of in hushed tones by the wind. But the fading jewels, the woods growing unease, he couldn't ignore it. With trembling hands he packed a small pouch, a few precious, still bright jewels, some dried moonflower petals for strength, a flask of crystal-clear spring water, and the dew lens, now cool against his skin but humming with latent power. Lumina, sensing his resolve, settled on his shoulder, her light a tiny, brave beacon. "Stay close, little light," Rowan whispered, his voice barely stirring the air. "We journey where the sun fears to tread." The path the lens had shown was treacherous. Thorny vines snagged at his cloak, roots twisted unexpectedly underfoot, and the air grew thick and still, smelling of damp earth and ancient secrets. The perpetual twilight beneath the canopy was disorienting. Strange, phosphorescent fungi glowed eerily on tree trunks, casting long, shifting shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. Whispers not of wind, but like the murmur of hidden voices, brushed against his ears, indistinct yet unsettling. Lumina's light seemed smaller, swallowed by the oppressive gloom. After what felt like hours, Rowan stumbled into a small, utterly dark clearing. The air hummed with a low, resonant vibration. Before him stood the barrier from his vision, a shimmering curtain of energy, like distorted glass, stretching from the mossy floor up into the impenetrable canopy. It pulsed faintly, and where it touched the ground, the moss was blackened and dead. This was the source of the greasy residue, the drain on the magic. This barrier was consuming the life force of the woods, siphoning the magic meant for the morning jewels. Heart pounding, Rowan lifted the dew lens. Peering through it at the barrier was like looking into a storm. Chaotic, dark energies swirled within it, lashing out like hungry tendrils. It was ancient, powerful, and deeply wrong. He sensed a profound hunger emanating from it, a hunger for light, for magic, for life itself. How could he, a mere dew-keeper, stand against such a thing? Despair threatened to engulf him. He sank to his knees, the cold, dead moss chilling him through his clothes. Lumina landed on his hand, her light dimming in sympathy. Just then a sharp twang echoed through the silence, followed by a soft curse in a voice like dry leaves skittering on stone. Rowan froze. From the shadows near the base of a colossal, decaying cedar, a figure emerged. It was large, easily twice Rowan's height, with 8 long, jointed legs moving with unnerving grace. Multiple eyes, like polished obsidian beads, gleamed in Lumina's faint glow. A weaver spider. Rowan's breath hitched. Spiders were creatures of cautionary tales, spinners of traps, inhabitants of dark corners. Instinct screamed at him to flee. The spider paused, its gaze fixed on Rowan. It raised one long leg, pointing not at him, but at the shimmering barrier. Then it gestured towards the cedar tree. Rowan saw it then the most magnificent, intricate web he could ever imagine, spanning the entire width of the massive trunk. It was woven not just of silk, but of captured moonlight and starlight, threads shimmering with soft silver and blue. But parts of it were torn, sagging, the luminous threads frayed and dull. Where the web touched the barrier, the silk was blackened and brittle, dissolving into dust. The spider made a series of complex gestures with its forelegs, accompanied by soft clicks and sighs. Rowan, still terrified, slowly lifted the dew lens. Looking through it at the spider, the fear melted away, replaced by awe. The spider wasn't just large, it was old. Its carapace was etched with patterns like ancient constellations, and its eyes held a depth of weary wisdom. The web wasn't a trap, it was a shield, a vast, delicate net designed to catch ambient magic and weave it back into the fabric of the woods, reinforcing life. It was a guardian just like Rowan, and the barrier was tearing its work apart. The greasy residue. It was the corrupted remnants of the magic the barrier consumed, and the web tried to protect. My name, the spider's voice resonated directly in Rowan's mind, a sensation like cool silk brushing his thoughts, is Anya. I am the keeper of the twilight loom. This blight, it tears at the threads of the world. Her mental voice was filled with sorrow and frustration. It feeds on magic, growing stronger as the woods grow weaker. My web, it was meant to mend, to strengthen. Now it barely holds. Shame washed over Rowan. He had judged based on fear, on stories. Here was another guardian, fighting the same enemy, suffering the same loss. He lowered the lens, meeting Anya's gaze directly. I am Rowan, Dew Keeper. The morning jewels fade, the woods are sick. Anya dipped her head in acknowledgement. The jewels are the dawn's promise, the concentrated essence. This blight drains the source, the ambient magic my web tries to gather. Without the jewels' daily renewal, the woods wither. Without the wood's life force, my web fails. We are caught in the same snare, little keeper. An unexpected warmth bloomed in Rowan's chest, pushing back the fear. He wasn't alone. He pulled out one of the precious, still bright morning jewels from his pouch. Its gentle light pushed back the oppressive gloom of the clearing. Can this help? Can it mend your web? Anya's eyes glinted. It is pure light, pure magic, but it is a drop in an ocean of need. The barrier consumes it too quickly. We need to find the source behind the barrier, the anchor point feeding this hunger. She gestured towards the shimmering curtain. The lens, it showed you the way here. Can it show us beyond? Rowan lifted the dew lens again, focusing not on the chaotic swirls of the barrier itself, but through it, towards the heart of the ancient cedar. The chaotic energies resisted, blurring the image. But Rowan concentrated, pouring his worry for the woods, his newfound determination, into the lens. The amber warmed, glowed softly. Slowly, the chaotic swirls parted like fog. Beyond the barrier, nestled deep within the hollow core of the decaying cedar, Rowan saw it, a stone, dark and jagged, like a piece of the night sky fallen to earth. It pulsed with the same greasy, hungry energy as the barrier. Thin, dark tendrils snaked from it, feeding the shimmering curtain. This was the anchor, the heart of the blight. The night shard, Arania's mental voice, was grim. A fragment of pure void, fallen long ago. It slept harmless until something disturbed it. Now it wakes hungering. She pointed a leg towards the base of the barrier. There, a small weakness where the roots of the cedar resist its touch, but it is too small for me, too small for anything but. Rowan understood. The gap was tiny, barely large enough for a rabbit, let alone Arania's large form. But it was large enough for him. The thought of stepping through that terrifying energy made his knees tremble. The dark stone pulsed in his vision through the lens, radiating cold malice. Someone must go, Arania said softly. Someone small, someone who carries pure light, the jewels in your lens, it sees truth. Perhaps it can show the shard its own emptiness, reflect its hunger back upon itself. Rowan looked at the fading morning jewel in his hand, then at Lumina on his shoulder, then at the ancient, weary spider whose web was a shield for the world he loved. He thought of the dull moonflowers, the silent birds, the woods holding its breath. His small world needed him to be brave. He took a deep breath, the scent of decay and ozone sharp in his nostrils. I will go, he said, his voice firmer than he felt. Tell me what to do. Arania instructed him carefully. He would need to move swiftly. The gap was unstable. He must carry a jewel pure, concentrated magic, and hold the dew lens facing the night shard. The lens, attuned to light and truth, might disrupt the shard's dark resonance, reflecting its own consuming nature back at it. It was a fragile hope, a theory spun from moonlight and desperation. Rowan emptied his pouch except for 3 remaining morning jewels and the dew lens. He gave Lumina a gentle nudge. Stay with Arania, little light, watch for me. The firefly bobbed reluctantly, settling onto one of Arania's forelegs. Crouching low, Rowan approached the weak point near the cedar roots. The air crackled with static, raising the hair on his arms. The greasy smell was overpowering. Through the gap he could see the dark hollow, the night shard pulsing like a diseased heart. Taking one last steadying breath, clutching a jewel and holding the lens before him like a shield, Rowan pushed through the gap. The world twisted. Cold, deeper than winter, seeped into his bones. Whispers became screams in his mind, voices of fear, despair, endless hunger. The greasy residue coated his skin, sticky and foul. The hollow was small, oppressive, the air thick and suffocating. The night shard sat on a bed of dead roots, radiating waves of chilling darkness that seemed to leach the warmth and hope right out of him. It was mesmerizing in its terrible emptiness, a void that promised only oblivion. Gritting his teeth against the mental assault, Rowan raised the dew lens, focusing its amber eye directly on the jagged stone. He poured all his focus, all his love for the dewdrops, the moonflowers, the rustling ferns, the gentle rain into the lens. He thought of Arania's weary wisdom, of Lumina's brave little light. He held the morning jewel aloft, its soft radiance a defiant spark in the overwhelming gloom. Show it, he thought fiercely, directing his will through the lens. Show it what it is, show it the emptiness it creates. The dew lens flared. A beam of warm, golden amber light, infused with the pure white radiance of the morning jewel, lanced out, striking the night shard. For a moment, nothing happened. The darkness seemed to swallow the light whole. Then the shard screamed. Not a sound, but a psychic shriek that vibrated through Rowan's very soul. The beam from the lens wasn't hurting it, it was reflecting. Within the amber light, Rowan saw, magnified and horrifyingly clear, the true nature of the night shard, not power, but profound, infinite lack. It was a bottomless pit of need, consuming everything yet forever empty, forever starving. The lens was forcing it to see its own desolation. The shard pulsed erratically, the dark tendrils flailing wildly. The greasy residue on its surface began to bubble and smoke. The waves of cold grew jagged, unstable. The barrier outside flickered violently. Rowan could feel the resistance weakening, the oppressive hunger momentarily stunned by the shock of its own reflection. Now, Rowan. Arania's mental shout cut through the chaos. This was the moment. He couldn't destroy the shard, but he could disrupt its anchor. Summoning every ounce of courage, Rowan lunged forward, not at the shard, but at the dead roots beneath it. He jammed the glowing morning jewel deep into the crumbling, decayed wood, right where the darkest tendrils emerged. He pushed it in with all his strength, then scrambled back, holding the lens steady, the beam unwavering. The pure, concentrated magic of the jewel, embedded at the source of the corruption, was like throwing water onto hot oil. A violent hiss filled the hollow. The night shard shuddered, its pulsing light stuttering. The dark tendrils connected to the barrier recoiled, snapping back towards the stone with a sound like cracking ice. The barrier outside flickered wildly, then with a sound like a sigh of release, it dissolved. Not vanished, but flowed back, retreating into the night shard like ink sucked into a bottle. The greasy residue on the stone solidified into a dull, inert crust. The pulsing stopped. The hunger ceased. The shard didn't vanish, but it became still, dormant once more, encased in a shell of its own corrupted residue and the spent magic of the jewel. The crushing cold lifted, replaced by the damp, earthy smell of the hollow, now just a hollow, not a prison. Rowan slumped against the mossy inner wall of the tree, gasping, trembling with exhaustion and relief. The dew lens was cool in his hand, its light dimmed. He had done it. Through the gap where the barrier had been, weak dawn light began to filter into the clearing. Arania's large form filled the opening. She gently helped Rowan out. Lumina zipped to his shoulder, her light pulsing rapidly with excitement and concern. The clearing felt different. The oppressive hum was gone. The air, while still cool and damp, felt clean, alive. The blackened moss near where the barrier had stood was already showing faint signs of green regrowth. "You were brave, little keeper," Arania's voice resonated warmly in his mind. "Braveler than the tallest oak, you faced the void and showed it a mirror." "The jewel," Rowan whispered, looking at the hollow tree. "Is it enough?" "The immediate drain is broken," Arania said, examining the dormant shard with several eyes. "The barrier is down, but the shard is wounded, not gone. The pure magic you embedded, it has created a seal, a counterweight to its hunger. It will sleep again deeply, but the woods, they need time and care, more than before." She turned her gaze to her magnificent, damaged web. "My loom is weakened. It will take seasons to reweave what was lost." Rowan looked at the 2 remaining morning jewels in his pouch, then at the dew lens. An idea sparked, fragile but hopeful. The jewels, they are concentrated magic, pure light. Could they help mend your threads? Could the lens help you see how to weave them stronger? Arania tilted her head, considering. She extended a delicate spinneret, touching the luminous silk of her web. "The magic is similar, pure, undiluted. Yes, yes, I believe it could." She looked at the dew lens. "And the lens, it sees the patterns, the flows of magic. It could guide my work, show me where the fabric is thin." A sense of profound understanding passed between them, dew-keeper and weaver, guardians of light and pattern. Rowan didn't hesitate. He offered Arania the 2 remaining jewels. For the loom, for the woods. Arania accepted them with surprising gentleness, cradling them in her palps. "And I offer my threads," she resonated. "When the moonflowers bloom, I will spin threads of captured moonlight to protect them, to help gather the dreams more safely. My web will shield the sources, as it was always meant to do." She gestured towards the path leading out. "Go, Rowan Dewkeeper, tend your jewels, the dawn needs them. We will mend the woods together, you and I, from the glade and from the twilight. The journey back was different. The heart of the woods no longer felt oppressive, just deep and ancient and peaceful. Sunlight, real, warm sunlight, began to filter through the high canopy in places it hadn't reached in years. Birdsong, tentative but clear, echoed through the trees. As Rowan emerged from the dense growth into a familiar sun-dappled glade, the change was immediate. The air tasted sweeter, lighter. The leaves seemed greener, the moss springier underfoot. He reached his moonflower patch just as the first rays of true dawn painted the eastern sky. The flowers glowed with renewed vigor, their silver luminescence almost blinding. And on their petals, sparkling like diamonds strewn by a joyful giant, rested perfect morning jewels. Fat, radiant, brimming with swirling constellations of magic visible, even without the lens. Rowan knelt, tears of relief stinging his eyes. His fingers trembled as he began his work, collecting the jewels with a reverence deepened by the night's trial. Life returned to the whispering woods with a sigh of profound relief. Rainbows arched brighter over the dewy meadows. Fireflies danced in larger, more exuberant swarms. Flowers bloomed with colors unseen in seasons. The birds sang symphonies at dawn. Rowan's routine changed. Each dusk, before tending the moonflowers, he would journey to the edge of the twilight canopy. Sometimes Anya would be waiting, sometimes not. But always woven into the lower branches near the path, he would find a small, perfect gift, a tiny pouch of the strongest, most luminous spider silk, designed to hold the jewels safely, a dewdrop caught mid-fall, perfectly preserved in a filament of moonlight thread, or a small charm woven from fern fronds and stardust that seemed to whisper reassurance. He left offerings in return, a particularly bright jewel placed on a specific leaf, a vial of the clearest spring water, sometimes just sitting quietly, sharing the peace of the evening through their unique bond. He used the dew lens differently now. Not just to examine jewels, but sometimes to gaze towards the heart of the woods, seeing the faint, strengthening pulse of Anya's twilight loom, a vast, shimmering net of silver and blue light woven through the ancient trees, gathering and redistributing magic, reinforcing the seal around the dormant night shard. It was a shield, a healer, a silent partner in the dance of light and life. Rowan was still quiet. He still cherished the small glades and the soft plink of dewdrops. But his world had grown vast. He had journeyed into darkness and found not just fear, but an unexpected friend. He had faced the void with a mirror of light and a heart full of care for his small world. He understood now that even the smallest guardian, tending the tiniest drops of magic, held a thread in the vast tapestry of life. And that true strength often bloomed in the unlikeliest of friendships, woven together by shared purpose and quiet courage. As the fire crackled its final embers, casting the room in deep, peaceful shadows, remember Rowan, the dew-keeper, and Anya, the weaver in the twilight. Remember that even in the deepest dark, a single spark of kindness, a moment of bravery, and the bond of an unexpected friend can mend the world, one dewdrop, one silken thread at a time. Sleep now under the watchful stars, knowing that guardians, seen and unseen, tend the gentle magic of the world. Rest well. The dawn will come, bright and jeweled. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets, and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions: Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs: twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends. Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. "This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away?" Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. "Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place." From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. "I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it." The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. "But now," the stag continued, "the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust." With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. "Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled." And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Lyra. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Lyra loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Lyra set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Lyra," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Lyra replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Lyra thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Lyra approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Lyra," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Lyra explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Lyra's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Lyra nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Lyra made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Lyra shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, The petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Lyra, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where twilight lingered like a contented sigh. Every chimney puffed cinnamon-scented smoke, and lanterns shaped like dandelion seeds cast buttery light on cobblestone paths. Young Milo, with eyes like polished acorns and a patchwork satchel always at his side, first noticed the strangeness one dewy morning. Overnight, every front gate in the village had sprouted identical clusters of moon-pale mushrooms, not harmful, but perfectly circular, glowing faintly as if storing starlight. Like tiny fairy tables. Mrs. Gable whispered, brushing flour from her apron as villagers gathered, murmuring in puzzlement. 2 nights later, the mystery deepened. All the copper wind chimes hanging from porches played the same 3-note lullaby at dawn, though no breeze stirred. Old Man Hemlock's prize-winning sunflowers now faced west instead of east, their golden heads bowed as if sharing a secret. A gentle unease settled over Bramble Hollow. "It's not mischief," declared Milo, tracing a glowing mushroom cap with his fingertip. "It feels thoughtful, like someone's trying to say hello but forgot how." Milo decided to solve the riddle. That evening he packed his satchel with a honey cake wrapped in wax paper, a woolen blanket, and his most important tool, grandfather's magnifying glass, its brass rim warm with memory. He nestled beneath the ancient whispering willow by the duck pond, its leaves sighing advice only patient ears could hear. As moonlight silvered the pond, ripples formed without wind, swirling into intricate spirals. Suddenly, a small creature emerged no taller than Milo's hand, with skin like river-smooth pebbles and hair of woven reeds. It carried a hollowed acorn cup, dipping it delicately into the water. Milo held his breath. A water nymph. Grandfather's stories were true. The nymph froze, eyes wide as dewdrops. Milo slowly unwrapped the honey cake, breaking off a crumb and placing it on a lily pad. The nymph tilted its head, then skated across the water to claim it. With gestures as fluid as the current, it pointed toward the northern woods, then mimed, dropping tiny seeds. "You're planting the mushrooms," Milo whispered. The nymph nodded, then vanished beneath the surface, leaving only a shimmer. The next clue came from Orla, the moss-bearded tortoise who napped by the library's warmth vents. "Saw shimmer dust near the wind chimes," she rumbled, blinking slowly. "Not pixies, too quiet." Following her advice, Milo sprinkled fine oat flour around Widow Peony's porch that night. At dawn, delicate, webbed footprints glowed in the flour, leading straight to the hollow oak near the sunflower patch. Inside the oak's knotted trunk, Milo found his mentor, Thistle, an ancient hedgehog whose spines held fragments of quartz that caught the light. "Ah, young observer," Thistle rasped, brewing pine needle tea over a glowworm lamp. "You seek the pattern weaver. She's shy, that one. Came from the crystal caves after the great rumbling shifted her home." Thistle explained the nymph was only helping a lonely friend who adored Bramble Hollow's cozy order, but didn't understand human ways. She rearranges things to make them more beautiful, by her lights. Armed with understanding, Milo prepared. He left gifts where the footprints appeared, a smooth blue marble by the wind chimes, a spool of silver thread near the sunflowers. That night, under a plum-colored sky, he saw her. Perched on a sunflower, a tiny figure with moth-wing sleeves hummed softly. As her fingers brushed a wind chime, it chimed the same 3 notes, a melody Milo suddenly recognized as the village's bedtime bell. She was copying what she loved. "Hello," Milo whispered, holding out a mushroom-capped plate with a single blueberry. The sprite, her skin like opal, eyes like liquid amber, gasped but didn't flee. "Your patterns are lovely," Milo said gently. "But our gardens, they're like stories we've written ourselves." He sketched Bramble Hollow's map in the soil, showing how each garden was cherished just as it was. The sprite, whom he learned was named Lumina, trembled. "I only wanted to help the pretty sounds and colors stay," she chimed in a voice like tinkling ice. The solution came at dawn's first blush. Milo gathered the villagers. "Lumina needs a place to weave her patterns," he announced. In the communal meadow, children offered smooth stones, gardeners donated seeds, and Mrs. Gable baked seed cakes. Together they built Lumina a glittering mosaic courtyard, stones arranged in spiraling constellations, wind chimes tuned to her lullaby, and soil where moon mushrooms could glow freely. Lumina wept shimmering tears that sprouted into tiny, glowing flowers. "You made me a story," she whispered to Milo. Now, Bramble Hollow's twilight hums with new magic. Lumina's mosaics shift daily, telling tales of starlight and deep earth. The wind chimes sometimes play her lullaby just for sweet dreams, and sunflowers turn to watch children's laughter dance across the meadow. And every night, as Milo drifts to sleep, he sees a tiny opal hand placing a perfect, glowing mushroom cap on his windowsill, a silent thank you glowing in the dark, a secret shared between friends under the watchful, kind stars. All is calm, all is understood, and Bramble Hollow dreams on, cozier than ever before. The old house settled around Theo like a well-worn quilt, each creak and groan a familiar lullaby. Outside, rain whispered secrets to the window panes, pitter-pat, while the fire in the hearth crackled its warm, golden reply. Theo, tucked under his own quilt, felt a familiar restlessness. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper tonight, holding their breath. That's when his gaze drifted towards the steep, narrow staircase leading to the one place he rarely ventured, the attic. It wasn't that he was forbidden, it was simply unknown. A realm of dust motes dancing in stray light beams, forgotten furniture draped in ghostly sheets, and secrets whispered by old trunks. Tonight, however, a peculiar pull tugged at him, stronger than the cozy lure of his bed. Perhaps it was the rhythmic sighing of the wind in the eaves, or the way a single, brave moonbeam managed to pierce the skylight's grime, painting a silver path on the attic floor. Gathering his courage, a small, flickering thing like a birthday candle flamed. Theo slipped on his thick socks and padded towards the stairs. The wood sighed beneath his feet, creak groan, a sound older than he could imagine. The attic air was thick with the scent of time, dry paper, cedar wood, and the faintest hint of lavender from long-gone sachets. Moonlight pooled around a large, humpback trunk tucked beneath the eaves, its leather straps brittle, its brass buckles tarnished green. This was the source of the pull. Kneeling, Theo wrestled with a stubborn buckle, the metal cold against his fingers. With a final click-snick, the lid lifted, releasing a puff of dust that danced in the moonbeam like miniature stars. Inside, nestled amongst yellowed linens and bundles of letters tied with faded ribbon, lay a small wooden box. It wasn't ornate, just smooth, honey-colored oak, worn soft with age. Carved on its lid was a simple, swirling pattern like wind chasing leaves. Curious, Theo lifted it. It felt surprisingly heavy, solid. He traced the carving, his finger finding a tiny, almost invisible latch. Click. The lid sprang open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, was a music box. Not grand, but perfectly formed. Instead of a ballerina, a tiny, intricate scene was revealed. A miniature forest glade, complete with minuscule trees, a winding path of tiny pebbles, and a little wooden bridge arching over a silver thread of a stream. At its center stood a figure, no bigger than Theo's thumb, carved like a kindly old man with a lantern. Theo gently turned the small brass key protruding from the side. It resisted, stiff with disuse, then gave way with a soft tick-tick-tick. The melody that began was unlike any music box tune Theo had ever heard. It wasn't tinkling or high-pitched, but deep, resonant, and achingly beautiful. It sounded like the sigh of ancient trees, the chuckle of a hidden brook, and the distant chime of stars, all woven together. Hum-HMMMM, plink-plink-K-plink, ding-dong, it filled the attic, not loudly, but with a profound presence that seemed to push back the shadows, turning them soft and velvety. The tiny lantern on the figure's hand began to glow with a warm, buttery light, illuminating the miniature scene with impossible detail. Theo gasped. "Ah," sighed a voice soft as dust settling. "It's been an age since that song warmed these rafters." Theo nearly dropped the box. Perched on the edge of the trunk, smoothing her whiskers with a tiny paw, sat a mouse. She wasn't gray, but a soft dove brown, and perched precariously on her head was a thimble-sized silver teacup, tilted at a jaunty angle. Her eyes, bright as polished jet beads, regarded Theo with surprising warmth. Who are you?" Theo whispered, clutching the humming music box. "Seraphina Pinwhisker," the mouse announced, dipping her head, causing the teacup to wobble alarmistly. "Keeper of forgotten melodies and, occasionally, misplaced biscuit crumbs. And you found the heartwood box. Quite the discovery, young master." The heartwood box. Theo breathed, mesmerized by the glowing miniature and the hauntingly beautiful tune. Hum-HMMMM, plink-plink-K-plink. "Indeed," Seraphina chirped. "Its song holds the memory of the Deepwood Glade, a place of peace tucked away. Well, somewhere beyond the cobwebs and old hatboxes, that little chap with the lantern, that's old Loomies. He guards the path." She pointed a tiny claw. "But see, his light is flickering, weak, the glade's heart song is fading." Theo peered closer. Indeed, the warm glow from the tiny lantern was sputtering, casting frantic, jumping shadows within the miniature forest. As it dimmed, the beautiful melody faltered, skipping notes, sounding thin and strained. Hum-plink-HM, a wave of coldness seemed to emanate from the box, chilling Theo's fingers despite the music box's warmth. "What's wrong with it?" Theo asked, a pang of sadness striking him as the lovely music threatened to die. "Silence," murmured a new voice, low and rumbling like stones in a brook. From behind a stack of hatboxes padded a large, ginger cat. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and his green eyes held ancient patience. He moved with silent grace, settling near Theo, his purr starting up a deep, comforting vibration like a contented kettle simmering. "P-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-M-M-M. P-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-M-M-M. The glade fears the silence," the cat stated simply. "It creeps in when the heart song weakens, stealing the light, stealing the music. Old Loomies needs courage to keep the lantern bright, but courage grows dim in the quiet." Theo understood fear. He understood the shadows in his room, the unease in the attic's depths. "How can we help? How can we give old Loomies courage?" "The song needs mending," Seraphina said, adjusting her teacup hat. "Its strength comes from harmony, from kindness remembered. The box remembers the glade, but it needs to feel the warmth that banishes the silence. It needs a spark." "But it's just a box," Theo protested, looking at the tiny, flickering light. "Ah," rumbled the ginger cat, whose name, Theo learned, was Russell for the sound he made moving through dry leaves. "Size is a tricky thing. Courage isn't measured in miles or muscle, young Theo. It's measured in heartbeats, in choosing light when the dark presses close. The spark old Loomies needs isn't fire, it's connection. It's the echo of friendship, the warmth of a caring thought, sent right into the heart of the song." Theo looked from the earnest mouse to the wise cat, then down at the struggling miniature world in his hands. The melody was now just a faint, broken whisper. Plink, Plink, the coldness intensified. He thought of the cozy fire downstairs, of the safe warmth of his quilt, of his parents sleeping peacefully. He thought of Seraphina's cheerful presence and Russell's deep, grounding purr. Prrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr He didn't just think of warmth and safety, he felt it. He poured into the little wooden box the feeling of the crackling fire, the softness of his quilt, the sound of rain on the roof that meant shelter, the purring cat beside him, the brave little mouse with her teacup hat. He imagined sending all that cozy, safe, kind feeling down the winding path of the miniature glade, straight towards the flickering lantern of old Loomies. He focused not on banishing the darkness, but on holding the light he already knew. He remembered the courage it took to climb the creaking stairs, the wonder of finding the box, the kindness in Seraphina's bright eyes, the comfort in Russell's steady presence. He gathered all these small, brave, warm feelings and sent them like a silent prayer into the heart of the music. HMMMM. A single clear note resonated from the box, stronger than before. Theo opened his eyes. Inside the miniature glade, the tiny lantern flared. Not violently, but steadily, warmly, pushing back the shadows that had been encroaching. The light spilled over the tiny pebbles, gilded the miniature leaves, and shone on old Loomies' carved face, which seemed impossibly to hold a gentle smile. The melody surged back, richer, fuller, deeper than ever. Hum-HMMMM, plink-plink-K-plink, ding-dong, it wove together the sighing trees, the chuckling brook, the distant stars, and now the crackle of a fire, the purr of a cat, the patter of rain, the gentle creak of an old house, and the quiet, steady beat of a courageous young heart. It was a symphony of comfort. The coldness vanished, replaced by a gentle warmth radiating from the box, seeping into Theo's hands. The shadows in the attic weren't banished. They simply became soft, velvety corners, no longer threatening, just resting. Well spun, young master. Seraphina clapped her tiny paws, her teacup hat bobbing. A tapestry of warmth, that's what that was. Old Loomies hasn't shone that bright since Grey-Tant Mildred found her misplaced spectacles. Russell bumped his large, warm head gently against Theo's arm, his purr deepening into a satisfied rumble. PRRRRRRRRRMMM. Courage shared is courage multiplied, he murmured. The silence flees from such harmony. Theo looked down at the heartwood box. The miniature glade was bathed in peaceful, golden light. The song flowed strong and serene, filling the attic with its profound, comforting presence. He felt different. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep, quiet contentment. The shadows downstairs no longer seemed like lurking monsters, but simply part of the night's gentle embrace. He hadn't traveled miles, he journeyed inward, across the landscape of his own fear, guided by kindness and friendship, and found courage in the warmth he already possessed. He carefully closed the lid of the heartwood box. The beautiful melody softened, becoming a gentle hum within the wood, a secret warmth against his palm. He placed it back on the blue velvet inside the trunk, leaving the lid open just a crack, like a promise to return. Will it be all right? Theo asked softly, looking at his small companions. Seraphina nodded, her whiskers twitching. Oh, indeed, the song is strong again, and now, she yawned delicately behind a tiny paw, it's time for sensible creatures to seek their nests. Even keepers of forgotten melodies need their rest. Russell gave a final, resonant purr and padded silently back into the deeper shadows of the attic, a rustle of fur against old fabric. Seraphina gave Theo a last bright-eyed blink before scampering off towards a hole near a stack of old books, her tiny teacup hat vanishing into the darkness. Theo carefully closed the trunk, the brass buckle clicking softly. The attic felt different now. Still mysterious, still full of forgotten things, but no longer unknown or frightening. It felt companionable. the moonbeam still shone, silver and peaceful. The rain continued its gentle pitter-pat on the roof, a soothing counterpoint to the faint, comforting hum he could almost feel emanating from the trunk. He padded back down the sighing stairs, creak groan, the sounds now familiar and friendly. The fire in the hearth had settled into glowing embers, casting dancing, warm shadows on the walls, friendly shapes now, like gentle giants resting. The fear of the dark corners had melted away, replaced by the understanding that darkness wasn't empty. It was just quiet, holding its own kind of peace, like the velvet lining of the old trunk. Sliding back under his quilt, Theo felt the deep, safe warmth seep into his bones. He listened to the house settle, the soft pop of an ember, the sigh of the wind, the distant, almost imperceptible hum of the heartwood box singing its song of the deepwood glade, a lullaby woven from ancient trees, starlight, crackling fires, purring cats, brave little mice, and the quiet, enduring strength of kindness and courage found within. The shadows were just friends waiting for the dawn, and the night wrapped around him like a familiar, velvet cloak. His eyelids grew heavy, the beautiful melody echoing softly in his mind, hum-hmmm, plink plink k-plink, ding-dong, a gentle reminder that light, warmth, and courage were always just a heartbeat away, often found in the most ordinary of boxes, in the most unexpected of attics, carried on the wings of friendship in the quiet strength of a caring thought. And as sleep finally claimed him, the last sound he heard was the contented sigh of the old house, settling deeper into its own peaceful dreams. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered through the old oak tree beside the cottage, where young Ben lived. Ben wasn't particularly loud or adventurous, but he noticed things. He noticed the way sunlight caught dust motes, making them look like tiny stars. He noticed the different songs the wind sang through the chimney. And one chilly autumn afternoon, while helping his grandfather clear out the dusty attic, Ben noticed something else entirely. Tucked away in a forgotten corner, behind a box of moth-eaten scarves and a broken rocking horse, sat a small, unassuming wooden crate. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was a teacup. It wasn't grand or gilded, it was simple porcelain, painted with delicate, faded blue forget-me-nots. But as Ben carefully lifted it, a strange warmth spread through his fingers, not the warmth of the sun, but a gentle, comforting glow that seemed to hum softly against his skin. "Granddad," Ben called softly, his voice echoing slightly in the dusty space. "Look at this teacup, it feels different." His grandfather, wiping grime from his spectacles, peered at it. "Ah, the forget-me-not cup, belonged to your great-aunt Millicent. Always said it was special, but never said why. Bit of an odd duck, Millicent, bless her. Probably just like the pattern." He chuckled, returning to his sorting. Ben wasn't so sure. He carried the cup downstairs, washed it gently, and set it on his windowsill. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Ben decided to try it. He filled it with warm milk and a drizzle of honey, just as he imagined great-aunt Millicent might have done. As he lifted the cup to his lips, he didn't just smell the sweet honey and warm milk. He smelled something else entirely: damp earth, wood smoke, and the faint, sweet scent of unfamiliar flowers. And when he took a sip, the world didn't dissolve, but it shimmered. Suddenly, the steam rising from the cup wasn't just steam. It swirled and coalesced, forming a miniature, glowing landscape right above the rim. Tiny, luminous mountains rose, veiled in mist. A path no wider than a thread of silk wound through a forest of impossibly small, glittering trees. And standing on that path, looking impossibly real yet impossibly tiny, was a creature. It resembled a badger, but its fur shimmered like moonlight on snow, and it wore a tiny, worried frown. "Hello," Ben whispered, utterly astonished. The tiny badger jumped, clutching a minuscule satchel. "Oh, you can see, most can't, you know, not unless the cup truly chooses. I'm Thistle." His voice was like the rustle of dry leaves, yet clear as a bell. "And you, big one, you hold the cup of echoes. The cup of echoes. Ben breathed. Indeed, Thistle nodded gravely. It doesn't hold tea, not really. It holds echoes of places lost or forgotten, echoes of journeys not taken. Right now it holds the echo of the Whispering Glen, my home. But his small shoulders slumped. The glen is fading, the great echo is weakening. Without it, the glen will vanish entirely, and all its echoes, memories, stories, little bits of quiet magic will be lost forever. Ben felt a pang of deep sadness, as if he'd heard a beloved story end too soon. The great echo, what is it? How can it fade? It's the heart song of the glen, Thistle explained, pacing the tiny path in the steam. A deep, resonant sound that holds everything together, but it's grown faint, muffled. Something is silencing it. We need to find the source and restore the song. But the path is perilous for one so small, and the silencer. Well, it's big and loud and terribly unlistening. Ben understood the unspoken plea. Can I help? Can I go there through the cup? Thistle's eyes, like polished obsidian, widened. Through the cup. Only if the cup allows it. But you felt its warmth. You saw the echo. Perhaps you are allowed. Take another sip, Ben. Think of the glen, think of helping. Ben closed his eyes, picturing the tiny mountains, the glittering trees, the worried badger. He took another sip of the honeyed milk. This time the warmth wasn't just in his hands, it spread through his whole body. The room seemed to stretch and blur. When he opened his eyes, he was standing on the thread-like path, surrounded by towering, luminous ferns that hadn't been there a moment before. He was Ben-sized, but the world around him was thistle-sized. The trees soared like skyscrapers, the pebbles were boulders. Thistle, now reaching Ben's knee, beamed. You did it, oh splendid. Welcome to the Whispering Glen, Ben. The glen was breathtaking. Light didn't just shine, it danced soft blues and greens, filtering through leaves that chimed like crystal bells when touched. The air hummed, but it was a faint, strained hum, like a distant choir singing through wool. Ben could feel the sadness Thistle had spoken of, a gentle melancholy clinging to the shimmering moss and the glowing mushrooms. We need to follow the fading song to its source, Thistle said, leading the way down the winding path. But we shouldn't go alone. Echo places are tricky. We need friends. Their first helper appeared near a brook that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny chimes. A creature like a large, iridescent dragonfly perched on a glowing reed. Her wings were stained glass mosaics, and her large, multifaceted eyes sparkled with curiosity. Greetings, Thistle, and a very large greeting to you, stranger. I am Zephyr. Are you lost or found? Both, perhaps, Zephyr, Thistle chuckled. This is Ben. He's come to help restore the great echo. We need to find what's silencing it. Zephyr buzzed excitedly. Silence, how dreadful. I know all the currents of the glen, the paths the winds take. The silence feels thickest near the old stone bridge where the deep roots gather. But it's guarded by Grumble, the stone toad. He hasn't listened to anyone in ages, too busy being grumpy. She fluttered onto Ben's shoulder, her touch light as dandelion fluff. I can guide you. Further along, beneath a canopy of luminous weeping willow fronds, they met their second helper. Moss, a creature resembling a very old, very wise tortoise, moved with deliberate slowness. His shell was covered in glowing lichen that pulsed softly. He blinked slowly at Ben. A groundwalker in the glen, how curious and troubled. I feel the echo's pain. His voice was the deep rumble of shifting earth. We seek the source of the silence, Moss, Thistle explained. Moss pondered, the lichen on his shell dimming and brightening. The deep roots beneath the old stone bridge hold ancient memories. They might know, but Grumble guards the bridge fiercely. He fears noise, you see, thinks it cracks the stones. Moss sighed, a sound like pebbles tumbling. He forgets that silence can crack the soul. I know the old ways, the language of stone and root. I will come. The journey through the whispering glen was wondrous and strange. Zephyr darted ahead, her wings humming, scouting paths and whispering warnings about patches of shimmer quicksand or gloom vines that tried to dampen sound. Moss plodded steadily behind, his deep voice occasionally murmuring to the earth, causing glowing stepping stones to rise from glowing streams or stubborn roots to gently lower themselves. Thistle kept up a constant, reassuring chatter, pointing out echo fireflies that carried snippets of forgotten lullabies and whispering blossoms that sighed stories into the air. Yet, the underlying hum remained distressingly faint. Finally, they reached the old stone bridge. It arched over a chasm filled not with water, but with swirling, silent mist. And sitting squarely in the center of the bridge, blotting out the soft light, was Grumble. He was immense, a toad carved from rough, dark granite, his eyes like dull, heavy pebbles. A low, continuous grumble vibrated from him, a sound that seemed to actively push away the glen's gentle music. Go away. Grumble boomed, the sound waves making the bridge tremble. Too much noise, cracks the stones, silence is safe. He shifted his massive bulk, blocking their path completely. Ben felt the grumble in his bones, a physical pressure trying to force him back. Fear prickled him. How could they move this mountain of grumpiness? Zephyr buzzed anxiously near Ben's ear. See, told you, all boom and no listen. Moss slowly moved forward, placing a gentle, clawed foot on the bridge stone. Grumble, old friend, he rumbled, his voice a counterpoint to Grumble's harsh tone, deep but soothing. The stones are strong, they remember the song. Song is vibration, vibration is cracks. Grumble bellowed, refusing to look at Moss. Silence is solid, safe. Ben watched, his heart pounding. Force wouldn't work. Shouting back would only make Grumble louder, more stubborn. Thistle had said the challenge required wisdom. Ben remembered the cup's warmth, the feeling of listening to an echo. He thought of Grey Tant Millicent, who everyone thought was odd but who had known this cup was special. He thought about how sometimes the quietest things held the deepest truths. Grumble wasn't just guarding the bridge, he was guarding his fear. Ben took a deep breath. Instead of speaking, he knelt down on the bridge, ignoring the vibration through his knees. He placed his hand flat on the cool stone, just like Moss had done. He closed his eyes, trying to push aside his own fear, trying to truly listen, not just to the grumble, but to the stone beneath it. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth Moss had spoken of, a rhythm far older and steadier than Grumble's fear. He felt tiny vibrations, not cracks, but the gentle thrum of the deep roots Moss had mentioned, far below, like a slow, sad heartbeat. And beneath Grumble's oppressive grumble, Ben sensed something else, a deep, aching loneliness. He didn't shout. He didn't argue. He simply spoke, his voice as soft as the glen's fading hum, directed not at Grumble's ears, but at the stone beneath his hand, hoping the roots would hear. The stones are strong, he murmured, echoing Moss. They remember the song that held them together. The silence isn't making you safe, Grumble, it's making you alone, and the glen is fading without its song. He poured all his understanding, all his quiet empathy into those words, picturing the warmth of the teacup, the kindness he felt for Thistle and his fading home. For a moment, nothing happened. Grumble just grumbled louder. Then Moss rumbled again, his voice weaving with Ben's quiet plea, speaking directly to the stone and the roots below. Hear the truth, old friend, the song is strength, not weakness, the silence, it hurts. Zephyr, understanding, flew not at Grumble, but down towards the swirling mist of the chasm. She darted and danced, her wings creating a soft, intricate hum, a counter-melody to Grumble's drone. She hummed the song of the wind currents, the chime of the brook, the sigh of the whispering blossoms, tiny fragments of the glen's true voice. Thistle added his own voice, not loud but clear and steady, telling a simple story of sunlight on moss and the comfort of shared burrows. Sound connects us, grumble, silence, isolates. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the deep, continuous grumble faltered. Grumble shifted. One heavy pebble-like eye cracked open slightly, looking not at Ben shouting, but at Ben kneeling, hand on the stone, his face earnest and kind. He looked at moss, steadfast and ancient. He listened to Zephyr's delicate hum, Thistle's gentle story. He felt the deep roots below stir, sending a faint, questioning pulse up through the bridge stones, a pulse of remembered music. A deep, shuddering sigh escaped Grumble, like boulders shifting. The oppressive pressure lessened. Alone, he rumbled, but the sound was less harsh, more questioning. The song hurt. No, Ben said softly, still kneeling. The wrong sounds can hurt. Loud, angry sounds. But the Glen's song, it's gentle. It's the sound of belonging. It holds the stones together like the warmth holds the tea in the cup. He thought of the cup's comforting glow. It doesn't crack, it comforts. Grumble was silent for a long moment. Then with a sound like distant thunder softening, he slowly, ponderously, shifted his massive bulk to one side of the bridge, clearing the path. Gentle, he rumbled, the word unfamiliar on his tongue. Comfort. Moss nudged Ben gently. The deep roots beneath the bridge center, they hold the echo of the first heart song, touch them, remember for them. Ben walked carefully to the center of the bridge. Kneeling again, he saw a cluster of thick, glowing roots emerging from the stone, pulsing with a very faint, slow light. He placed both hands upon them. They were warm, vibrating with a deep, almost inaudible frequency. Closing his eyes, he poured his feelings into the roots, the wonder of the Glen, the kindness of Thistle, Zephyr, and Moss, the newfound understanding for Grumble, and the comforting warmth of the forget-me-not cup. He thought of connection, of gentle sounds, of belonging. He didn't force a song, he offered a memory of what song felt like. The roots beneath his hands began to glow brighter. The faint pulse grew stronger, steadier. From deep within the earth, a sound began to rise. It wasn't loud, it was profound. A deep, resonant hum, pure and clear, like the lowest note of a cello played under starlight. It resonated through the stones of the bridge, through the air, through Ben's very being. The effect was instantaneous. The swirling mist in the chasm below began to sparkle with trapped light. The leaves on the luminous trees chimed more brightly. The faint melancholy lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and wholeness. The great echo, the heart song of the whispering Glen, had been remembered. Zephyr danced in the air, her wings creating joyous harmonies with the renewed echo. Moss let out a deep, contented rumble that harmonized perfectly. Thistle jumped up and down with pure delight. And Grumble, the stone toad, simply sat. But his grumble had ceased. He tilted his head, his heavy-lidded eyes half closed, listening. A low, soft sound, almost like a purr, vibrated from his stony chest. It wasn't silence. It was the sound of deep contentment, a bass note joining the Glen's symphony. Ben felt the teacup's warmth surge within him, not pulling him back, but acknowledging the completion. He looked at his new friends. "It's time for me to go," he said softly, the heart song filling him with serene joy. Thistle nuzzled his hand. "Thank you, Ben. The Glen remembers. We all remember." Zephyr landed gently on his head, humming a farewell tune. Moss blinked slowly, a silent blessing. Grumble merely rumbled softly, a sound that now felt like a bedrock deep "thank you." Ben closed his eyes, holding the image of the singing Glen, the feeling of the heart song, and the warmth of friendship. He felt the world shimmer once more. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room, the empty forget-me-not cup cool in his hands on the windowsill. The last sip of honeyed milk was gone. Outside, the wind in the old oak tree sounded different, richer, deeper, as if carrying an echo of a faraway song. He carefully placed the cup back on the sill. It no longer glowed, but it held a deep, quiet warmth, like a cherished memory. Ben knew the Whispering Glen was safe, its stories and magic preserved. He knew that sometimes the greatest strength wasn't in being loud, but in listening deeply, not in force, but in kindness and understanding. And he knew that the most extraordinary magic could be found in the quietest, most ordinary of things, like a teacup painted with forget-me-nots, holding echoes of wonder. As he climbed into bed, the wind sang its lullaby through the eaves, a gentle, resonant sound that soothed him to his core. He smiled, picturing Thistle in his burrow, Zephyr dancing on moonbeams, Moss dreaming deep earth dreams, and Grumble, contentedly rumbling on his bridge, part of the song once more. The cup sat on the sill, a silent guardian of echoes, and Ben drifted into a sleep filled with the peaceful hum of a world where kindness had mended what fear had silenced. The fire crackled its own warm agreement, and the night held only gentle dreams. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of emerald moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by ordinary eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, woven from the turning seasons and the deep, harmonious breath of the earth itself. Among the gnarled roots and beneath the velvet ferns thrived Thistle, a young hedgehog whose spines shimmered with dewdrops in the dawn light, and his dearest friend, Fern, a quick-witted squirrel with eyes like polished acorns. Their world was one of intricate balance. The fireflies painted constellations on warm summer nights, their light fueled by the fragrance of blooming night-blooming jasmine. The brook songbirds, feathered in iridescent blues and greens, sang melodies that coaxed the river into gentle, laughing currents, its water crystal clear and tasting of cold stone and wild mint. In autumn, the wise willows shed leaves imbued with whispered memories, gathered by the diligent moss sprites to weave into the soft blankets lining burrows against the coming chill. Winter brought the frost weavers, tiny, shimmering beings who spun delicate lace from frozen mist, adorning bare branches and silencing the forest under a blanket of profound, peaceful quiet. Spring belonged to the bloom whisperers, unseen forces that coaxed buds into vibrant life, their arrival heralded by the first warm rain that smelled of damp earth and sweet promise. Thistle and Fern learned this rhythm from Bramblebur, an ancient badger whose fur was silvered with age and whose deep, rumbling voice carried the weight of countless seasons. He lived beneath the sentinel oak, the oldest tree in the woods, its bark deeply carved with patterns that seemed to shift and flow like liquid history. Bramblebur taught them the forest song, not a melody sung aloud, but the subtle symphony of interconnected life. The rustle of a vole stirring dry leaves, signaling the approach of a hungry fox, the particular scent of ozone whispering of a distant thunderstorm long before clouds gathered, the way the mushrooms glowed faintly blue along the paths where the underground streams flowed strongest. "Listen with more than your ears, little ones," Bramblebur would murmur, his voice blending with the crackle of the small, enchanted hearthstone that warmed his den, its light casting dancing shadows. "Feel the forest breathe, taste the wind, see the stories written in the moss and the bark. Harmony is the greatest magic, and it is woven thread by fragile thread." One crisp autumn afternoon, as Thistle and Fern were gathering the last sweet hazelnuts, a tremor ran through the forest. It wasn't an earthquake, but a disturbance in the very fabric of their world. The vibrant reds and golds of the maple leaves seemed duller. The air, usually crisp and fragrant with decaying leaves and wood smoke, carried a faint, acrid tang like damp metal. Most unsettling of all, the laughing river grew quiet. Its usual cheerful gurgle faded to a sluggish, mournful sigh. The water, once clear as polished quartz, took on a murky, listless hue. Fern scampered to the river bank, her bushy tail twitching with worry. Thistle, look, the brook songbirds, they're barely singing. Indeed, the usually vibrant birds perched listlessly on gray branches, their feathers ruffled, their songs reduced to thin, sorrowful chirps. The water felt strangely tepid and greasy against Thistle's paws when he dipped them in. They hurried to Bramblebur. The old badger was already waiting, his expression grave. He held a single, perfect maple leaf, its brilliant crimson hue fading to a sickly brown at the edges. "The balance is wounded," he rasped, his voice thick with concern. "Something heavy and cold has settled upstream near the Stoneheart Falls. It poisons the river's spirit, silences its song, and weakens the season's turn." He explained that the Stoneheart Falls were where the river plunged over ancient, moss-covered rocks, creating a natural basin that acted as the forest's heartwell. Pure magic drawn from the deep earth and the changing skies pooled there, feeding the seasonal cycles and the life of all creatures. "If the poison spreads," Bramblebur warned, his eyes reflecting the hearthstone's worried flicker, "winter will not weave its quiet magic, spring may not wake, the frost weavers will freeze solid, the bloom whisperers will slumber too deeply. The forest will fall into an endless, silent gray." A council was called under the sentinel oak. Fireflies glowed with anxious light, moss sprites shivered in their woven cloaks, and even the usually stoic owls hooted softly in dismay. Fear hung thick as fog. Some creatures whispered of fleeing. Others argued pointlessly. Thistle, remembering Bramblebur's lessons, stepped forward, his small voice surprisingly steady. "Grandfather Bramblebur says harmony is woven thread by thread. Maybe we need to weave it back together." Fern nodded vigorously, adding, "We need to find the source. We need to help the river remember its song." Their courage sparked a fragile hope. It was decided Thistle and Fern, small and quick, would journey upstream towards the Stoneheart Falls, guided by their knowledge of the forest paths and the subtle signs. Bramblebur entrusted them with a precious gift, a small, smooth river stone warmed by the hearthstone. "This holds the memory of pure water," he said, "and a fragment of the forest's warmth. It may help you." Their journey was fraught with the growing imbalance. Autumn seemed to stall. Leaves that should have fallen clung desperately to branches, brittle and dry. The air grew colder than it should, biting with an unnatural dampness that seeped into their bones. Magical phenomena flickered erratically. Patches of frost formed in the afternoon sun, only to melt into sluggish, gray puddles. Strange, sourceless sighs echoed through the trees, chilling their blood. They navigated treacherous paths slick with unnatural slime, the comforting scents of earth and leaf mold replaced by the metallic tang of decay. They crossed trembling bridges of woven vines over streams that bubbled sluggishly. Their courage was tested by shadows that seemed to cling too long, and whispers that weren't the wind. Fern's sharp eyes spotted safe paths where the moss still glowed faintly green, a sign of lingering health. Thistle used his keen nose to avoid patches of air that smelled stagnant and wrong, guiding them towards the cleaner, though still troubled, scent of pine needles higher up. Finally, after a perilous climb over slippery rocks slick with unnatural frost, they reached the Stoneheart Falls. The sight stole their breath not with beauty, but with profound sorrow. The majestic cascade was reduced to a thick, oily trickle. The basin below, usually a swirling pool of luminous, clear water reflecting the sky, was choked with a viscous, dark sludge that shimmered with a sickly, iridescent sheen. It smelled like rust and forgotten graves. Embedded in the sludge near the base of the falls was the source of the poison. A massive, jagged chunk of cold, dark iron, a piece of something forgotten and unnatural that had tumbled down from the distant, unseen mountains beyond the forest's edge. It pulsed with a dull, malevolent chill that seemed to leach the warmth and life from the very air. "This is it," Fern whispered, her voice trembling. It's killing the Heartwell." Thistle felt despair wash over him. How could they move such a monstrous thing? He clutched the warm river stone Bramblebur had given him. It felt small and insignificant against the oppressive cold emanating from the iron. He remembered the badger's words, help the river remember its song, remember. Looking around desperately, Thistle's eyes fell upon the moss-covered rocks surrounding the basin. Within the thick ancient moss, preserved like jewels in amber, were tiny fragments of perfectly preserved bluebell petal from a long-ago spring, a delicate fossilized dragonfly wing, a vibrant red autumn leaf caught mid-fall. These were memories woven into the very fabric of the place by generations of moss sprites and the magic of the falls. An idea sparked, fragile but bright. Fern the memories, the forest remembers its harmony. Bramblebur's stone remembers pure water, maybe if we remind the heart well together. Fern understood instantly. We need all the memories, we need the forest's song. Thistle placed Bramblebur's warm stone gently onto the cold, sludgy surface near the edge of the basin. It sank slightly but glowed with a soft, determined light. Fern scrambled up the rocks, chattering urgently. She found a cluster of glowing moss holding a shimmering dewdrop, a perfect memory of morning freshness. She nudged it free and it rolled down, landing with a soft plink near Thistle's stone. He found a patch of moss cradling a tiny, perfectly formed acorn, a symbol of potential and growth. He carefully pried it loose and added it to the growing collection. They worked feverishly, their small paws trembling but determined. They gathered a snowflake pattern preserved by a frost weaver, a fragment of a bloom whisperer's first spring song caught in a bead of sap, a single luminous scale shed by a brook songbird. Each precious memory fragment, when placed near the warm stone, glowed brighter, pushing back the oppressive grayness in a tiny circle. But it wasn't enough. The dark iron pulsed, its chill deepening. The sludge seemed to thicken. Thistle felt a wave of exhaustion and despair. They were just two small creatures against a vast, unnatural cold. Then a soft rustling came from the path below. Bramblebur emerged, moving slowly but steadily, followed by a procession of forest folk. The fireflies had come, forming a constellation of soft light around the basin. The moss sprites arrived, carrying pouches woven from spider silk filled with collected memories, pressed wildflowers, tiny polished pebbles from the riverbed, fragments of sun-baked bark. Even the listless brook songbirds had mustered their strength, perching on nearby branches and beginning a soft, hesitant hum. The owls watched silently from high above, their presence a solemn vigil. They had followed, drawn by the faint pulse of hope emanating from the children's efforts. Without a word, they added their offerings to the growing circle of light around Thistle's stone and the gathered memories. Moss sprites gently pressed their treasures into the sludge at the basin's edge. Fireflies hovered, their light intensifying, bathing the scene in a gentle, golden radiance. The brook songbirds' hum grew stronger, weaving into a fragile, beautiful melody that spoke of clear currents and sun-dappled pools. The warmth grew. The circle of light expanded, pushing against the thick sludge and the chilling aura of the iron. Thistle moved beyond words, placed his own, offering a single tear that had fallen onto his paw, a tear born of fear, effort, and love for his home. It landed on the warm stone, which flared with a sudden, brilliant light. A deep, resonant thrum vibrated through the rocks, shaking the sludge. It wasn't a sound of destruction, but of awakening. The gathered memories began to glow intensely, the bluebell petal radiated spring's promise, the dragonfly wings shimmered with summer's energy, the autumn leaf blazed with fall's vibrant fire, the snowflake pattern glittered with winter's quiet magic. The warm stone pulsed like a tiny heart. The dark sludge at the edges of the glowing circle began to soften, then to flow. It wasn't washed away, but transformed. The greasy sheen dissolved, replaced by the clear, cold luminescence of pure, enchanted water. The transformation spread slowly but surely, like ink dispersing in clear water, driven by the combined warmth, light, and song of the forest's gathered heart. The viscous murk receded from the basin, revealing the smooth, clean stones beneath. The oily trickle over the falls thickened, cleared, and then, with a sound like a sigh of relief, the laughing river found its voice again. Clean, cold, magical water cascaded over the stone heart falls, plunging into the now pristine basin, churning it into a whirlpool of sparkling, luminous life. The oppressive cold vanished, replaced by the crisp, clean chill of true autumn air, scented with pine and wet stone. The dark iron chunk, now inert and harmless, was gently pushed aside by the renewed current, tumbling harmlessly into a deep crevice where the forest's roots would slowly reclaim it. A collective sigh, warm and alive, rippled through the gathered creatures. The brook songbirds burst into full, joyous song, their melodies echoing the river's laughter. Fireflies danced in jubilant patterns. Moss sprites wept tears of pure, clear water that sparkled like diamonds on their cloaks. Bramblebur placed a heavy, gentle paw on Thistle's and Fern's shoulders. "You wove the threads back together," he rumbled, his voice thick with pride and relief. "You remembered the song and helped the forest remember itself." As they made their way back downstream, the transformation was evident. The dull leaves released their hold, falling in a gentle, golden rain that smelled sweetly of earth and change. The unnatural frost retreated. The air lost its metallic tang, replaced by the rich, comforting scent of damp soil and decaying leaves returning to the earth. The river sang alongside them, its waters clear and cold once more, carrying the renewed magic through the veins of the whispering woods. Winter came, but it was the true winter of the frost weavers. They spun their intricate lace with renewed vigor, draping the forest in a blanket of sparkling silence that felt peaceful, not dead. Under the snow, the earth held the warmth of the forest's collective memory, waiting for spring. And when the bloom whisperers finally stirred, coaxed by the first truly warm rain that smelled of renewal, the forest erupted in a profusion of color and scent more vibrant than anyone could remember. Thistle and fern often visited the Stoneheart Falls. The basin shimmered with pure magic, and embedded in the moss around its edge, alongside the ancient memories, were new additions. A tiny, smooth hazelnut, a single, bright squirrel's tail hair caught in the sunlight, and a small, perfectly round stone that always held a gentle warmth. Bramblebur taught them how to listen even deeper, to hear the faint echoes of the forest's song of healing, woven into the rustling leaves and the bubbling streams. And on quiet evenings, as fireflies painted the dusk and the scent of night-blooming jasmine filled the air, Thistle would tell younger creatures the story beside Bramblebur's hearthstone. He described the unnatural cold, the silent river, the fear, and the perilous journey. But most of all he'd speak of the warmth of the stone, the brilliance of the gathered memories, the strength of the shared song, and the deep, resonant thrum of harmony restored. "Remember," he'd murmur, his voice blending with the crackling hearth and the gentle sigh of the wind in the sentinel oak, "the greatest magic isn't in grand spells, but in the threads that connect us all to each other, to the earth, to the seasons, and to the memories we keep and share. Listen for the forest's song, feel its breath, tend its harmony, for it is the song that sings us all to sleep and welcomes us back with each new dawn." And as the young ones drifted off, nestled in moss-lined burrows, the whispering woods breathed its deep, contented sigh, a living lullaby of perfect, peaceful balance. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns, where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Taros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep, rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Taros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend on Taros. And on Taros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley cradled by whispering hills, a place where cobblestone paths wound between houses with thatched roofs that glowed softly under the moon. Magic here wasn't loud or flashy. It was the warm scent of cinnamon buns drifting from Mistress Gable's bakery at dawn, the way fireflies pulsed in perfect harmony with the village clock tower's chime, and the gentle hum of contentment that seemed to rise from the very earth. Young Theo, whose freckles looked like scattered cinnamon dust, loved Willowbrook most of all for its quiet magic, especially the nightly dance of the fireflies that painted the dusk with streaks of warm gold. But one cool autumn evening, as Theo sat on his doorstep watching the sky deepen from lavender to indigo, he noticed something unsettling. What could be dampening magic? That, Silas said, standing up and brushing cedar shavings from his worn trousers, is the heart of our little mystery. An observation, young Theo, is the key to any puzzle. Are you ready for a moonlit walk? Together, with Fern flitting ahead like a shadow, they followed the path alongside the brook. The water, usually chuckling merrily, seemed to flow more sluggishly. As they neared the crystal springs, the air grew cooler still, and Theo felt a strange hush fall, like the woods were holding their breath. The familiar, comforting hum of magic was faint, muffled. The springs were a small, clear pool fed by water trickling down a mossy rock face. Moonlight should have fractured into 1,000 dancing diamonds on its surface. Instead, the pool looked dull, lifeless. And clustered on the rocks surrounding the pool, Theo saw them, hundreds of fireflies. But they weren't flying. They sat huddled together, their lights flickering weakly, like distant stars obscured by cloud. They're here. Theo breathed, his heart aching at their dim glow. But why won't they fly? Silas knelt by the water's edge, his brow furrowed. Look closely, Theo, not just at the fireflies. Look at the water, look at the rocks. Listen. Theo knelt beside him. He looked. The water wasn't just sluggish, it seemed thicker, almost syrupy near the edges. He saw patches of a strange, dark, slimy substance clinging to the rocks below the waterline. It looked like thick, wet ash. He sniffed the air. Underneath the clean scent of pine and damp earth was a faint, unpleasant odor, sour and metallic, like old pennies left in the rain. He listened. The gentle trickle of the spring was almost silent, choked. "What is that slime?" Theo whispered, pointing. "And that smell, it's wrong." Fern, the moss spriggan, chittered anxiously from Theo's shoulder, pointing a tiny finger emphatically at the dark patches. "Ah," Silas murmured, a spark of understanding in his eyes. "That, Theo, is bog-rot sludge, very rare, very troublesome. It seeps up from deep underground where minerals clash poorly. It's like a heavy blanket thrown over magic. It dampens sound, dims light, and makes the water heavy and lifeless. It explains everything. The fireflies need the pure, lively water and the bright magic of the springs to power their flight and light," Theo realized, the pieces clicking together. "The sludge is smothering it, but how do we get rid of it? It looks stuck fast." Silas smiled gently. "Bogrot sludge is stubborn, but it has a weakness. It fears pure vibration, clear sound, like laughter or music. Especially music played with true heart, which carries its own kind of magic, but it needs to be focused right at the source." Theo thought hard. He wasn't much of a musician. He patted his pocket, his fingers closing around his smooth, worry stone. Then he remembered something. "Sila's the village bell, the harmony bell in the clock tower. It rings pure and clear every hour. Could its sound reach here?" Silas's smile widened. "An excellent thought, Theo. The harmony bell's sound carries far on the night air, but it needs a little encouragement to reach this deeply into the woods with enough strength. We need an amplifier, a conductor for its pure note." Fern suddenly leapt from Theo's shoulder and scurried towards a cluster of tall, slender reeds growing near the spring. Moonlight glinted off their smooth stalks. Fern tapped one reed, then another, making a soft, hollow talk sound. "The whisper reeds," Silas exclaimed. "Of course, they channel sound, make it travel farther and clearer. Fern, you clever sprout, if we can get the sound of the harmony bell to resonate through these reeds, aimed right at the sludge." The plan formed quickly. Silas knew the woods and could move silently. He would hurry back to the village square, timing his arrival just before the next hour. He would explain the plan to Old Man Hemlock, who tended the clock tower. When the bell struck, Silas would focus all his quiet intention, his deep connection to Willowbrook's magic, on sending that clear, resonant bong towards the crystal springs. Theo's job was to stay with Fern. As the bell's sound approached, Silas assured him he would feel it coming. Theo needed to gently stroke the whisper reeds in sequence, starting from the tallest, guiding the sound wave towards the pool, just like directing water down a channel. Fern would help him know which reed to touch next. Theo waited nervously by the silent pool, the huddled fireflies casting only the faintest glow. Fern perched on his knee, a comforting, velvety weight. The woods felt vast and quiet. Then, just as the moon reached its highest point, Theo felt it. A faint tremor in the air, a deep, pure feeling rather than a sound, vibrating through the ground and up his legs. It was the distant echo of the harmony bell, carrying Silas's focused hope. Now, Theo. Silas's voice seemed to whisper on the vibration itself. Theo took a deep breath, remembering his grandmother's calm wisdom. He focused on the pure note resonating within him, the sound of home and harmony. Gently guided by Fern's tiny nudges, he began to stroke the whisper reeds. Tallest first, with a soft, steady sweep of his hand. Swoosh. Then the next tallest. Swoosh. Then the next. Swoosh. As Theo touched each reed, it seemed to hum, capturing the distant bell note and sending it onwards, clearer and stronger. The focused wave of pure sound, amplified and directed by the reeds, swept over the crystal springs pool. It hit the dark bogrot sludge clinging to the rocks. A remarkable thing happened. The sludge didn't melt or vanish in a puff of smoke. Instead, it shivered, like a ripple moving through thick jelly. Then it began to contract, pulling away from the rocks, retreating from the clear water. It shriveled slightly, losing its oily sheen, turning drier, grayer. As it shrank back, the clear spring water bubbled up more vigorously, pushing the retreating sludge aside. The sour, metallic smell lifted, replaced by the clean, mineral scent of fresh water and damp moss. The hush dissolved, replaced by the joyful gurgle of the spring and the rustling of leaves in a suddenly fresher breeze. The effect on the fireflies was instant and magical. As the sludge retreated and the pure magic of the springs surged back, their dim lights brightened. One by one, then in joyful clusters, they lifted from the rocks. Their wings, no longer heavy with stifled magic, buzzed with renewed energy. Their lights pulsed first tentatively, then stronger, brighter, warmer, until the clearing was filled with a swirling constellation of gold. They danced above the now sparkling, diamond-dusted pool, their light reflecting brilliantly in the pure water. Theo laughed, pure relief and wonder bubbling up inside him. Fern chittered happily, doing a little jig on the moss. The fireflies swirled around them in a silent, luminous thank you. Silas appeared at the edge of the clearing, a broad smile on his face. "Well done, young observer, well done indeed. You listened, you looked, you thought, and you acted with a calm heart. That's the best kind of magic." Walking back towards Willowbrook, Theo, Silas, and Fern were accompanied by a glorious escort. The fireflies flew ahead and alongside, a river of golden light flowing back towards the village. As they emerged from the woods, the villagers, drawn outside by the returning glow, gasped in delight. The golden light washed over the meadow, touching the tightly closed buds of the night-blooming glories. As the fireflies pulsed in their familiar, comforting rhythm, the beautiful white flowers began to slowly, gracefully unfurl, releasing their sweet, calming perfume into the night air. A collective sigh of peace settled over Willowbrook. Restless dreams were soothed away. Later, sitting again on his doorstep with a cup of warm milk, Theo watched the fireflies dance. He held his worry stone, now warm not from worry, but from contentment. The mystery had been solved not with force, but with careful watching, kind help from friends like Fern and Silas, and the pure, shared magic of their home amplified by a bell and some clever reeds. He learned that sometimes the quietest things, a strange smell, a dim light, a hush in the woods, hold the biggest clues. And that solutions often lie in connection, connecting observations, connecting with wise friends, and connecting with the gentle, resilient magic all around. The air was sweet with night-blooming glory, the fireflies painted golden paths on the velvet dark, and the soft chime of the harmony bell echoed faintly, a reminder of the pure note that had cleared the shadows. Theo smiled, the cozy magic of Willowbrook wrapping around him like a soft blanket, and knew that all was well. The gentle hum of the sleeping village was the most comforting sound of all. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Lyra. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lyra spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lyra stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lyra decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lyra followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lyra to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lyra thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lyra's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lyra met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lyra of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lyra traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lyra closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lyra realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lyra returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lyra knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the enchanted hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lyra slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like golden spirits at play. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, nestled in this cozy space, all was safe and still. Gather close, dear listeners, and let me tell you a tale of a quiet soul who discovered that even the smallest light can guide us home when darkness falls. In a valley nestled between ancient mountains, there lived a young woman named Anya. She was a keeper of stories, one who listened more than she spoke, and who found comfort in the familiar rhythms of her small village. Each evening she would sit by her window and watch the lanterns flicker to life throughout the valley, little points of warmth against the deepening blue of twilight. But Anya carried a quiet longing in her heart, a sense that there was more to the world than what she could see from her window. She often found herself gazing toward the whispering woods that bordered the village, a place where the trees grew so close together that their branches intertwined like old friends sharing secrets. The elders spoke of the woods with both reverence and caution, telling tales of forgotten paths and hidden wonders that only revealed themselves to those with patient hearts. One autumn evening, as the last rays of sun gilded the mountain peaks, Anya discovered something unusual while gathering herbs at the wood's edge. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, was a smooth stone no larger than her palm. But this was no ordinary stone. It pulsed with a soft, warm light, glowing like embers in a dying fire. When she picked it up, it felt strangely warm against her skin, and the light within seemed to breathe in rhythm with her own heartbeat. That night, as she placed the stone on her windowsill, something remarkable happened. The emberstone began to glow brighter, and tendrils of light, like golden smoke, drifted toward the window, forming patterns that seemed to point toward the whispering woods. Though nervous, Anya felt a pull she couldn't ignore. Gathering her warmest cloak and a small satchel of provisions, she decided to follow the light's gentle guidance. The forest welcomed her with a hushed reverence. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, painting silver patterns on the mossy ground. The emberstone glowed steadily in her hand, its light pushing back the shadows just enough to reveal a path she had never noticed before. It was a narrow trail, bordered by ferns that glistened with dew, and it seemed to beckon her forward. For what felt like hours, Anya walked, the only sounds being her soft footsteps and the occasional hoot of an owl. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine. Just as she began to wonder if she should turn back, the trees parted to reveal a clearing she had never seen on any map. In the center of the clearing stood the most extraordinary tree Anya had ever encountered. Its bark shimmered with what looked like starlight, and its leaves rustled with a melody that seemed to harmonize with the night itself. But what caught her attention most was the small figure curled at the base of the tree, a fox with fur the color of autumn leaves, who seemed to be shivering despite the thick coat. As Anya approached, the fox lifted its head, revealing eyes that held a wisdom far beyond its animal form. It was then that she noticed the fox's paw was caught in a tangled root, not tightly, but enough to keep it from moving freely. "Little one," Anya whispered, kneeling slowly so as not to startle the creature. "You seem to be in a spot of trouble." The fox regarded her with intelligent eyes, then gave a small, almost resigned flick of its tail. Anya noticed how the ember stone in her hand glowed brighter when she neared the fox, as if in recognition. Working with gentle hands, Anya carefully loosened the roots that held the fox's paw. The creature remained still, watching her with an expression that seemed to blend curiosity and gratitude. When the paw was finally free, the fox didn't immediately run away as she expected. Instead, it limped slightly, then sat back on its haunches, studying her with its head tilted. "Thank you," said a voice that was like the rustling of leaves. Anya started, looking around before realizing the voice came from the fox itself. You can speak," she asked, her own voice barely a whisper. The fox gave what sounded like a soft chuckle. "In these woods, many things are possible for those who listen with their hearts rather than just their ears. I am Kael, guardian of the Glimmerwood. You have kind hands, human." Anya learned that Kael was no ordinary fox, but a spirit guardian who watched over the hidden wonders of the forest. He had been checking on the starlight tree when a sudden shift in the roots had trapped his paw. The ember stone she carried, he explained, was a heartstone, a rare treasure that responded to kindness and courage, growing brighter when its bearer acted with compassion. "The stone called to you because it sensed the light within your own heart," Kael explained, his voice like distant wind chimes. "It knows those who are meant to find their way here." As they spoke, Anya noticed that the Heartstone's light had begun to pulse in a new pattern, casting soft beams toward the eastern edge of the clearing. Kael followed her gaze, his ears twitching. "The stone senses something," he murmured. "There's a disruption in the forest's harmony. The fireflies haven't danced in the Meadow of Whispers for 3 nights, and the stream that sings to the mountains has grown quiet." Though nervous about venturing deeper into the unknown, Anya found her voice. "Perhaps I could help. The stone seems to want to guide us." Kael studied her for a long moment, then nodded. "The forest welcomes help offered with a pure heart, but we must be careful. The imbalance may have caused unexpected changes." Their journey took them along paths woven through towering ferns and under arches of flowering vines that glowed with soft bioluminescence. The Heartstone cast its warm light ahead of them, revealing wonders Anya had only dreamed of, flowers that chimed when the breeze touched them, mushrooms that pulsed with soft light, and trees whose bark shifted colors like the northern lights. As they walked, Kael shared stories of the forest, how the trees communicated through root networks that spanned miles, how the animals held councils under the full moon, and how every living thing played a part in maintaining the delicate balance of their hidden world. "The problem," Kael explained as they reached a crystalline stream, "is that when one part of the forest suffers, it affects everything else, like a tapestry coming undone at one corner." It was then that they heard it, a faint, distressed sound coming from behind a thicket of silver-leafed bushes. Pushing through carefully, they discovered the source, a young badger caught in a patch of brambles that seemed to have grown unusually thick and sharp. The more the creature struggled, the more entangled it became. "Stay back," Kael warned. "These are shadow brambles. They shouldn't be growing here in the Glimmerwood. They feed on fear and struggle." But Anya had already noticed something. The Heartstone glowed brighter when she approached the frightened animal, and the brambles seemed to shrink back from its light. "SHHH, little friend," she murmured to the badger. "We're here to help." Holding the stone closer, she began to carefully disentangle the thorns, humming a soft melody her grandmother had taught her, a tune meant to calm frightened creatures. As she worked, something remarkable happened. The Heartstone's light spread like liquid gold over the brambles, and where the light touched, the thorns softened and retracted. The badger, sensing the change, grew still, its panicked breathing slowing to a calm rhythm. Once free, the badger nuzzled Anya's hand gratefully before disappearing into the undergrowth. But where the shadow brambles had been, the Heartstone's light continued to glow, sinking into the earth until the ground itself seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Kael watched with wide eyes. "I've never seen anything like that. The stone didn't just push back the darkness, it healed the land." As they continued, they found more patches of shadow brambles, each time using the Heartstone's light to heal the affected areas. With each act of healing, Anya noticed the stone glowed brighter, and she herself felt a growing connection to the forest, as if she could sense the whispers of the trees and the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet. Their path led them to the Meadow of Whispers, a vast clearing where flowers of every color swayed in the breeze. But instead of the dancing fireflies Kael had described, the meadow was dark and still. At its center stood a circle of ancient stones, and in the middle of that circle grew the most magnificent willow tree Anya had ever seen, its branches trailing like liquid silver in the moonlight. But something was wrong. The willow's leaves were drooping, and its silver light flickered weakly. As they approached, Anya felt a deep sadness emanating from the tree. "This is the heart willow," Kael explained quietly. "Its roots connect to every part of the glimmerwood. If it's suffering, the whole forest feels its pain." Anya didn't need the stone's guidance now. She could feel the tree's distress as if it were her own. Moving forward instinctively, she placed her hands on the willow's trunk. The bark was cold where it should have been warm, rough where it should have been smooth. Closing her eyes, she poured all her hope and compassion into her touch, imagining healing light flowing from her hands into the tree. The heartstone at her chest blazed like a miniature sun, its light enveloping both her and the willow. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then slowly, a warmth began to spread beneath her palms. The tree's silver light grew brighter, steadying, then flourishing. The drooping leaves lifted, rustling with what sounded like a sigh of relief. Throughout the meadow, one by one, fireflies awakened, their soft lights blinking into existence until the entire field sparkled like a starry sky brought to earth. But the most miraculous change was within Anya herself. As the heart willow healed, she felt a rush of connection, not just to the tree, but to everything in the forest. She could feel the badger they had rescued curling up in its den, the roots of trees stretching deep into the earth, the gentle flow of streams, and the peaceful dreams of sleeping creatures. It was overwhelming yet beautiful, like hearing a symphony after years of silence. When she finally opened her eyes, the world looked different. Colors were more vibrant, sounds more nuanced, and she could sense the life force in everything around her. Kael approached, his usual composed demeanor replaced with something akin to awe. "You didn't just heal the heart willow," he said softly. "You've awakened something within yourself. The forest has accepted you as one of its guardians." As if in agreement, the heart willow extended one of its branches, which wrapped gently around Anya's wrist before releasing her. Where it had touched, a faint silver pattern remained on her skin, like the veining of a leaf. "The mark of the forest," Kael explained. "It means you'll always be connected to this place, and able to return whenever your heart guides you." The journey back to the forest's edge felt different. Anya noticed details she had missed before, the way certain flowers turned to follow the light, the hidden animal paths that crisscrossed the main trail, the subtle messages written in the patterns of moss on stones. The forest was no longer a mysterious place full of unknown dangers, but a living, breathing community that she was now part of. When they reached the clearing with the starlight tree, Kael turned to her. "The forest will always welcome you, Anya. You've brought balance back to our home, and in doing so, you've found a part of yourself you didn't know was missing." Anya knelt to be at eye level with her fox friend. "Thank you for guiding me, Kael. I thought I was helping the forest, but it helped me just as much." The fox nuzzled her hand. "That's how true friendship works. It transforms both beings. Now your heartstone will guide you home." Indeed, the stone pulsed softly, casting its light toward the path that would lead back to her village. As she walked, Anya realized the stone no longer felt like a separate object. It felt like an extension of her own heart, warm and steady and full of light. When she finally stepped out of the whispering woods, the first hints of dawn were coloring the sky. The village still slept, its windows dark except for the occasional flicker of a candle being lit for early morning chores. Returning to her cottage, Anya placed the heartstone on her windowsill where it had been before. But now she understood its true purpose, not to lead her on a single adventure, but to remind her that magic exists in both extraordinary places and ordinary moments. That kindness creates light in darkness, and that we all have within us the power to heal and be healed. As the sun rose, painting the valley in shades of gold and rose, Anya knew she had been transformed. She still loved her familiar village life, but now she carried within her the memory of the Glimmerwood, the understanding that wonder exists just beyond the edges of our everyday vision, waiting for those willing to listen with their hearts. And sometimes, on evenings when the fire crackled in her hearth just so, she would glance at her windowsill to see the heartstone pulsing softly. Then she would smile, knowing that somewhere in the whispering woods, a fox with autumn-colored fur was watching over the forest, and that the connection between their worlds remained as strong as ever. On those nights her dreams were filled with silver trees and meadows full of fireflies, and she would awaken with the gentle certainty that no matter how ordinary the day might seem, magic was never really far away. It lived in kindness offered, in friendships forged, and in the quiet courage to follow the light within our own hearts. And so, dear listeners, as the fire dwindles to glowing embers and the night settles soft around us, remember that each of us carries our own inner light. It may glow softly like embers in the darkness, but it is always there, ready to guide us, to transform us, and to remind us that even the smallest spark can illuminate the way home. Now close your eyes, let your breathing slow, and drift into dreams where forests whisper and friendships warm the heart. The night watches over you, and all is well. Deep in the whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than winter quilts and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, older than the stones in the creek bed. It was a place where the boundaries between the world and something more were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web kissed by dawn dew. Among the gnarled roots of a grandfather oak named Old Man Thistle lived a community of mosskin. Small folk barely taller than a buttercup, they wore tunics woven from spider silk dyed with crushed berries and lichen. Their leader was a gentle elder named Birch, his face as lined and wise as the bark of his home tree. Birch's granddaughter, a bright-eyed sprite named Fern with hair the color of sun-dappled ferns, was known for her boundless curiosity about the Whisperwood's deepest secrets. The Whisperwood thrived on a delicate balance, a symphony conducted by the seasons. In spring the lumina petals bloomed, their soft, internal light painting the forest floor with constellations that mirrored the sky above. Their sweet, honeyed scent summoned the dreamwing butterflies, whose iridescent wings scattered pollen carrying whispered wishes and gentle dreams. Summer brought the rain singers, tiny frog-like beings who lived in the crystal-clear pools. When clouds gathered, they climbed onto lily pads and sang complex, rhythmic songs that coaxed the rain down gently, drop by drop, ensuring no seedling thirsted. Autumn saw the leaf weavers, industrious squirrels with coats the color of russet leaves, meticulously guiding each falling leaf to blanket the earth, insulating roots and nurturing the soil with their decay. Winter belonged to the frost sprites, ethereal beings formed from the first breath of cold air. They danced silently on the frozen streams, tracing intricate, glittering patterns that held the promise of spring's return deep within their icy hearts. Fern loved listening to Birch recount the old ways beside their glowing hearth mushroom. The warm, earthy smell of the mushroom mingled with the comforting scent of cedar bark burning low. Birch's voice, soft as rustling leaves, wove tales of the great heartwood tree, rumored to stand at the very center of the Whisperwood. It was said to be the source of the forest's magic, its roots drinking deep from hidden springs of starlight, its leaves capturing the moon's silver song. The heartwood's rhythm pulsed through the forest, unseen but felt in the thrum of life, the unfurling of a bud, the steady beat of a woodpecker's drum. "Balance, little Fern," Birch would murmur, the firelight dancing in his kind eyes, "is the forest's truest magic. Each creature, each season, each drop of rain and ray of sun plays its part. We listen, we respect, and we give back. That is the wisdom carried on the wind through countless turnings of the seasons." One unusually crisp autumn morning, Fern felt a strange unease prickling beneath her skin, like static before a storm, but without the storm's promise. The air, usually crisp and scented with ripe nuts and damp earth, felt thin, brittle. The lumina petals, usually fading gently as autumn deepened, seemed to dim prematurely, their soft glow flickering weakly. Worse, the rain singer's songs, normally a comforting counterpoint to the rustling leaves, sounded thin and faltering. The streams, fed by their magic, ran lower than they should. "Grandfather," Fern whispered, her voice small against the sudden quiet of the woods, "something feels wrong. The magic feels thin, like stretched spider silk." Birch's face, usually serene, creased with deep concern. He closed his eyes, placing a gnarled hand on the trunk of Old Man Thistle. Fern watched as a faint tremor ran through his fingers. "You feel truly, child," he murmured, his voice heavy. "The rhythm, the heartwood song, it's fading, the balance is shifting." A ripple of worry spread through the Moskin community. The leaf weavers reported finding patches of earth where leaves crumbled to lifeless dust instead of nourishing the soil. The dreamwing butterflies fluttered listlessly, their colors muted. Even the frost sprites glimpsed early near the shaded creek banks seemed less substantial, their icy patterns melting too quickly. Birch gathered the Moskin elders under the vast canopy of a weeping willow, its long fronds brushing the moss like gentle fingers. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a scent that now held an undercurrent of anxiety. "The heartwood weakens," Birch announced, his voice carrying a weight that silenced the rustling fronds. "The ancient pact, the flow of magic that binds us all, is faltering. We must discover why." Fern stepped forward, her small frame trembling but her voice surprisingly steady. "I'll go, Grandfather, to the great heartwood. I can follow the old paths, the ones you told me about." Her heart hammered against her ribs, but the image of the dimming lumina petals and the rain singer's strained songs spurred her on. Birch looked at his granddaughter, seeing not just the child, but the spark of the forest's future. He nodded slowly. "The journey is long and the paths are guarded by the forest's oldest memories. Go with the wisdom of the wind, little Fern. Listen to the whispers of the trees, the guidance of the stones. Seek the keeper." Equipped with a pouch of nourishing seed cakes, sweet with wild blueberries, a cloak spun from shimmering moth wings for warmth, and a tiny lantern crafted from a hollowed firefly abdomen that glowed with a soft, steady light, Fern set out. The deeper she ventured into the whisper wood, the stronger the sense of imbalance grew. The air tasted stale. The usual chorus of bird song was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the dry rattle of leaves. The scent of healthy decay was overpowered by a faint, acrid tang, like metal left in the rain. She crossed a meadow where lumina petals lay scattered, their light extinguished like fallen stars. The sight filled her with a profound sadness. Guided by Birch's teachings, Fern listened intently. She pressed her ear to the cool, damp bark of an ancient yew tree. A deep, sorrowful groan vibrated through the wood, speaking of choked roots and poisoned soil deeper within the forest. A cluster of smooth river stones, warmed by a rare patch of sunlight, hummed a warning of tainted water seeping from the direction of the distant mountains. A family of badgers, their faces etched with worry, spoke of strange, bitter smells carried on the wind from the north, where human settlements edged the forest. After days of travel, guided by the fading pulse of the forest's magic, and the subtle signs Birch had taught her to read the way moss grew thicker on one side of a tree, the specific constellation of mushrooms pointing the way Fern reached a hidden valley. It was shielded by towering, impossibly old sequoias whose bark felt like warm, living stone beneath her tiny hand. The air here was still thick with unease, but beneath it, Fern sensed a deep, resonant thrumming, weak but persistent. It was the heartbeat of the heartwood. In the center of the valley stood the great heartwood tree. It was magnificent beyond words, its trunk wider than a dozen Moskin homes, its branches reaching towards the sky like open arms, cradling the clouds. But Fern gasped. Great swaths of its bark were cracked and gray, like parched earth. Its leaves, normally a vibrant tapestry of emerald and silver, hung limp and dull, many already fallen, carpeting the ground in a sorrowful blanket. The air around it vibrated with a palpable sense of exhaustion and pain. The scent here was complex, the rich, ancient smell of deep wood, overlaid with the sickly sweetness of decay and a harsh, metallic tang that made Fern's eyes water. At the base of the immense trunk sat the keeper. Not a towering giant, but a figure woven from living vines, moss, and shifting shadows, shaped vaguely like an ancient, wise badger. Its eyes were pools of deep, still water reflecting the fading light. It radiated immense age and profound weariness. Little listener, the keeper's voice was the sound of wind sighing through deep canyons, low and resonant, echoing slightly in the quiet valley. You feel the fading song, you have journeyed far. Fern bowed low, her heart pounding. Keeper, the whisperwood is ill. The lumina dims, the rain singers falter, the balance breaks. We felt the heartwood's pain. What harms it? The keeper shifted, vines rustling like dry parchment. Its watery eyes seemed to gaze far beyond Fern. The harmony is frayed. From the north, beyond the stone-teeth mountains, comes a slow sickness. Humans dig deep, seeking bright stones that burn. They poison the earth's blood, the water that feeds my roots. They cut the ancient sentinels whose roots spoke to mine, whose leaves sang with the wind. The connection weakens, the magic starves. A deep sigh, like stones grinding together, escaped it. The old ways are forgotten, the pact of respect fades. Fern felt a chill deeper than winter's touch. But what can we do? We are so small, and the sickness comes from so far away. The keeper's form seemed to gather the fading light. Small you are, but connected. The heartwood's strength lies not just in itself, but in the web of life it sustains and which sustains it. The pact is not broken, only strained. The magic sleeps, it does not die. It needs remembrance. It needs the song. The song. Fern asked, hope flickering like her tiny lantern. The heart song, the keeper murmured. The song of belonging, of gratitude, of connection, sung not by one but by all. Sung with pure intent, it resonates with the heartwood's core, reminding it of the life that depends on its rhythm, strengthening the frayed threads. It is the oldest magic, passed down since the first leaf unfurled. Your elder knows the seed of it. Fern remembered. Birch on quiet evenings would hum a simple, wordless melody, a tune that felt like roots sinking into cool earth, like sunlight warming moss. He called it the forest's lullaby. But how can all sing? Fern wondered, looking at the vast, suffering tree. The creatures are scattered, frightened. The song starts small, the keeper whispered, its voice growing fainter, its form seeming to blend more with the shadows at the heartwood's base. Like a single raindrop finding the stream, it needs a conductor, a focus of pure heart. Carry the seed back, plant it with belief. Let the forest remember its own voice. Go now, little listener. Time flows like the tainted stream. Fern didn't hesitate. She turned and ran, the image of the dying heartwood burning in her mind, the keeper's words echoing, remembrance. The song. All. The journey back felt longer, the forest's distress more acute. The metallic tang seemed stronger, the silence heavier. When she finally stumbled into the mosskin hollow beneath Old Man Thistle, weary and coated in forest dust, Birch was waiting. The worry on his face deepened as he saw her expression, but also a flicker of hope. Fern poured out her tale, the dying heartwood, the poisoned earth's blood from the north, the forgotten pact, and the keeper's words about the heart song. A heavy silence fell over the gathered mosskin, the only sound the crackle of the hearth mushroom and the sigh of the wind through Thistle's branches, carrying the scent of distant decay. The heart song. Birch breathed, his eyes distant. I remember the tune passed from my grandmother's grandmother, but it is a whisper, Fern. How can a whisper reach the heartwood now? The keeper said it needs to start small, Fern insisted, her voice firm despite her exhaustion. But it needs to grow. It needs all of us. and it needs belief. We need to remind the forest who it is, what it means to be connected. Birch looked at his granddaughter, then at the worried faces of his people. He saw the dimming light of their own hearth mushroom. He saw the resolve in Fern's eyes, mirroring the determination he'd carried in his youth. He nodded slowly, a spark rekindling in his own gaze. Then we begin, here now, we sing the seed. Gathered under the protective boughs of Old Man Thistle, as the first true snowflakes of winter began to drift down like frozen whispers, the mosskin formed a circle. Birch closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the cold, pine-scented air, and began to hum. It was the simple, ancient melody, the forest's lullaby. It started soft, hesitant, a fragile thread of sound in the vast, troubled woods. Fern joined in, pouring all her love for the whisperwood, all her hope, all her belief in the keeper's words into the notes. Her clear voice wove around Birch's deeper hum. One by one, the other mosskin added their voices, timidly at first, then stronger. The song wasn't loud, but it was pure. It spoke of cool moss underfoot, the scent of rain on hot earth, the taste of wild strawberries, the comforting darkness of a tree hollow, the joyful dance of fireflies on a summer night. It was a song of home, of belonging, of gratitude for the sheltering branches and the nourishing soil. As they sang, something remarkable happened. The hearth mushrooms glowed brightened, casting warmer, steadier light. The falling snowflakes seemed to dance gently to the rhythm. A family of field mice, drawn by the sound, peeked from their burrow, their tiny eyes wide. A weary robin huddled on a branch, puffed out its chest, and added a tentative, sweet trill to the melody. Word traveled, carried by the wind, by the chattering squirrels, by the silent flight of an owl. Fern, guided by the mosskin elders, journeyed to the rain singers' pools. She hummed the melody to them. Their large, luminous eyes blinked, and then one brave singer climbed onto a half-frozen lily pad. Its song, usually reserved for rain, now wove the mosskin's melody into its own complex rhythms, creating a new, hopeful harmony that rippled across the water. The sound carried far. Fern visited the leaf weavers in their autumn-gilded dens. She sang the heart song's core. The squirrels, initially skeptical, found the tune settling into their busy hearts. As they worked, guiding leaves to the earth, they began to hum it, a steady, grounding rhythm that vibrated through the soil. The decaying leaves seemed to settle with more purpose, releasing their nutrients with a sigh of contentment. She sought out the frost sprites near the icy streams. Communicating through feelings and gentle touches on their shimmering forms, Fern shared the song's essence, warmth not of fire, but of connection. The sprites, embodiments of quiet winter, began to trace their frost patterns in time with the melody, their icy spirals holding the promise of the song within their delicate structures. The mosskin sang every dusk and dawn under Old Man Thistle. The rain singers added their watery harmonies from their pools. The leaf weavers hummed as they worked. The frost sprites danced their silent symphony. Birds picked up the tune, weaving it into their calls. Even the wind seemed to catch the melody, sighing it through the branches. It started as scattered notes across the vast whisperwood, like the first stars appearing at twilight. But gradually the notes found each other. The forest began to remember its own voice, its own deep connection. The pure collective intent, the gratitude, the belonging, the shared love for their home began to resonate. Deep in the hidden valley, the great heartwood tree shuddered. The weak, faltering pulse within its ancient core began to steady. A faint, silvery light, unseen for seasons, flickered deep within its cracked bark. The metallic tang in the air lessened, replaced by the faint, sweet smell of sap beginning to stir, even in winter's heart. The keeper, a shadowy figure at its base, lifted its head. The pools of its eyes reflected not just fading light, but a burgeoning spark. A deep, resonant thrum, felt more than heard, vibrated outwards from the heartwood, a counterpoint to the forest's growing song. The change wasn't instant, nor was it a cure for the deep sickness creeping from the north. But the balance, the vital harmony, began to knit itself back together, thread by shimmering thread. The lumina petals didn't suddenly blaze, but their fading light steadied. The rain singers found strength returning to their voices. The streams, while still low, flowed with a cleaner sound. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative but growing chorus of the heart song, woven through the natural sounds of the forest. Back under Old Man Thistle, the moskins sang with renewed vigor as the first true thaw began. Tiny green shoots, brave and bright, pushed through the snow near their hearth mushroom. The air, crisp and cold, carried the clean scent of melting snow, and underneath it, the undeniable fragrance of life stirring, of resilience. Birch placed a gnarled hand on Fern's shoulder as they sang, their voices blending with the drip of melting ice and the distant chorus of the forest. He looked not just at the returning green, but at his granddaughter, whose courage and belief had carried the seed of the song. The wisdom of generations, whispered under mossy roots, had found fertile ground in a young heart. The magic of the whisperwood hadn't died. It had merely been sleeping, waiting to be remembered, waiting for the pure, shared song of belonging to awaken it once more. The heart song continued, a gentle, constant hum beneath the rustle of leaves and the babble of streams. It was a lullaby for the forest itself, a reminder of the deep, unbreakable connection binding root to rock, creature to tree, season to season. And as the first fireflies of the coming spring blinked their tiny lanterns in the velvet dusk, they blinked in time with the song, a constellation of hope echoing the ancient rhythm of the great heartwood tree, strong and steady once again. The whisperwood breathed its magic, a soft, resilient glow in the gathering twilight, a testament to the enduring power of harmony, remembrance, and a song sung together. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between two gentle hills, lay the village of Glimmerbrook. It was a place where the cobblestones shimmered with morning dew, where wind chimes made of crystal and silver sang soft melodies in the breeze, and where the clock tower at the village square kept time not with harsh bells, but with the gentle, rhythmic chime of raindrops falling into a copper basin. Each hour was marked by a single, clear plink, and the villagers set their days by this watery music. But one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars usually began to twinkle awake, young Finn noticed something peculiar. The sky remained a deep, unbroken indigo. Not a single star shone overhead. The moon, usually bright and cheerful, seemed lonely and dim without its sparkling companions. Finn, a quiet child with thoughtful eyes and a habit of noticing things others overlooked, sat on his windowsill, his chin resting in his hands. The usual night sounds were different. The wind chimes in the garden played a slower, sadder tune, and the plink from the clock tower's water clock seemed to hesitate, as if unsure of itself. The next morning the village awoke to more strangeness. Old Mrs. Higgins, who ran the apothecary, found that her sunflowers had turned a soft, sleepy blue overnight. Mr. Barley the baker discovered that his freshly baked cinnamon buns had lost their swirls. They were now perfectly smooth, though just as delicious. And young Finn, walking to the town square, noticed that the puddles from last night's gentle rain reflected not the sky above, but a sky full of stars that were no longer there. A soft murmur of curiosity rustled through Glimmerbrook. The villagers gathered under the clock tower, their faces lit by the warm, golden light of lanterns, for the sun seemed hesitant to fully rise. "Perhaps it's the work of the shadow spinners," whispered one villager, though everyone knew the shadow spinners were gentle weavers of dreams and not prone to mischief. "Or maybe the stars are simply tired and need a rest," suggested another. But Finn noticed something else. As the water clock plinked the hour, he saw that the ripples in the copper basin moved not outward, but inward, as if time itself were flowing backwards. That afternoon, Finn visited the village library, a cozy building that smelled of old paper and lavender. The librarian, a kind woman with spectacles perched on her nose, helped him find a book of ancient nursery rhymes, said to be written by the founders of Glimmerbrook. One rhyme in particular caught Finn's eye. When stars do hide and colors slide, and time forgets its way, seek the map the moon has made, at the closing of the day. Follow where the reflections lead, to find what's gone astray. Finn's heart beat a little faster. A map made by the moon. He thought of the starry puddles. That evening, as the sky darkened into a starless navy blue, he took a small lantern and went to the village square. He knelt by a rain puddle near the clock tower and gazed into its depths. There, shimmering on the water's surface, was a perfect map of constellations, but not as they usually were. The stars were connected by lines that formed a path leading toward the oldest oak tree in the Whispering Woods. Just then Mr. Barley came by, carrying a basket of his smooth but still warm cinnamon buns. "Looking for stars in puddles, Finn?" he asked with a warm smile. "I was looking for the swirls in my buns this morning. Found none, but little Lily from next door said they taste better this way. Easier to share, she says, since there's no swirl to argue over." He offered Finn a bun and wandered off, humming. Finn smiled, munching on the sweet bun. A red herring, but a delightful one. The missing swirls weren't part of the mystery. They were just a change, and one that brought a small joy. The next clue came from the wind chimes. As Finn stood under the old oak tree, the crystal chimes hanging from its branches played a series of notes that sounded almost like a tune. Finn recognized it, an old lullaby his grandmother used to sing, about the moon weaving a blanket of light for the stars. He noticed that one of the chimes, shaped like a crescent moon, had a tiny inscription, "Only the patient ear hears the true hour." Patient. Finn sat down under the tree, closed his eyes, and listened. Beyond the rustle of leaves, beyond the distant plink of the water clock, he heard it, a faint, rhythmic sound like a heartbeat. It was coming from the base of the tree. Gently he brushed away the layer of moss and fallen leaves. There, nestled among the roots, was a small, silver pocket watch. But its hands were moving counterclockwise. Finn picked it up carefully. As he held it, he felt a strange sensation, a memory of sitting with his grandmother, listening to her stories, feeling completely safe and loved. The watch was warm to the touch. He realized then that this wasn't a thing of mischief, but of sadness. The watch belonged to someone who missed the past, who wanted to turn back time. Just then, a soft sound made him look up. Old Mr. Hemlock, the clockmaker, stood there, his eyes kind but filled with tears. "I made that watch for my wife," he said softly. "She loved the stars. She used to say that each one was a memory, shining down on us. When she passed, the stars felt too far away. I tried to make time slow down, even reverse, just a little. I adjusted the water clock, hoping to delay the nights without her. I never meant to hide the stars themselves." Finn understood. Mr. Hemlock's loneliness had subtly affected the magic of Glimmerbrook, for the village was woven with the emotions of its people. The backwards flowing time had caused the stars to hide. They weren't gone, but waiting. The color-changing flowers and the missing swirls were just echoes of time's confusion. "The stars aren't lost, Mr. Hemlock," Finn said gently. "They're waiting for you to remember them with joy, not sadness." Together, they returned to the village square. Mr. Hemlock, with Finn's help, readjusted the water clock. As he did, the plinks grew clearer and more confident. The wind chimes picked up a hopeful melody. And then, one by one, the stars emerged overhead, brighter than ever, as if they had been polished by the night itself. The blue sunflowers gradually returned to their golden hue, though many villagers decided they rather liked the blue and asked Mrs. Higgins if she could grow more that color next season. The next evening, the entire village gathered under the starry sky with blankets and lanterns. Mr. Barley brought cinnamon buns, some with swirls, some without, and everyone shared stories of loved ones they missed and memories that made them smile. The stars seemed to twinkle in agreement, and the moon beamed down, full and warm. Mr. Hemlock sat among them, a peaceful smile on his face. He had brought a telescope, and he showed the children how to find the constellations, telling them the stories behind each one. Finn lay on his back, listening to the comfortable murmur of the villagers, the gentle plink of the water clock, and the soft song of the wind chimes. The mystery was solved not through fear or urgency, but through patience, observation, and empathy. And the community of Glimmerbrook, wrapped in the soft blanket of night and shared understanding, felt closer than ever before. As the clock tower chimed the final hour with a clear, soothing plink, Finn felt his eyes grow heavy. The stars above seemed to whisper a lullaby of their own, a promise that some things, like kindness and connection, never fade, they only shine brighter with time. And with that comforting thought, the village of Glimmerbrook drifted into peaceful dreams, under a sky once again filled with gentle, watchful light. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. "You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things." Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Lyra. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Lyra's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient willow of whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Lyra often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the willow of whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Lyra felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Lyra stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Lyra felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Lyra met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Lyra smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the willow of whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Lyra declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Lyra continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Lyra tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Lyra listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Lyra's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Lyra nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the willow of whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Lyra approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Lyra reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Lyra heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Lyra opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Lyra smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Lyra and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Lyra felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Lyra like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Lyra embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Lyra closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The willow of whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. Deep in the heart of the Whisperwood, where ancient trees stood as sentinels of time and moonlight pooled like liquid silver on mossy clearings, the boundaries between the ordinary and the magical dissolved like sugar in tea. Here the rustle of leaves carried secrets older than rivers, and the air hummed with the quiet harmony of unseen lives. On this particular evening, as autumn's amber light faded into twilight, a young hedgehog named Pippin scurried along a root-ribboned path. His spines glistened with dew, and his nose twitched at the earthy perfume of decaying leaves and sweet, damp soil. He was late for his lesson with Elder Rowan, the great oak whose bark was etched with centuries of wisdom. "Pip, pip, pip," chirped a voice from above. Bramble, a squirrel with fur the color of toasted acorns, leaped from a sycamore branch, landing softly beside him. "Elder Rowan's waiting," said it's about the frost whisper, the first winter wind that's late this year. Bramble's tail flicked anxiously. "The forest feels too still." Pippin nodded, his small paws crunching through fallen maple keys. "I know, the cricket stopped singing days ago, and the river's voice is thinner than spider silk." He paused, sniffing the air. Beneath the familiar scents of pine and loam, something cold and sharp lingered, a scent like frozen starlight. It was unnatural, a discordant note in the forest's symphony. They found Elder Rowan in a moon-drenched clearing, where the oak's gnarled roots cradled a circle of velvety moss. Fern, a sturdy badger with gentle eyes, already sat listening, her striped fur silvered by the moonlight. The great oak's voice rumbled like stones tumbling in a distant brook. "Children," he began, leaves rustling softly, "tonight we speak of the heartstone, the gem of seasons buried deep beneath our roots. It spins the wheel of the year, spring's bloom, summer's warmth, autumn's sigh, and winter's rest, but the frost whisper has not come. The heartstone sleeps too deeply, trapped by ice that should not be." As Elder Rowan spoke, Pippin closed his eyes, imagining the heartstone, a luminous crystal pulsing with the colors of cherry blossoms, sunflowers, maple flames, and snowdrifts. He felt its rhythm in his own heartbeat, a steady drum echoing through the soil. "Long ago," the oak murmured, "when the world was young, the forest's creatures learned that balance is held by harmony. If one season overstays, the others weaken. This endless autumn, it starves the roots of rest. The berries shrivel, the burrows grow cold, and the magic fades." Suddenly, a shiver ran through the earth. Frost flowers bloomed across the moss, sparkling like shattered glass. The air grew biting, and the moon's glow dimmed as if veiled. "The ice spreads," Fern whispered, her breath misting. "It's reaching for the heartstone." Pippin's spines bristled. "What can we do?" The legends say, Elder Rowan replied, his voice a low, steady anchor, that three things can melt unnatural ice: the warmth of friendship, the light of courage, and the memory of summer's song. You must journey to the stone's chamber beneath the crystal falls. But beware, the path is guarded by the shiverwillows, trees that feed on fear. With Bramble's nimbleness, Fern's strength, and Pippin's keen senses, they set off at dawn. The forest, once vibrant, now felt hushed and watchful. Leaves, frozen mid-fall, hung like amber tears. They followed the river upstream, where water murmured beneath a brittle skin of ice. Pippin led them through thickets of frost-rimed ferns, their fronds chiming like tiny bells when touched. "Smell that," he whispered, "like cold metal and lost things." The scent grew stronger near the falls, a cascade frozen mid-plunge, its icicles gleaming like dragon's teeth. Beneath the falls lay a hidden entrance, veiled by curtains of ice. As they approached, the shiverwillows awoke. Their branches, bone-white and leafless, creaked as they bent low, whispering voices like wind through cracks. "Turn back," they hissed. "The cold is kind. It stills the pain of growing, the ache of changing." Fear prickled Pippin's paws, turning them heavy as stone. Fern stepped forward, her voice steady. "But without change there is no bloom, without rest, no awakening." She hummed a low, resonant sound her grandmother had taught her, the song badgers used to soothe their cubs in deepest winter. The willows shuddered, their whispers softening. Bramble darted up a frozen trunk, scattering hoarded nuts like tiny suns. "Remember summer," he called. "Warm rain on your leaves, bees in the clover." The nuts glowed faintly, casting buttery pools of light. Pippin closed his eyes. He thought of Elder Rowan's stories, of fireflies waltzing in June meadows, of sun-warmed earth under his paws. He thought of Bramble's laughter as they raced through bluebell carpets, of Fern sharing honeycomb in her cozy den. A warmth kindled in his chest, fierce and bright. "We carry summer inside us," he said softly. His spines began to glow, a soft, golden radiance that spread like dandelion fluff. The shiverwillows sighed. Their branches uncurled, forming an archway. "Pass," they whispered, now sounding weary, almost sad. "Remember us when the thaw comes." Inside the cavern, the air was still and crystalline. At its center, on a pedestal of roots, sat the Heartstone. But it was encased in ice thicker than oak bark, its light smothered to a feeble flicker. Frost crackled over the walls, and the cold bit deep, stealing their breath. "Now what?" Bramble chattered, his fur frosted white. "The legends spoke of a song," Fern said. "But how do we sing for summer?" Pippin touched the ice. It burned with cold, but beneath it he felt the Heartstone's faint pulse, a memory of heat. "Together," he whispered, like Elder Rowan said. He began to hum Fern's lullaby, low and steady. Bramble joined, his voice a bright chitter like sun on streams. Fern rumbled the deep notes of the earth. Their voices wove together, rising and falling like the forest's own breath. Pippin poured his warmth into the song, his glowing spines reflecting in the ice like captured sunlight. Slowly the ice wept. Drips became trickles, then streams. The Heartstone's light swelled, first a blush of dawn, then the gold of noon, finally the fiery crimson of autumn's last leaf. With a soft chime the ice shattered, falling like diamond rain. The stone pulsed once powerfully, and warmth bloomed through the cavern. Above, the frozen falls groaned. Ice cracked and fell in great sheets, and water roared free, tumbling into the river below. Sunlight, true buttery sunlight, pierced the cavern entrance. Outside, the forest sighed. Frost melted from leaves, revealing emerald beneath. Snowdrops pushed through the soil, and somewhere a cricket tentatively chirped. They returned to Elder Rowan as heroes. The great oak's leaves shimmered with dew, not ice. You've done more than mend the seasons, he rumbled, his voice rich with pride. You've woven your courage into the forest's memory. Now rest. That night, as the first true snowflakes of winter drifted down, soft, fat, and gentle, the creatures gathered. Pippin, bramble, and fern curled in the mossy hollow beneath Elder Rowan. The snow muffled the world, wrapping them in a blanket of silence. Fireflies, woken by the heartstone's warmth, danced in the pines like living stars. Pippin breathed in the scent of wood smoke from distant burrows and cold, clean snow. He felt the forest's heartbeat in the earth beneath him, steady and strong. Balance is not stillness, Elder Rowan murmured, his branches creaking contentedly. It is the dance of giving and receiving, of waking and sleeping. Remember this when seasons change, little ones. Carry summer in your hearts, and winter will always be kind. As sleep claimed them, the frost whisper finally sighed through the trees, a soft, lullaby wind carrying the promise of spring in its chill. And in the heart of the whisperwood, where magic and reality embraced, all was warm, all was safe, and all was deeply, peacefully well. Title: Whispering Pines and the Song of the Stars. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, the air always carried the scent of pine and the distant whisper of the sea. Here, in a small cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that bloomed with wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lyra. Her hair was the color of chestnut leaves in autumn, and her eyes shimmered like the morning dew on a spider's web. Lyra was known throughout the village for her kindness and the gentle way she could coax a smile from even the grumpiest of villagers. But what truly set Lyra apart was her voice. When she sang, it was as if the world paused to listen. Her melodies floated through windows, slipped into dreams, and wrapped around hearts like a warm embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lyra sat by her window, humming softly. The garden outside was alive with the chorus of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze wove through the branches. Her melody twined with the night, a lullaby to the stars that began to twinkle above. Lyra's grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with stories untold, joined her by the window. "Do you hear them, Lyra?" she asked, her voice a soft echo of the wind. "Hear what, grandmother?" Lyra replied, tilting her head and listening with all her heart. "The stars, my dear. They sing too in their own way. It's a song that only those who truly listen can hear." Lyra closed her eyes, letting the world fade away until all that remained was the gentle hum of the night. And then she heard it, a faint melodious whisper, like the tinkling of distant bells. Her eyes flew open, wonder lighting them from within. "I hear it!" she exclaimed, her voice a breathless whisper. Her grandmother smiled, brushing a strand of hair from Lyra's face. "There's magic in you, child, a gift, and with it, a journey you must one day take." Lyra's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always felt a pull towards something beyond her village, a calling that whispered through her dreams. As the days passed, Lyra found herself drawn to the forest that bordered the village, a place both feared and revered by the villagers. It was said that the forest was alive with magic, that it held secrets as ancient as the stars themselves. Lyra longed to explore its depths, to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun casting dappled shadows through the trees, Lyra set out on her journey. The path into the forest was winding and narrow, flanked by towering pines that seemed to sway and murmur in greeting. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of fallen leaves. As Lyra ventured deeper, the forest around her seemed to come alive. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Squirrels chattered and scurried, their bushy tails flicking playfully as they watched her with curious eyes. Lyra walked for what felt like hours, guided by an unseen hand, until she reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak with branches that reached skyward, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the shifting light. Drawn to the tree, Lyra approached and placed a hand on its trunk. The moment her fingers touched the rough bark, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a presence, a gentle, wise spirit that resided within the tree. "Welcome, Lyra," a voice echoed in her mind, soft and resonant like a distant melody carried on the wind. "Who are you?" Lyra asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this forest, keeper of its secrets and its stories. You have been chosen, Lyra, to carry the song of the stars and share it with the world." Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, but with it came a wave of uncertainty. "But how? I'm just a girl from a small village." "You are more than you know, Lyra. The magic within you is strong. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With those words, the presence faded, leaving Lyra with a sense of peace and determination. She knew she had a path to follow, a song to share, but how and where she was yet to discover. As she turned to leave, a shimmer of light caught her eye from beneath the roots of the oak. Kneeling down, she discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was cool to the touch, and when she opened it, she found a pendant in the shape of a star, its surface gleaming with an ethereal light. Slipping the pendant around her neck, Lyra felt its warmth seep into her, a comforting reminder of her purpose. With renewed resolve, she began her journey back, each step taking her closer to fulfilling the destiny whispered to her by the stars. Over the following weeks, Lyra's life took on a new rhythm. She spent her days tending to her garden, her evenings singing to the stars, and her nights dreaming of the journey that lay ahead. The villagers noticed the change in her, drawn to the light that seemed to radiate from within. One evening, as Lyra sat by her window, her grandmother joined her, a knowing smile on her lips. "It's time, isn't it?" she said softly. Lyra nodded, her heart both heavy and light. "Yes, grandmother, I feel it in my bones." Her grandmother hugged her close, the embrace warm and reassuring. "Remember, dear Lyra, you are never alone. The stars are with you, always." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Lyra set out at dawn the next day, the pendant around her neck, a beacon of hope and strength. She followed the path through the village, her feet carrying her towards the unknown, guided by the song that sang within her. The journey took her over rolling hills and through misty valleys, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the world's magic. Along the way, she met others who, like her, were drawn to the music of the stars. There was Finn, a kind-hearted boy with hair like spun gold and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He had a way with animals, and wherever he went, creatures great and small followed in his wake. Then there was Mira, a spirited girl with a laugh like a bubbling brook and a knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places. Together they traveled through enchanted forests and across shimmering lakes, their friendship growing stronger with each shared adventure. They faced challenges, of course, storms that tested their resolve, paths that seemed to lead nowhere, but through it all, they had each other, and that made all the difference. One evening, as they sat by a campfire, the stars twinkling overhead, Lyra shared her story with Finn and Mira. She spoke of the song of the stars, of the pendant that glowed with a light not of this world, and the journey she felt destined to take. Finn listened, his expression thoughtful. "I've heard tales of a hidden valley, a place where the stars touch the earth. Perhaps that's where your journey leads." "Do you think it's real?" Mira asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Finn nodded. "I believe so, and I believe we're meant to find it." With a new destination in mind, the trio set out the next morning, their spirits buoyed by the promise of discovery. The days passed in a blur of laughter and song, their path illuminated by the light of the pendant and the hope that burned brightly within them. At last, after many days of travel, they reached the edge of a vast, mist-shrouded valley. The air was thick with magic, and as they descended the slope, the mist parted to reveal a breathtaking sight. The valley was a tapestry of colors and textures, a place where nature's beauty seemed to have found its truest expression. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering in the sunlight. Towering trees stretched towards the sky, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. And at the center of it all lay a serene lake, its surface like glass reflecting the sky above. As they approached the water's edge, a sense of peace enveloped them, as if the very air was infused with the song of the stars. Lyra knelt by the lake, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. She understood now that this place, this hidden valley, was where she was meant to share her song. With Finn and Mira by her side, she sang, her voice a melody of hope and love that echoed through the valley. As her song filled the air, the world seemed to hold its breath, and then, one by one, the stars began to descend from the sky. They danced across the lake, their light mingling with Lila's song, creating a symphony of sound and light that resonated deep within the earth. The magic of the moment was beyond words, a gift to the world, and a reminder of the beauty that lay within each of them. And as the last notes of her song faded into the night, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning. With her friends beside her and the song of the stars within her, she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, a beacon of light in a world that, like her, was ever-changing and full of wonder. The firelight dances on the hearthstones, casting long, flickering shadows that seem to sway in time with the gentle tick-tock of the old grandfather clock in the corner. Outside the snug cottage window, nestled deep within the whispering woods of Willowbrook, a soft rain patters against the glass like tiny, tapping fingers. Somewhere in the distance, the deep, resonant chime of the village clock tower sounds the hour, its melody mingling with the delicate ting-ailing of wind chimes hanging from Mrs. Maple's porch. Tonight, dear listener, we journey to Willowbrook, where a peculiar mystery has unfurled like a strange, new blossom. For 3 nights running, the stars over Willowbrook Meadow have begun to vanish. Not all at once, mind you, and not permanently. But as twilight deepened into true night, certain stars, always the brightest ones clustered near the constellation known as the Silver Teapot, would simply wink out. By dawn they'd be back, sparkling innocently as if nothing had happened. The villagers whispered, not with fear, but with a deep, shared curiosity. Old Man Hemlock swore his prize-winning moonflowers, usually a pale, luminous silver, had started shimmering with flecks of deep blue where the starlight touched them. Young Pip reported hearing faint, melancholic humming just before the stars disappeared, a sound like wind through distant, hollow reeds. Our protagonist is Fern, a quiet girl with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a remarkable talent for noticing things others overlooked. She spent her days sketching wildflowers in her notebook or listening to the stories spun by the village elders, especially the nursery rhymes Granny Willow hummed while knitting by the fire. Fern felt a tug in her heart at the thought of the missing stars. It felt less like a theft and more like a sadness hanging over the meadow. On the 4th evening, as the first brave stars pricked the velvet sky, Fern settled on her favorite mossy rock at the meadow's edge. She had her notebook, a small jar of fireflies, released at dawn, of course, and Granny Willow's rhymes circling in her mind. Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. Wish I may, wish I might, guide the lost back to the light. Silver teapot pouring grace. Find the path to time and space. Follow where the weaver's thread leads you from your lonely bed. As Fern watched, the familiar cluster near the silver teapot began to dim, one by one. And there it was, that faint, sorrowful humming, drifting on the cool night breeze that carried the scent of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. It seemed to come not from the sky, but from within the meadow itself, near the ancient, gnarled sentinel oak. The next morning, Fern sought out the village's oldest map, kept in the dusty archives beneath the clock tower. It showed Willowbrook as it was centuries ago, marked with symbols long forgotten. Near the sentinel oak, the map depicted not just the tree, but a swirling symbol like a spiral galaxy, labeled in faint ink. Luminous pool reflecting sky. Fern had always known the small, clear spring beneath the oak, but never heard it called that. Excitement bubbled within her. Could the pool be reflecting the stars? And if the reflection vanished, did the real stars follow? But why? She shared her discovery with her best friend, Rowan, a boy whose pockets were always full of interesting pebbles, and whose laughter was as bright as sunshine. Maybe something's blocking the reflection, Rowan suggested. Like a giant frog. Their first investigation led them to the spring. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the sky perfectly. But nestled amongst the roots of the sentinel oak, Fern found something odd. A single, perfect feather, shimmering with iridescent blues and purples, unlike any bird in Willowbrook. A red herring. Or a clue. They took it to the village's resident tinkerer, Miss Thimble, who lived in the windmill atop Breezy Hill. Miss Thimble, surrounded by whirring gears and singing clockwork birds, examined the feather under a magnifying glass. "Oh-ho, moon moth silk woven right in, rare indeed, but," she frowned, "moon moths are solitary creatures, night flyers, they don't hum." The windmill visit, while a delightful detour watching Miss Thimble's miniature clockwork orchestra play a waltz, seemed a dead end. The feather was beautiful, but not the source of the humming or the vanishing stars. Disappointed but not deterred, Fern and Rowan returned to the meadow that night. Fern focused on the humming, closing her eyes and letting it guide her. It seemed strongest near the sentinel oak, but lower, closer to the ground, near the roots where the spring bubbled forth. Then Fern remembered the second part of Granny Willow's rhyme. "Follow where the weaver's thread leads you from your lonely bed." She looked down. In the soft light of her firefly jar, she saw it fine, almost invisible strands of silvery thread, glistening with dew, leading from the base of the oak and disappearing into a small crevice between two large roots, right beside the spring. It looked like cobwebs, but felt strangely warm to the touch, and hummed faintly with the same melody. "Rowan," Fern whispered, her voice filled with awe, "I think the weaver isn't a person. It's something making this thread." Carefully, gently, Fern cleared away some moss and loose earth from the crevice. Peering inside, her firefly light revealed not an insect, but a small, luminous creature curled up. It resembled a plump, furry badger, but its coat was the deep blue of the midnight sky, dusted with tiny, glowing points of light like captured stars. Large, liquid eyes blinked slowly, filled with profound sadness. From its paws trailed the shimmering silver threads, stretching up towards the pool's surface. The creature gave a soft, melancholic hum. "It's weaving starlight," Fern breathed. "It's pulling the starlight down into its threads, and that's why the reflection vanishes, and maybe the real stars too, for a little while." She recalled the map's label, "Lumina's Pool Reflecting Sky." The pool wasn't just reflecting, it was connected. But why was the little star badger, whom Fern instinctively called Illumina, so sad? Why weave the starlight away? Fern remembered the rhyme again. "Leads you from your lonely bed," empathy washed over her. "You're lonely, aren't you?" she murmured softly, not reaching in, but simply sitting beside the crevice. "Is that why you weave the stars, to have some light down here, to call for company?" The lumina blinked, its luminous eyes fixed on Fern. It gave a soft, questioning warble. Fern had an idea. She explained it to Rowan, and together they raced back to the village just as dawn was painting the sky peach and lavender. They gathered the villagers not with alarm, but with quiet excitement. They told them about the lonely Lumina, the weaver of starlight, who lived beneath the sentinel oak and whose sadness dimmed the stars. They spoke not of a problem, but of a shy neighbor needing friendship. That evening, as twilight fell and the gentle rain returned, whispering secrets to the leaves, the entire village of Willowbrook quietly gathered around the sentinel oak. They didn't crowd the crevice, they sat a respectful distance away on blankets. Granny Willow began humming the old nursery rhyme softly. Miss Thimble brought a tiny, wind-up music box that played a gentle lullaby. Old Man Hemlock brought a basket of his now blue-flecked moonflower petals, scattering them softly near the spring. Pip held a lantern covered in blue glass, casting a soft, star-like glow. Others brought warm cider and honey cakes, sharing them quietly. Fern sat closest to the crevice. "See," she whispered to the Lumina. "You're not alone. Willowbrook is here." Slowly, tentatively, the Lumina emerged. Its star-dusted fur shimmered in the combined light of the fireflies, the blue lantern, and the moonflowers. It looked around at the circle of kind, expectant faces, illuminated by the soft, warm glow of lanterns and friendship. The sorrowful humming ceased. Instead, a soft, contented purr vibrated from its tiny chest. It looked up at the sky. The silver teapot constellation shone brightly, every star present and accounted for, reflecting perfectly in Lumina's pool, clear and undisturbed. But Lumina didn't weave the stars away that night. Instead, it sat by the pool, its luminous fur blending with the reflected starlight, seemingly content just to be near the gentle murmur of voices, the soft chime of the music box, the comforting tick-tock of the distant clock tower echoing through the damp air, and the rhythmic patter of rain on the broad oak leaves above. The villagers stayed, sharing stories under the restored canopy of stars, the meadow filled with a warm, shared silence punctuated by soft laughter and the crackle of a small, contained bonfire. From then on, the stars over Willowbrook shone, uninterrupted. But every full moon, the villagers gather by the sentinel oak. They bring lanterns, share stories, sing softly, and simply be present. The Lumina often joins them, sitting peacefully by its pool, its fur glowing with contentment. Sometimes it weaves delicate patterns of light on the water's surface, not pulling stars down, but creating new, tiny constellations of its own, fleeting gifts of beauty for its friends. The moonflowers bloom brighter than ever, now streaked with vibrant blues and silvers, and the faint humming that sometimes drifts on the night breeze is no longer melancholic, but a gentle, happy thrum, harmonizing with the wind chimes and the ever-present tick-tock of the old clock, a soothing lullaby for a village that learned that even the smallest light and the loneliest heart flourishes in the warmth of community. And as the firelight here softly dims, may you too feel the gentle glow of friendship and the comforting presence of all your own stars, shining brightly overhead. Sleep peacefully. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. The first time Sam noticed the shimmer in the woods behind Gran's cottage, it was mid-October, when the air smelled of damp earth and cinnamon bark. 10 years old and perpetually lost in daydreams, Sam often sat on the creaky porch, swing tracing patterns on a tarnished silver locket, the only keepsake from parents they barely remembered. That evening, as amber light slanted through sugar maples, a flicker of emerald green danced between the oaks. Not firefly light, but deeper, like sunlight through stained glass. When a faint melody followed wind chimes playing a tune, no human hand composed, Sam tucked the locket beneath their sweater and stepped into the forest's embrace. Moss cushioned each footfall, and the ordinary woods transformed. Ferns unfurled silver fronds that chimed softly. Birch trunks gleamed with embedded starlight, and the path ahead rippled like water. Deeper in where shadows should have pooled, Sam found a clearing bathed in perpetual twilight. Velvet-soft grass shimmered with dew that tasted of honey when Sam knelt to touch it. And there, curled beneath a weeping willow with laves of liquid moonlight, was the creature. It resembled a fox crossed with a dragonfly, no larger than a rabbit. Translucent wings, veined like stained glass, lay folded against fur the color of crushed violets. One foreleg was bent unnaturally, and its breathing came in shallow hitches. "You're hurt," Sam whispered, hand hovering. The creature's eyes snapped open twin pools of molten gold. It tried to scramble away, whimpering like rustling parchment. "Easy now," Sam soothed, voice softer than dandelion fluff. "I won't touch if you don't want." Slowly Sam unwrapped their woolen scarf, blue as a jay's wing, and laid it nearby. For warmth. The creature blinked, nostrils flaring. After a trembling moment, it nudged the scarf with its nose. Sam smiled. "I'm Sam, what's your name?" A series of chimes answered 3 high notes, too low. "Pip." The creature chirped, a sound like raindrops on crystal. Friendship bloomed in that glade, fragile as a spiderweb, sealed when Pip allowed Sam to gently splint its leg with a twig and bind it with blades of singing grass. Pip revealed the hidden world, Sylvan Hollow, a realm woven from forgotten dreams and twilight. Its magic stemmed from the heartwood tree, whose roots drank starlight and whose leaves hummed with ancient songs. But the heartwood was fading. Colors dulled at the edges, flowers lost their glow by dawn. The luminous key is lost, Pip chimed sorrowfully, gesturing with its good paw toward Sam's locket. Your metal sings with old magic, it is kin to the key. The locket, warm against Sam's chest, clicked open at Pip's touch. Inside, where Sam expected a photo, lay a single seed carved from opal. It pulsed with soft light, matching the rhythm of Sam's heartbeat. This, Sam breathed. Pip nodded urgently. Without the key in the heartwood's roots, Sylvan Hollow fades, forever. The weight of the seed felt immense, a tiny thing holding up a world. Their journey began at moonset. Pip rode on Sam's shoulder, wings brushing their ear with soft chimes. They traversed forests where trees walked on roots like tangled knees, their bark etched with stories that shifted as Sam passed. They crossed the river of whispers, its waters murmuring secrets Sam almost understood, stepping stone to stone on the backs of giant, sleepy turtles. Sam, who once hesitated to speak in class, now bartered passage with the Moss King, a towering figure of lichen and patience offering stories of the human world in exchange for safe passage through his caverns. Pip translated, their chimes weaving Sam's tales into something richer, stranger. Challenges tested them. In the valley of echoing fears, shapeless shadows whispered Sam's deepest anxieties. You'll fail them all, too small to matter. Sam's knees trembled, but Pip pressed close, a warm vibration against their neck. Echoes lie, Pip chimed fiercely. Sam clutched the locket, feeling the seed's steady pulse. My name is Sam, they declared, voice ringing clear. And I'm helping my friend. The shadows recoiled, melting into mist. They faced the treacherous Glimmer Gorge next, spanned only by a bridge of solidified moonlight. It flickered perilously. Halfway across, a section dissolved beneath Sam's foot. Pip darted down, wings a frantic blur, catching Sam's sleeve with surprising strength. Dangling over an abyss of swirling nebulas, Sam locked eyes with the terrified creature. Let go, save yourself, Sam rasped. Pip's golden eyes blazed. Hold, they chimed, a command woven with pure trust. Summoning strength they never knew, Sam swung their other arm, grasping a solid beam of moonlight. Together, they scrambled to safety. The bridge solidified fully behind them. You caught me, Sam panted, heart hammering. Pip nuzzled their cheek. We caught each other. Days blended into an endless, magical twilight. Sam learned to listen to the language of rustling leaves, to taste direction on the wind. They shared meals of starlight berries bursting with cool sweetness, drank from springs that bubbled with laughter. Sam told Pip about school, about grand cinnamon rolls, about the quiet ache of loneliness. Pip chimed stories of sky dances among firefly swarms, of tending bioluminescent orchards, of the Hollow's collective worry. A bond formed, deeper than words, a shared heartbeat between human and sylvan. Finally, they stood before the heartwood. It was magnificent, a colossal oak woven from living light, but its glow was sickly, dimming like a guttering candle. Great roots, thick as cottage walls, pulsed weakly where they met the earth. At the base lay a depression shaped exactly like Sam's opal seed. The key's home, Pip chimed, voice thick with hope and dread. As Sam approached, the air thickened, resisting. Thorned vines, dark and thorny, erupted from the ground, the last defense of the dying magic. One lashed out, snagging Sam's ankle. Pain shot up their leg. Pip darted forward, wings buzzing angrily, nipping at the vine. Hurry, Sam. Sam gritted their teeth, pulling free. Another vine whipped towards Pip. Without thinking, Sam threw themselves in front of their tiny friend. The thorn grazed their arm, drawing blood like liquid starlight. Ignoring the sting, Sam lunged the final steps, the pulsing seed clutched tight. Kneeling at the heartwood's base, Sam pressed the opal seed into the waiting hollow. It fit perfectly. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. Then a tremor ran through the earth. Light erupted from the seed, pure and blinding, flowing up the heartwood's trunk like liquid sunshine. Leaves blazed emerald green, then sapphire, then gold. The thrumming song Sam had first heard in the woods swelled into a glorious symphony wind, water, leaf, and star singing as one. The dark vines crumbled to ash. Color flooded back into Sylvan Hollow, richer and more vibrant than before. Flowers unfurled in explosive rainbows, trees straightened with groans of relief, and the very air shimmered with renewed vitality. Pip soared, looping joyful spirals around the radiant heartwood, their chimes blending with the world's song. They landed gently before Sam, eyes glowing brighter than ever. You saved us, Sam. Sam, cradling their stinging arm, looked around at the reborn paradise. We saved us, Pip, together. The wound on Sam's arm, touched by the heartwood's new light, sealed instantly, leaving only a faint, star-shaped scar, a mark of courage given and received. The journey back felt different. Sylvan Hollow welcomed them. Walking trees bowed creakily. Fireflies formed glowing archways. The river of whispers sang a clear, grateful melody. At the edge of the ordinary woods, Sam and Pip paused. The shimmering boundary pulsed steadily now. It will always be here, Pip chimed, understanding the unspoken question. For you, the key chose its bearer. They nuzzled Sam's hand. Friend. Gran noticed the change immediately. You seem taller, Sprout, she remarked, her eyes crinkling as Sam helped knead bread dough with newfound vigor. The quiet child who lingered in corners now spoke of constellations with quiet confidence, their eyes holding a depth that hadn't been there before. Sam wore the locket openly now, the opal seed warm beneath their shirt a secret anchor to another world. Loneliness was a forgotten ghost. Every evening as the sun dipped low, Sam would sit on the porch swing. Sometimes they'd simply listen to the wind sighing through the maples. Other times a familiar shimmer would dance between the trees, accompanied by the faint, joyous chimes of a tiny friend emerging for a twilight stroll. Sam would step onto the mossy path, greeted by Pip's leap onto their shoulder, the violet fur soft against their neck. They'd walk together in the ordinary woods that now held an extraordinary secret, sharing stories in the language of rustles, chimes, and comfortable silence. Sam learned that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite it. They learned that true friendship could bridge impossible worlds, built on trust as delicate and strong as a dragonfly's wing. And they learned that even the smallest heart, like a single seed or a quiet child, could hold magic potent enough to heal a world. Back in their small room, the scent of grand cinnamon rolls drifting up, Sam would trace the star-shaped scar on their arm, a quiet smile playing on their lips. Outside, the woods stood sentinel, holding the gentle luminescence of Sylvan Hollow close, a hidden world humming just beyond the veil, waiting for the next shared adventure beneath the watchful, loving stars. The locket rested warm against their heart, a silent promise of twilight wonders and the enduring melody of an impossible friendship.